Chapter 4364. Back then, the Tianji city that was built from the toughest New Universe alloy had two forms, the regular continent form and the wartime fortress form. Now, everything had been fully consolidated and upgraded. The Tianji city of today was completely different from before. The current Tianji city was no longer purely built from the latest universe alloy. In the past 20 years, DE had used all the power of the Tianji clan to collect all the treasured bodies of countless powerful primordial creatures in this void. All kinds of top-grade flesh and blood materials. For example, the dragon tendons of the true dragon, the phoenix marrow of the fire phoenix, and the dragon spine of the black dragon, and so on. These primordial creatures were extremely powerful when they were alive. Even though they had been dead for countless years, their treasured bodies were still very powerful. However, the Tianji clan had ways to cut them up and use all kinds of suitable materials to transform the originally cold and pure universe alloy into a pure universe alloy. Step by step, they transformed the Tianji city into a biochemical fortress that was made from the combination of universe alloy and primordial creatures' flesh and blood. Not only that, even its original two forms had doubled in number, reaching a total of 4 forms. In addition to the original regular continent form and the wartime spherical fortress form, the current Tianji city had 2 other simulated forms. As long as DE gave the order, the entire enormous Tianji city, which contained a terrifying amount of combat power, could transform into a gigantic demonic dragon or a black phoenix with a shocking wingspan in a short period of time. Apart from the Tianji city, all the official members of the Tianji clan, including the clan leader DE, had been improving their cultivation at a rapid pace in the past 20 years. Not only did they use the countless primordial creatures' flesh and blood to improve their cultivation, but they also collected top-grade materials like dragon tendons and phoenix marrow to transform their own mechanical bodies step by step, just like how they transformed the Tianji city. Some powerful members of the Tianji clan even gave up on their human bodies. They directly used the bones or treasured bodies of huge primordial creatures as the foundation, carefully sculpting them step by step from the inside out. Finally, electronic consciousness entered these primordial creatures from the primordial era. The combination of the remains of the primordial creatures and the power of modern science and technology created a new giant body. It was like a complete rebirth. With a shake of its body, it became a powerful primordial creature with the addition of science and technology elements. DE, the leader, had several such bodies made from powerful primordial creatures, and one of them emitted an aura that had reached the level of a quasi-primordial great being. Even universe supreme beings were no match for it. As for where DE's original body was, what form it was, and what level it had reached, none of the members of the Tianji clan knew. In addition to the transformation and evolution of the official members of the clan, in the past 20 years, the Tianji clan had also used the primordial creatures' remains from the primordial creatures to create a large number of non-human intelligent robots. Basically, all of them were based on the original appearance of these primordial life form corpses, and then processed with various methods to create them. This type of existence is increasing in number, and their combat strength is also extremely shocking. Unlike the traditional human-shaped AI androids of the past, although these fellows are not born from my electronic consciousness, they are actually AI androids. However, the official members of the Tianji clan called them automaton battle beasts. By now, the number of automaton battle beasts that the Tianji clan had created had reached 1 million. Although they were actually created from the remains of primordial creatures' remains with the addition of science and technology elements, such as the scales on the surface of their bodies and the skin on their skin. Their skin was the latest biochemical product. However, it had to be said that the Tianji clan had an unparalleled talent and advantage in terms of mimicry materials and manufacturing. This army of automaton battle beasts, which had reached 1 million in number, did not look like a product of machinery or flesh at first glance. It was as if they were a real army of primordial creatures. In addition to all of the above, the Tianji clan had been following up on another major event in the past few years, and that was the scene that was unfolding before their eyes. An army of at least 100 billion battleships of various types was pointing all of the battleships' cannons toward the primordial creatures. The muzzles of the cannons were all pointed at the end of this mysterious void. Not long after, under the order of a certain higher-up, the trillions of cannons rumbled and fired in unison. However, all the cannons of this army of 100 billion battleships were bombarding the very end of this mysterious space, the blood-colored membrane that was like the canopy of the sky. This blood-colored membrane seemed unremarkable, but the Tianji clan's army of 100 billion battleships had been bombarding it non-stop for more than 2 years without being able to break through it completely. 2 years ago, when this blood-colored membrane had just been discovered, the Tianji clan's patriarch, De, had even personally come here and brought several newly refined primordial creature avatars with him to attack it together, but to no avail. No one knew what was on the other side of this blood-colored membrane, but one thing was for sure. This blood-colored membrane at the edge of the membrane possessed such terrifying defensive capabilities. Thus, if they could break through it, they would be able to enter the other side of the membrane. The world on the other side of the membrane was bound to be far richer in resources than this mysterious space in front of them. For the sake of this goal, Patriarch De had issued a death order. No matter what, no matter the price, no matter how long it took, this blood-colored membrane had to be broken. Buzz, boom, rumble. As another order was issued, the entire boundless void instantly began to hum like a tide. This was the sound of the cannons of the 100 billion battleships charging at the same time. Then, with a massive roar, the cannons of the 100 billion battleships fired at the same time. Countless energy light pillars of different diameters shot forward from different angles. Finally, they gathered together, forming a terrifying energy light pillar with a wide diameter. In the blink of an eye, it fell across the void in front of them. It was as if the space in front of them had been filled with energy. On the blood-colored membrane that was like the canopy of the sky. This time, the blood-colored membrane that had never been broken through began to sway more intensely than before when the energy beams of the giant battleships bombarded it. Although the degree of increase was not very great, this situation at least showed that with each bombardment, the terrifying defensive power of this blood-colored membrane was slowly but steadily decreasing and weakening. Chapter 4365. In the primordial void, Yi Xian led a group of subordinates to occupy the nesting star, on the top floor of the Long Yihao life fortress inside the core of the star. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged. He was the only one on the top floor and he had set up layers of restrictions. This time, the unexpected discovery of the Milky Way star region and the numerous forbidden areas surrounding the Milky Way star region gave Yi Xian an intense sense of urgency. Now, he led a group of subordinates to set up camp on this source hive star and lay low. Moreover, he gave the order for all his subordinates to improve their cultivation with all their strength. But all of this was still far from enough. Even though he was already a celestial emperor, his celestial emperor cultivation base was still nothing in the face of so many powerful forbidden lands. The problem in front of him was still the improvement of his cultivation strength. He had to break through and break through again. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With this thought, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. With a wave of his hand, a large number of weak air-breaking sounds were heard. All kinds of top-grade cultivation resources were taken out from the undying world in his body, including the purple-gold top-grade flesh medicine, the all-evil origin liquid and other top-grade precious materials and medicines that were rarely seen. At the same time, among the resources prepared for this breakthrough, there was also a large piece of flesh and blood of a quasi-desolation great being. It was roasted to a golden color by the Shinnong 7-colored flames, and was overflowing with oil and fragrance. Then, the domain of the Shinnong cauldron in his body was fully activated. Under the suppression of the domain of the cauldron, all the cultivation resources in front of him turned into small round beads in the blink of an eye. He opened his mouth and swallowed them into his stomach, instantly turning them into warm water. They flowed down his throat into his stomach and rushed to his limbs and bones. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom. Almost in the next instant, shackles appeared out of nowhere. From this moment on, Yi Xian's body seemed to be turned upside down. The loud clanging sound of the chains did not stop for even a second. The blazing river of energy followed the meridians of his body. As it flowed, it continuously shook the newly formed shackles. And so, the breakthrough began. After an unknown amount of time, an earth-shattering clanging sound of the chains rang out, followed by a crisp sound of metal clashing. The shackles that had appeared this time had finally been completely broken. In the next instant, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm, rank 2 Emperor Immortal. Ding. Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's Qi and blood realm. Current realm, rank 2 Emperor Immortal. Before this, Yi Xian's original body had already reached the Immortal Emperor first stage. Once he activated the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape bloodline, his strength would soar again, directly reaching the Immortal Emperor second stage. If he used 9 transformation of demonic ape and reached the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach the 8th level of Emperor level. However, now that he had made another breakthrough in his cultivation, The moment he activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and entered the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape, his peak combat strength would instantly reach the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm. In other words, he was half a step away from the Emperor realm. The increase in his combat strength was simply outrageous. Peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm? Although I've become much stronger, I'm still only half a step away from the Emperor realm. With the breakthrough, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the top floor of the Wild Dragon ship, opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed coldly as he muttered, "Next, it's time to prepare the Emperor Blood Essence for the level 24 pills." However, in this space, although there are many Emperors and hunting isn't a problem, there are many Emperors and Universe Knights. Universe Knights are fine as they won't appear easily. However, they are extremely active. If I start hunting, it's highly likely that I'll be discovered by the consciousness of an Emperor Realm being. Hence, I need to at least have the combat strength of an Emperor Realm to ensure my safety. At this point, Yi Xian immediately made a decision and subconsciously clenched his fists. Now, in the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape, I already have the combat strength of a peak 9th Order Emperor Realm. I'm only a small step away from the Emperor Realm. Hence, even if it's a little rushed to start another breakthrough right after, the current situation is special. I can't care so much. At this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he immediately took out another batch of top-tier cultivation resources. The amount was so large that it was even more than the amount he had just obtained. Very quickly, these cultivation resources were all compressed by the domain of the Shen-Nong cauldron in Yi Xian's body into a small round ball. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed them into his stomach. They transformed into a majestic river of energy and surged out. Very quickly, the clanking sound of the shackles continued to be heard from Yi Xian's body. Perhaps it was because he had just completed a breakthrough, but this time, when Yi Xian operated the huge river of energy in his body that was formed from a huge amount of top-tier cultivation resources, it was particularly difficult for him to attack the newly formed shackles. Moreover, every time he attacked the shackles, the pain in his body became more intense. This was obviously caused by a forced breakthrough. He had long been mentally prepared and did not give up because of this. After calming down his slightly impetuous mood, Yi Xian followed the route of the ancient Dongshu tactics cultivation method. His consciousness carried the surging majestic river of energy in his body and began to circulate it repeatedly in his meridians. While he was refining this huge river of energy, he was also accumulating as much energy as possible to attack the shackles again. It was unknown how much time had passed, but unknowingly, this large river of energy had been completely refined and disappeared into Yi Xian's meridians. As for the true essence within his body, it was clearly much stronger than before. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian pushed his consciousness to the extreme and immediately launched a new round of attack. Clang! Along with the sound of metal clashing, the shackles that had appeared in his body were broken. Almost in the next moment, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, Level 3 Emperor Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of Qi and Blood. Current realm, Level 3 Emperor Immortal. Chapter 4366. The Strength of an Emperor. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with an incomparably excited light as he muttered, "The divine sense of an immortal emperor is already so terrifying, the strength of an emperor-ranked existence. One can imagine." The derivation of the pill formula for the level 24 pill has been completed, but the perfect pill formula for the level 25 pill will take a long time. Moreover, the 7th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations has been given to the devouring system for a long time. It should be nearing the end. Speaking up to this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. I should take advantage of this time to complete the derivation of the 7th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations. Then I'll start the derivation of the perfect pill formula for the level 25 pill. This will allow me to stabilize my state of mind. Then I'll start the next step. After making up his mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He leaped up and roared, 9 Devil Ape transformations. 6th transformation. As this furious roar sounded out, the power within Yi Xian's body instantly surged as if a raging river was roaring. His limbs and bones surged with boundless killing intent, and a terrifying blood and qi energy that caused one's hair to stand on end gushed out from his body. His body, which was originally only 100 feet tall, began to swell rapidly like a balloon that was being blown up at an extremely fast speed. In less than 3 breaths, he had grown to 10 million zhang tall, like a human-shaped star. However, this wasn't all. because at the same time the aura of the Space Berserk Ape expanded as well. Previously, when it was in the Space Berserk Ape true form, it emitted the aura of a level 4 Emperor Immortal. Right now, when the gigantic body of the sixth transformation appeared, the aura emitted from Bao Yuan's body had reached the terrifying First Order Emperor realm. This wasn't an ordinary First Order Emperor. The Violent Star Ape's body was 10 million zhang tall, and its aura was majestic to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Most emperors who had just entered this realm weren't its match. Its true battle strength was comparable to an ordinary Second Order Emperor. First Order. As the sixth transformation was completed, the Star Violent Ape raised its head and let out another furious roar. The entire folded space on top of the Wild Dragon battleship seemed to tremble slightly because of this roar. This was also because the current size of the Long Yi ship had greatly increased, and the internal folded space was far more vast than before. Otherwise, with the huge body of Yi Xian under the sixth transformation of the demonic ape, the top cabin of the Long Yi ship might not be able to hold it. He put him down. When the sixth transformation was completed, an unprecedented majestic force instantly gushed out from within the body of the Space Violent Ape. Even Yi Xian's divine sense had greatly increased compared to before. Without any hesitation, he immediately withdrew his thoughts. At the same time, he adjusted the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body to the limit. With his powerful divine sense as an emperor, he immediately began to deduce. Time passed slowly and unknowingly 3 days had passed. Yi Xian had already passed the seventh transformation of the Devil Ape to the engulfment system in his body for a long time. He had already completed more than 95% of it. At this moment, with the help of his terrifying Thear-cranked divine senses, he was finally able to complete the last part of his calculations. Just as the third day passed, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The seventh transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape has been completed. Do you want to activate it immediately? Activate it immediately. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately opened his eyes and ordered the system to activate it. In the next instant, extremely complicated runes and information surged into his mind. The amount was so huge that it made one's hair stand on end. Even with Yi Xian's First Order Emperor cultivation base and powerful divine sense, he was momentarily dazed by the rush. These seemingly huge amounts of obscure runes were the complete profundities of the seventh transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Although Yi Xian and the engulfment system in his body had already completed the calculations, in order to successfully execute it, Yi Xian obviously still needed to use it. He had to comprehend it himself. Fortunately, this wasn't too difficult. Yi Xian had the foundation of understanding the first 6 transformations. In addition, he had participated in the calculation of the profundities of the seventh transformation. Hence, in less than half a day, this seemingly huge amount of seventh transformation information had surged into his mind. The profundities and information had been completely comprehended by him. However, he didn't execute it directly in the top deck of the Long Yi ship. This was because once he entered the seventh transformation of the demonic ape, his huge body would increase by another 10 times. His cultivation base would also increase tremendously. His majestic blood and chi would increase by another level. 10 million feet was 30 million meters, which was 6,000 miles. This was only the diameter of a small shooting star. The top deck of the Long Yi ship's life fortress could still fit it in. However, if it increased by another 10 times, it would reach 100 million feet, which was 60,000 miles, then it would definitely be the size of an ordinary planet. The first floor of the Long Yi ship's life fortress couldn't fit it at all. With a thought, Yi Xian immediately removed the 6th transformation of the demonic ape and returned to the body of the Star Violent Ape that was 10 feet tall. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the top deck of the Long Yi ship's life fortress in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out. When Yi Xian's figure reappeared, he was already in the void of the universe outside the Origin Nest star. He turned his head and looked around. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense and confirmed that there was nothing abnormal within a radius of 100 million miles. After the fierce beast passed by, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He immediately raised his head and roared, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 7th transformation. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. This time, the speed at which his body expanded was faster than before. The power in his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with endless murderous intent, and there was also a terrifying aura that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end. As the aura gushed out, his body, which was originally only 10 feet tall, expanded at an extremely fast speed in the blink of an eye. In less than 3 breaths he had already reached 100 million feet tall. This was definitely not the size of a small shooting star from before. Instead, it was comparable to a real star. Moreover, at the same time that his body expanded, the cultivation aura emitted from Yi Xian's body also rose at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he reached the second level of the Emperor Immortal. Immediately activate the calculation ability and fully deduce. The 8th transformation of the demonic ape. Feeling the majestic blood and qi in his body that made one's hair stand on end, Yi Xian's mood surged. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to continue the deduction. Whoosh. In the next moment, Yi Xian removed the 7th transformation of the devil ape with a thought. A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out, and with a flash of his body, he returned from the distant dark void. He once again rushed into the core of the Source Nest star and immediately entered the life of the Long Yihao. Chapter 4367. Comparing a level 25 pill to a level 24 pill, even though it seemed like there was only a difference of 1 level, in reality, it was far from that simple. The level 24 pill allowed an Emperor level 9 to break through to Emperor level. However, the level 25 pill allowed a level 9 Emperor to break through to the Universe Knight level. Normal, Undying, Official level, Emperor level, these 5 levels were called the 5 levels of Undying. And after Emperor level, Universe Knights were no longer within the 5 levels of Undying. A level 24 pill was the last level of the 5 levels of Undying. A level 25 pill, however, had already surpassed the 5 levels of Undying. In this way, one could clearly judge the difference in meaning between these 2 levels of treasure pills. Therefore, compared to a perfect pill formula for a level 24 pill, the difficulty of successfully deducing a perfect pill formula for a level 25 pill was at least several times higher. Yi Xian had spent nearly a year deducing the level 24 pill from before. Of course, at that time he didn't have the terrifying divine sense of the titled Emperor level, so the efficiency of his deductions was far inferior to his current one. But even so, with his current terrifying divine sense of the titled Emperor realm, he would need at least a year or more to successfully deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 25 pill. Moreover, he would need to do it without sleep or rest, casting aside everything else, wholeheartedly focusing on it. He started to deduce. It was impossible for the current Yi Xian to have a year's time to focus on deducing a level 25 pill. This was because even though the perfect pill formula for a level 24 pill had already been deduced, the raw materials for refining a treasure pill had yet to be found. He could only divide this 1 year's worth of time into multiple calculations and complete them multiple times. Right now, as he returned to the Dragon Wild ship, Yi Xian activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape at the first possible moment. He directly entered the 6th transformation and at the same time, his body expanded explosively. His cultivation also rose to the peak in a short span of 3 breaths. He reached Emperor level 1. Yi Xian's mind quickly entered a state where he forgot about everything. He focused all of his attention on activating the terrifying divine sense of an Emperor realm expert, and on the basis of the perfect pill formula of a level 24 treasure, he began to calculate at an extremely fast speed. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a month had passed just like that. The last day had just ended, and Yi Xian opened his eyes. Deep within his eyes, a dark light flashed, revealing a deep sense of fatigue. Putting aside everything else to deduce, and deduce was the most tiring. It made his mind tired. However, after an entire month's worth of deductions, his gains were not small. He finally had some idea of the perfect pill formula for a level 25 treasure pill. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the entire process of deducing the pill formula should be close to 7%. In other words, with his current level 1 immortal Emperor soul consciousness, it would take him at least 13 months to completely deduce the perfect level 25 pellet recipe. It's just a grade 25 elixir. Even with a Thear-cranked martial artist's terrifying divine senses, it would take him more than a year to deduce its formula. If it's so difficult, there are still grade 26, 27, 28 and 29 elixir recipes. Once I deduce them, the progress will be much slower. After deactivating the 6th transformation of the devil ape, Yi Xian let out a long sigh. As he muttered to himself, a deep sense of helplessness appeared on his face. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. And this is just the deduction of the recipe. After the perfect recipe is deduced, I still have to collect the materials to make the treasure pill. This wasn't a problem before. However, as the level of the treasure pill increases, the level of the blood essence of the ferocious beast required will also increase. For example, in the future when I want to make a level 25 pill, I'll need at least 5 Emperor level blood essences. That's 5 Emperors? A level 26 pill is even more terrifying. If I want to start making it, I'll need to kill at least 5 Universe Knights. This is simply making me speechless. Speaking of which, Yi Xian's face turned green as he thought of the problems he would face in the future. In the end, he could only shake his head and sigh, throwing these thoughts to the back of his mind for the time being. We'll talk about the future when the time comes. As for the problem, I have to think of a way to improve my power to the Universe Knight level first. There are more than a dozen forbidden lands and star regions around the Milky Way star field, and even the weakest one is guarded by Universe Knights. Therefore, if I want to be able to walk around the Milky Way star field without worry, I have to do my best to improve my power to the Universe Knight level. I need to at least have the power of a Universe Knight. The 9 transformation of the Devil Ape has already reached the 7th transformation. Once I use it, my power will increase by an entire level. In other words, if I want to have the power of a Universe Knight as soon as possible, I need to at least have the power of a Universe Knight in my normal state. I need to reach level 2 Emperor level. Hence, the level 24 pill is imminent. To make this pill, I need to get the 5 pieces of Emperor blood essence as soon as possible. I can't delay any longer. Speaking of which, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. With a flash of his body, he flew out of the top cabin of the Life Giant Fortress and appeared in the core of the Source Nest Star. The 8 Great Vajra Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver G, and the 10 Marquis Undyings in the Beast Army were immediately summoned by him. I'm going out for a stroll. Before I come back, no one is allowed to leave the area of 100 million miles away from Origin Nest Planet, so as to avoid being caught by powerful ferocious beasts passing by and bringing disaster to the base camp. After looking around at everyone, Yi Xian gave a few instructions. Then, with a flash of his body, he charged out of the star core of the Source Nest Star and shot towards the pitch-black primordial void in the distance. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at a remote void that was only 100 million kilometers away from the main camp. Without any hesitation, he directly imprinted an interstellar coordinate jump point here. Right now, his system title was already level 6 interstellar controller. In the same universe, he could imprint a total of 3 space jump points. Here, the first space jump point, Yi Xian, was imprinted in the Sangji star field. The second was imprinted near the Source Nest Star that nurtured his avatar. Right now, the third space jump point was imprinted near the Source Nest Star, which was obviously the most suitable location. Even though after imprinting this space jump point, Yi Xian would have used up all 3 of his points, but that didn't matter. He had already found the Milky Way star field where the ancestral star was, and this place would most likely become the scene of the ancient era. The core of the final battle, Yi Xian had imprinted a space jump point. No matter where he went in the future, he would be able to return at any time. Chapter 4368. Although this primordial void was extremely dangerous, it was indeed a bit risky for Yi Xian to leave the 8 Great Vajras, the Flying Centipede, the Old Monster Silver G, the army of millions of beasts, and the Long Yihao Life Giant Fortress here. However, that Source Hive Star was indeed the most suitable location for a future base camp. Yi Xian could not bear to give it up. Moreover, this void was so vast, and the base camp star was so far away from the dozens of supreme forbidden lands and supreme experts that surrounded the Milky Way star field. The star field was so far away. More importantly, the beasts and starry sky experts in the dozens of supreme forbidden lands would not run to the back at all. Their attention was all focused on the Milky Way star field in front of them. It could be said that they were eyeing it covetously. Therefore, as long as this batch of subordinates did not wander around, there should not be any problems. Moreover, after branding this third interstellar coordinate jump point, Yi Xian could jump back at any time. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. As for returning to the forbidden land of Rising Sun, there were 2 ways. One was to directly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and lock the jump target point to the Mulberry Tree star field, then rush to the forbidden land of Rising Sun from there. In this way, he could also return to the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood in the middle of the void to take a look. However, after pondering for a while, Yi Xian still chose the second option. That was to also activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability, but the jump point was the place where the power clone was born between the base camp star and the exit star vortex of the primordial void. Then from there he would rush to the exit star vortex at full speed. Compared to the previous plan, this would be faster. Moreover, compared to the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, which shouldn't be too dangerous, Yi Xian was clearly more worried about the Origin Nest Star that nurtured his strongest clone. This time he returned to the Forbidden Land of Rising. After making the decision, Yi Xian quickly finished branding the third interstellar coordinate jump point. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately locked onto the coordinate jump point in the void around the place where the power clone was born and directly issued an order to the system. Activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability. Swish. The faint sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and Yi Xian's 30-meter-tall starry sky violent ape body instantly disappeared. When his figure reappeared, the surroundings were still incomparably pitch black and empty primordial chaos void, but the aura clearly differed from the area where the headquarters had been before. It gave off an even more tranquil feeling, as if countless years had passed. It was as if no life had ever passed by this place. Yi Xian turned around and recognized the direction. With a flash of his shoulder, he shot forward. Soon he saw the source nest star that was nurturing his strongest clone. After all, he hadn't been away for a long time, so everything was the same as before. Yi Xian let out a long breath and circled around this huge source nest star before changing directions. He directly unleashed the 6th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability, and his figure skyrocketed. At the same time, his cultivation base also rose to the titled Emperor realm. After completing all this, his figure was like a bolt of lightning, rushing toward the star whirlpool area where he had first entered this primordial chaos void at a terrifying speed. According to his estimation, with his current titled Emperor Realm cultivation base, it would only take about 2 months to reach the star whirlpool area that led to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land if he unleashed his full speed and teleported from time to time. However, during this period of time, Yi Xian did not waste it. He was thinking about how to start the hunt after returning to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The entire Rising Sun Forbidden Land was formed by 4 vast star fields. Each of these 4 star fields was slightly larger than the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Each star field had thousands of life stars, more than 10 ferocious beast kings, and countless ferocious beasts of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Together, there were more than 50 ferocious beast kings in the entire Rising Sun Forbidden Land. There were more than 50 ferocious beast kings and even more marquee lords, a total of 500 to 600. At the junction of these 4 star fields, there was a smaller central star field. Among them, although the central star field was slightly smaller, it was the core of the entire Rising Sun Forbidden Land. It was surrounded and protected by the 4 star fields around it. In that central star field, there were also about 10 ferocious beast kings. In addition, the ferocious beast emperors of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land were also stationed there. Obviously, the 10 ferocious beast kings who were qualified to reside in the central star field of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land were all elites among ferocious beast kings. Their cultivation base had all reached peak 9th level Undying Emperor. In other words, in the central star field, there were more than 10 half-step emperors, and 8 true ferocious beast emperors, 2 each at the initial, middle and late stages. In addition, there were 2 peak 9th level emperors which were also half-step emperors. Before entering the primordial chaos void, Yi Xian could not deal with these 2 half-step emperors at all. Even if Fairy Wuxia, who was still in a deep slumber, had awakened with her half-step emperor cultivation base, she could only fight against one of them. As for the other one, even if Yi Xian performed the 6th transformation of the 9 transformation demon ape bloodline ability, his cultivation base could only reach peak middle emperor, so he could not deal with him. But now all of this was no longer a problem. For the current Yi Xian, there was no need to wait for Fairy Wuxia to wake up to deal with the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. He could do it alone. Currently, he could perform the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation demon ape bloodline ability. Under the 7th transformation, Yi Xian's cultivation base would soar to 2nd order emperor. But there was no need for that. It was merely 2 half-step emperor realm experts. With his current 1st order emperor realm strength in the 6th transformation, he could easily deal with them. However, the Rising Sun Forbidden Land was too vast, and there were countless ferocious beasts in it. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation base, he could not guarantee that he could kill all the ferocious beasts in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land alone. With his current cultivation base, there was no need for that at all. Even the ordinary immortal flesh treasure bodies were of little significance. In the entire Rising Sun Forbidden Land, there were 8 ferocious beast emperors, and this was Yi Xian's main target. There were more than 50 ferocious beast kings, and as for marquises, there were 500 to 600 of them. He decided to kill the 8 emperors and 15 kings after killing them. He would kill as many marquises as he could. If he did not have the time to take care of them, he would just let them escape. In his opinion, of the 8 ferocious beast emperors, no matter what, he absolutely could not let any of them escape. Although killing all of them would only give him 8 drops of emperor blood essence, there were still 2 emperors among them after all. Ninth Order Perfection Stage existences were half-step emperors, and the emperor blood essence condensed from their flesh and blood could be said to be of the highest quality. Chapter 4369. Within the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, within the Central Star region that was surrounded by the 4-star regions, there was an extremely secluded area in the universe. Xiao. A faint air-piercing sound was heard. A 10-zhang-tall figure dashed out of an inconspicuous star vortex in this remote corner like a shooting arrow. This was a space-violent ape, and it was Yi Xian who had returned from the Hongmeng Void. At this moment, in the state of the starry sky violent ape that was 30 meters tall, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Even so, as his figure rushed out of the vortex of stars, he immediately flew through the air. In just a few breaths of time, Yi Xian, however, he was still discovered at the first moment. This was very normal. On the one hand, he did not hide his aura. On the other hand, there were only 8 Emperor-level powerhouses in the entire Rising Star Forbidden Land. Suddenly, there was a powerful Emperor-level aura. Naturally, it was like a firefly in the night sky. Because it would attract countless attention in an instant. In the surrounding void, extremely powerful divine senses swept over, and all of them were emperors. There were a total of 8 of them. Moreover, there were a few emperors among them who roared and roared. Their words were not friendly and were extremely rude. Violent ape, you've crossed the line. This is the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, not just anyone can enter as they wish. A mere 3rd-level emperor, you don't know what's good for you. Since it's your first offense, we won't pursue it. However, if there's a next time, we'll kill you without mercy. Get out. Roar. The few emperors that roared were all early and middle emperors, even the 2 late emperor-level ferocious beast emperors didn't make a sound. As for the 2 most powerful emperors at the peak of the 9th level, they remained silent. It was as if they felt that Yi Xian, who was only at the 3rd level emperor level, was not worthy of being chased away by them personally. However, even though he didn't make a sound, his divine sense swept over. Based on this, Yi Xian was able to instantly lock onto the positions of the 2 half-step emperors, including the positions of the other 6 emperors. He was also able to clearly see through them. Among them there were 2 half-martial monarchs, one on the left and one in the front. The one on the left seemed to be closer to them. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian quickly came up with a hunting plan. With a flash of light in his eyes, he no longer hesitated. He raised his head and roared. His shoulders shook slightly, and he immediately rushed to the left side of the void at an extremely fast speed. This was clearly not the rhythm of leaving the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Instead, it was trespassing into the depths of the Central Star area. The Undyings that spoke earlier were stunned for a moment before they raged and roared out in rage. Bao Yuan, are you courting death? This guy must be crazy. He's only a 3rd Order Emperor, yet he dares to come to my Rising Star Forbidden Land and behave so atrociously. He must be tired of living. There's no need to waste words with him. Just capture him immediately and interrogate him. If he's really crazy and there's no other reason, kill him immediately. Roar. Screech. Following these cries of alarm and furious roars, 6 figures instantly shot out from the 6 enormous stars in the Central Star region. All of them charged towards Yi Xian. This time, even the 2 late-stage titled emperors who had not made a sound before had made a move. Only the 2 half-step titled emperors in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land were still dormant. They had not rushed out of the star layers, nor had they let out a roar. It was obvious that they felt that a mere 3rd Order Emperor Star Violent Ape was not enough to alarm them, so they didn't put it in their eyes at all. Perhaps they felt that this was an interesting scene and wanted to watch a good show from the sidelines. Roar. 9 Transformation Devil Ape. 6 Transformation. At this moment Yi Xian raised his head and roared. The moment the roar came out, the power in his body quickly surged, like a raging river roaring, his limbs and bones surging with endless ferocity. Moreover, there was a terrifying vital energy that was boundless to the point of causing one's hair to stand on end gushing out from him. The starry sky violent ape's body that was originally only 30 meters tall was like a balloon that was being rapidly inflated. It rapidly expanded, and in less than 3 breaths of time, it had already reached 1,000. It was 10,000 zhang tall like a human-shaped star. Along with the increase in size, the cultivation aura emitted from its body also increased. In the blink of an eye, when the 6th transformation appeared, the aura emitted from the violent ape's body had reached the terrifying First Order Emperor realm. Furthermore, he was far from an ordinary rank 1 emperor. Due to the boundless vitality of his 10 million feet long body, it had already reached a terrifying level. At this moment Yi Xian, an ordinary emperor-ranked existence who had just entered this realm, was definitely far from a match for him. His combat strength was close to an ordinary second-order emperor realm expert. In the blink of an eye, a 10 million zhang tall violent ape appeared in the void. At this moment, an emperor realm expert had arrived. At this moment, after entering the sixth transformation of the nine-devil ape, the 10 million zhang tall violent ape raised its head and roared again. Bang! Bang bang bang, rumble? It was just a roar, but the terrifying emperor realm aura in the violent ape's body suddenly surged out like a raging river. With its body as the center, all the stars in the universe void within a radius of 10 million li were completely destroyed. The earth completely exploded. Even the void was like the surface of a lake that had been blown by a hurricane. Layers of turbulent ripples appeared, as if it would completely collapse in the next moment and turn into nothingness. This scene was too shocking. It was as if doomsday had arrived and a great calamity had descended. In stark contrast, the forbidden land of the rising sun was even more vast than the forbidden land of the rising sun, which was tens of millions of kilometers in radius. As the violent starry sky ape's body expanded to 10 million feet in size, it roared furiously and unleashed its terrifying Thear-cranked formidable martial artist's aura. The rising sun forbidden land's martial emperors, who had been paying attention to this scene, roared furiously from time to time. All the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the rising sun immediately shrank their necks and lay on the ground in the void or in their lairs. In fact, in all the life stars in the forbidden land of the rising sun, the ferocious beasts with cultivation strength above the Star-Lord realm were caught off guard by this sudden Emperor realm aura. However, due to excessive shock they actually rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Chapter 4370. Roar. What happened? This violent ape, wasn't he just a third-order emperor? Bloodline ability? This must be some kind of heaven-defying bloodline ability. In just a few breaths' time, it allowed a third-order Emperor Star Violent Ape's cultivation to rise to first-order Emperor Star Violent Ape's level. Damn it, this is too abnormal. It's a barrier. That should be right. This is a bloodline ability, but I've never heard of the Violent Ape clan having such an ability. Crazy. This ferocious ape must have gone mad. Everyone, let's attack together. Even if it's just a bloodline ability, he will still die here today. That's right. Such a perverse bloodline ability will not last long. This ape is most likely just bluffing. No matter what, we'll know once we try. Surround and kill. Roar. Screech. After a brief moment of shock and blankness, the 6 emperors who had shot over from all directions of the central starfield immediately cried out in alarm. Even the 2 strongest beings of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, who were half-step emperors, no longer remained silent this time. Both of them let out furious roars. After all, this was a large-scale forbidden land in the starry skies. It was far from the small and medium-sized forbidden lands that Yi Xian had previously annihilated. Even in the face of an invader whose cultivation level was a whole realm higher than the strongest being in charge, these 8 ferocious beast emperors were only momentarily shocked and panicked. Then they quickly recovered. Not only did they not turn and flee, they even came forward. Roaring angrily, they reached a consensus in an instant to surround and kill Yi Xian. This was a situation that Yi Xian had never encountered even in the behemoth forbidden land. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian's current cultivation was only at the first level of the titled emperor realm. However, there were 2 half-step titled emperors and 6 other titled emperors in the forbidden land of sunrise. On the other hand, the 8 feral kings were convinced that Yi Xian's so-called secret bloodline technique that could boost cultivation by leaps and bounds would not last long. But to Yi Xian, this kind of misjudgment was something he was happy to see happen. He was still worried about these 8 emperors before. If he were to kill them all by himself, there might be some that would escape. After all, an emperor was different from an emperor. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. If an emperor became an emperor, he would have to pay a huge price. However, if they had some kind of secret escape technique, it was possible for them to slip through the net. But from the looks of it now, Yi Xian was overthinking things. That was because apart from the 6 feral emperors who had appeared before and were darting towards Yi Xian from all directions of the central quadrant, their figures that had stopped abruptly shot out once more. These 2 strongest feral kings of the forbidden land of Rising Sun were huge in size, like small stars. Like the current violent star ape, they had a terrifying body that was 10 million zhang in size. Therefore, the power of blood and qi in their bodies was equally majestic. Although they were only half-step emperors at the peak of 9th Order Emperor, Their true battle strength was infinitely close to that of a First-Order Emperor. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian was only a First-Order Emperor, his true battle strength was comparable to a Second-Order Emperor. It could be said that even if these two half-step emperors joined forces to fight Yi Xian at the same time, he would still be able to kill them. At most, it would take some time. However, Yi Xian obviously wouldn't give them the chance to join hands and fight, because at this moment, under the condition of displaying the cultivation of a First-Order Emperor, the speed of the Starry Sky Berserk Ape increased by a large amount. It shot forward at an extremely fast speed, and had already reached one of the half-step emperors. In the vicinity of the Star Nest, there was only a distance of tens of millions of miles between this powerful enemy that was roaring towards them. This half-step emperor ferocious beast was a blood star wolf, 10 million zhang in size. Its body was as red as blood, and there was not a single strand of hair on its body. At this moment, this blood star wolf's eyes were fixed on the violent star ape, and the aura that burst out from its body was so strong that even the void was trembling. Obviously, he wanted to use his full strength to test the strength of this violent star's ape whose cultivation had suddenly soared. He wanted to see if the First-Order Emperor realm strength it displayed was genuine, or just a show of strength without substance. Awoo! With this thought in mind, the blood star wolf suddenly raised its head and let out a long howl as it charged over at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, the half-step Emperor realm in its body, after this howl, along with a cloud of blood-colored murderous aura that was like a mist, it immediately rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. It rose up. In less than a breath, it had reached the true First-Order Emperor realm. Yi Xian had a bloodline ability and so did this blood star wolf. It was obvious that what he was displaying right now was a bloodline secret technique that the Starry Sky Blood Wolf had inherited that could rapidly increase one's battle strength. Although the increase in battle strength was only a small level, it instantly allowed him to enter the same level as Yi Xian. Reaching the Emperor realm, your bloodline ability is extraordinary. It can actually ignore the shackles of a large realm. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's voice came out of the violent star ape's mouth. It sounded like praise, but there was a strong sense of sarcasm in it. As soon as the voice fell, the violent star ape raised its head and roared again. 9 changes of the demonic ape. 7th change. Rumble. At this moment, the sound of thunder exploded in the void. At the same time, the violent star ape's huge body, which had already reached 10 million feet in size, expanded at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath of time, it had already expanded to 100 million feet, which was 60,000 miles. This was no longer the scale of a small star. Although it could not be compared to those rare giant stars, it was definitely not inferior to ordinary stars. More importantly, as its body expanded, the aura emitted from the space-raging ape's body increased by a small level. It went from first-level Immortal Emperor to second-level Immortal Emperor. If the violent star ape's body, which was as huge as a star, and the terrifying power of blood and chi that made people's hair stand on end, the violent star ape's true battle strength had even surpassed the Third-Order Emperor realm. It was close to the Fourth-Order Emperor realm. Chapter 4371. A Second-Order Emperor comparable to a Third-Order Emperor? Battle strength comparable to a Fourth-Order Emperor? Oh. After a short moment of shock, the Starry Sky Blood Wolf let out a roar and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was like a heavy downpour in the void. He was in complete despair. Just a moment ago, Huang Xiaolong was merely a First-Order Emperor realm expert. Even though his battle prowess was close to a Second-Order Emperor realm expert due to his abundant blood essence, the Space Blood Wolf had a secret bloodline technique that could raise his cultivation to First-Order Emperor realm. With the help of the other 7 ferocious beast emperors, they might have a chance to fight to the death. But now, the strength of the Starry Sky Blood Wolf had increased again, widening the gap between them. How could they fight? There was no hope at all. Even the Starry Sky Blood Wolf, who had forcibly raised his strength to the First-Order Emperor realm, was no match for the Starry Sky Blood Wolf. Not to mention the other 7 ferocious beast emperors, they were like ants waiting to be slaughtered by the Starry Sky Blood Wolf. Fellow Taoist, let's talk nicely. There is no enmity between us. The Starry Sky Blood Wolf gritted its teeth and lowered its head. It seemed to want to beg for peace. It's too late, bang. The Starry Sky Blood Wolf sneered from 60,000 miles away. Without any hesitation, a huge palm slammed down from the sky. With a loud bang, the Starry Sky Blood Wolf's huge body exploded, not leaving behind a single bone. It was directly turned into a cloud of blood mist and dispersed. Shio. At practically the same instant, the Starry Sky ferocious ape opened its bloody mouth and sucked fiercely. A formless and terrifying suction force appeared and sucked all the spreading blood mist into its mouth. It directly sent it into the Shinong cauldron within its body and started the blood essence condensation. Although the Starry Sky Blood Wolf had used the Bloodline secret technique at the last moment to raise its strength to the First Order Emperor realm, it was only temporary. It was not the true battle strength of its blood essence. Therefore it could only refine the Starry Sky Blood Wolf. It could only refine the Starry Sky Blood Wolf to refine the Starry Sky Blood Wolf. At this moment, along with the instant death of this Starsky Blood Wolf, the entire forbidden area of Sunrise went silent. Countless ferocious beasts from the forbidden areas instinctively held their breaths while they stared wide open with astonishment. In the blink of an eye, one of the two giants of the Forbidden Lands had completely disappeared. Not even a single bone was left behind. The shadow of death shrouded the hearts of all the beasts in the Forbidden Grounds, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, some of the beasts in the Forbidden Grounds finally began to think of escaping. In the outer regions of the Forbidden Grounds of the Rising Sun, many figures were trembling. They rushed out of the stars and into the distance outside the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. On the other hand, numerous exclamations of shock and astonishment rumbled from the surroundings of the battlefield in the central region, and they revealed boundless astonishment. How is that possible? The Blood Wolf Emperor died just like that? Body and soul annihilated, not even bones left behind, killed in an instant. This violent ape's cultivation is real. Its battle prowess is close to a Fourth Order Emperor. We are no match for it. The Forbidden Land of Rising Sun is finished. There's no suspense or hope in this battle. Run! Roar! Amidst their shocked cries, the 7 surviving feral kings all turned at once and fled across every direction as if they had agreed to do so. Further away in the surroundings, a large number of marquis and king-ranked beasts from the Forbidden Grounds scattered like a swarm of bees. Seeing this scene, the cosmic violent ape raised its head and let out a roar. It raised its right leg high and stomped on the nearest early-stage emperor. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and this early-stage emperor did not have the slightest ability to resist. Its entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which was directly sucked into the mouth of the cosmic violent ape and sent into the Shinong cauldron, where it began to condense blood essence. In the blink of an eye, 2 emperor beasts were killed without the slightest resistance. However, all of this was far from enough, and it was too far from Yi Shen's goal. You can't escape. A cold roar came from the mouth of the violent star ape. Its huge body was like a star shooting through the void, directly chasing after the other half-step titled Martial Emperor. Among the remaining 6 ferocious beast emperors, this half-step titled emperor had the highest chance of escaping. If he also had a bloodline ability that could rapidly increase his cultivation in a short time, then once he used it, he would have the strength of a first-order titled emperor. With that, he would be able to escape very quickly. Therefore, no matter what, Yi Shen had to deal with this half-step titled emperor first. As long as this half-step titled emperor was killed, no matter how far the other 5 emperor beasts ran, they would definitely not be able to escape Yi Shen's pursuit. This half-step emperor was a bird with a wingspan of 100,000 feet. It had 3 eagle heads, but there seemed to be no such bloodline in the universe. It was suspected to be some kind of mixed blood product, and could be called a 3-headed eagle. This 3-headed eagle's speed was very fast, and with its pitch-black feathers, it was like a bolt of black lightning in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was already 100 million li away. This speed was comparable to an ordinary first-order emperor. Seeing this, the cosmic violent ape's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but rejoice that he had made the right decision. Otherwise, if he had chosen to first deal with the other 5 emperor beasts and wait until all of them were dealt with before turning back to look for this 3-headed eagle, it would most likely have escaped far away, and there would be no way to chase after it. Roar! Raising its head and roaring, the 60,000 li long cosmic violent ape took large strides and chased after the 3-headed eagle with extreme speed. In just a flash, it had closed the distance of 200 million li. At this speed, it would only take a few breaths' time to catch up with the 3-headed eagle. Violent ape, what do you want? Why are you killing so wantonly? There's nothing that can't be discussed in the universe. When the 3-headed eagle saw this scene, half of its soul flew out of its body in fright. When it turned around, it spoke with obvious panic in its voice. However, its body didn't stop at all as it flapped its wings, and its momentum didn't decrease at all. Clearly, it was deliberately using words to fool Yi Shen to buy time to escape. Shoo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost in the next moment, in the void in front of them, countless sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. The three-headed eagle that was spreading its wings and fleeing forward actually shook off all the black feathers on its body at this moment, turning into a rain of black feather arrows. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. It was like a vast expanse of black clouds, covering the sky and covering the earth as it shot towards the back. Roar! This bird was actually so sinister. Before it finished its words, it had already unleashed a powerful attack. This caused the cosmic violent ape to roar again. It raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Its body flashed and it actually directly teleported and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 4372. No! Seeing this scene, the three-headed eagle's body shook violently, and he let out a long cry of despair. At this moment, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Earlier, he had shaken off all the feathers on his body in order to stop the violent starry sky ape from chasing after him for a few seconds, widening the distance between them as much as possible. However, the final result had shocked him. He had never thought that the violent starry sky ape would be able to cross the several billion li distance between him and the violent starry sky ape in a single instant. Moreover, the ape had teleported 200 to 300 million li away from him. This time, the violent starry sky ape had actually crossed a distance of 2 billion li. For him, this was absolutely unimaginable. After all, he was only a half-step emperor. He had yet to reach that step, and he would never be able to fathom the true strength of a titled emperor. This miscalculation had undoubtedly sped up the process of his death. Originally, he could have tried other methods even if it was just a struggle. But now, as the violent starry sky ape had unexpectedly teleported in front of him and swung its fist at him, the three-headed eagle didn't even have the chance to struggle a few more times on the verge of death. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The three-headed eagle, whose feathers were all gone, exploded into a cloud of blood mist under the violent starry sky ape's full-powered punch. Before it could disperse, the violent starry sky ape had already sucked the three-headed eagle into its mouth. The violent starry sky ape opened its mouth and sucked it into the Shinong cauldron in its body to refine the blood essence. At this point, the two giants of the rising sun forbidden land had fallen, and one of the remaining 6 ferocious beast emperors had also fallen. There were only 5 ferocious beast emperors left, and the strongest among them was merely an 8th order emperor realm expert. Compared to the current 4th order emperor realm experts, their combat strength was close to that of a 4th order emperor. To the violent starry sky ape they were like real ants. However, these 5 fellows had fled in different directions. After all, they were emperor realm experts, so it was hard to say if they had some kind of unexpected escape technique. Therefore Yi Xian didn't dare to let his guard down. Roar! Raising his head and roaring, he disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already 2 billion miles away in another direction, where the tyrant blood demon bear was the strongest among them all. It was at the 8th level of the Emperor Immortal realm, the direction in which they fled. This tyrant blood demon bear's cultivation base was at the 8th level of Emperor Immortal, which was only a small level weaker than the 2 half-step emperors he had killed earlier. It was obvious that he had fled far away. Even though Yi Xian had used teleportation to close the distance of 2 billion miles in the blink of an eye, he was still nowhere to be seen. However, just because he couldn't see it didn't mean that he couldn't detect it with his divine sense. Without any hesitation, the violent astral ape pushed its spiritual sense to the limit and extended it in a single direction. The first time it did not discover anything. However, after slightly adjusting its angle the second time, the violent astral ape finally found the tyrant blood demonic bear. Therefore, he was caught, as expected of the existence whose cultivation and strength were closest to the 2 great giants. In just a short while, he had already fled nearly 10 billion miles away. His speed was actually not much slower than the 2 half-step titled emperors. Swish! The situation was urgent and there was no time to waste. The violent starry sky ape instantly circulated all the true essence in its body. Along with a faint sound of the air being torn apart, its figure instantly vanished. In a flash, it had already arrived almost 2 billion kilometers away. Immediately after, it teleported again. 6 times in a row. In just a few breaths of time, the starry sky violent ape had already traversed more than 10 billion kilometers. However, during this period of time, the tyrant blood demonic bear had once again dashed forward a certain distance. It was still in front, but the distance had been shortened. It was more than 1 billion miles away. Roar! As the violent ape's last teleportation ended, the tyrant blood demonic bear, who was running for its life, immediately sensed the dangerous aura behind it. In grief and indignation, it raised its head and let out a roar. Its body shook, and an intense surge of energy instantly surged out from its body. A moving aura. This was clearly the rhythm of teleportation. Although this way the consumption of true essence was too fast and could not be maintained for long, the crisis was already approaching. The tyrant blood demonic bear could not care about anything else. Right now the only thing he wanted to do was to teleport with all his might. He would keep teleporting until he was exhausted. It's over. A cold shout came out of the violent ape's mouth. Before it finished speaking, its figure had already disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, it was close to 1 billion miles away. It was only 200 to 300 million miles away from the tyrant blood demonic bear that was about to teleport. It was also at this moment that a fist as huge as a meteor suddenly blasted out. Boom! Blood rain sputtered, blood mist rose, and the tyrant blood demonic bear's huge body directly turned into nothingness. All the blood and chi were swallowed into the starry sky violent ape's mouth and sent into the Shinnon cauldron in its body to start the blood essence condensation. At this point, half of the 8 ferocious beast emperors of the rising sun forbidden land had fallen. There were only 4 left, but the strongest among them was only at the beginning of the emperor late stage. That was a 7th order emperor realm double-headed snapping turtle, which was also Yi Xian's subordinate. A hunting target. Xiao. Xiao xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out one after another. After a total of 7 times, the starry sky violent ape had returned to the core of the previous battle. Its divine sense was fully activated, and it was extremely fast in the direction of the double-headed snapping turtle's escape. It extended away. This guy wasn't good at speed and his cultivation strength was only at the 7th order emperor realm, so he didn't escape very far. However, he was obviously good at some kind of concealment secret technique and he was quite confident. As Yi Xian's powerful divine sense extended, he didn't see the double-headed snapping turtle's figure in the universe void. Instead, in the core of a giant star more than 3 billion miles away, Yi Xian found the target's aura. It was very weak. With his powerful divine sense of a 2nd order emperor realm immortal, he almost couldn't capture it. Obviously, this double-headed snapping turtle knew how to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He actually tried to use this method to escape and in fact he almost succeeded. Unfortunately, life and death were 2 very absolute concepts. There was no chance to fool around. Even if it was just a little bit, the final result was often opposite. Xiao. With a flash of cold light in its eyes, the starry sky violent ape directly teleported. After 2 teleportations, it had already arrived in front of this inconspicuous abandoned star. What made Yi Xian admire was that at this point, the double-headed snapping turtle, which was hibernating in the core of this abandoned star, still didn't make the slightest movement. Perhaps it was because it was too confident in its concealment secret technique, thinking that Yi Xian didn't sense it at all. He had sensed that they were only here to test the waters. Chapter 4373. Rumble. As Bao Yuan threw a punch, the entire abandoned planet not far in front of him shattered, and a huge blood mist spread out from the debris of the stars that were sputtering endlessly. The star violent ape opened its mouth and sucked in, sending the blood essence of the late-stage emperor into the farmer god cauldron and started blood essence refinement. The last 3 emperors were 2 mid-stage and 1 early stage, so they couldn't have escaped far. With Yi Xian's current strength he could easily catch up to them. Xiao xiao xiao. After teleporting a few more times he quickly returned to where the battle started, as the 3 emperors that were lucky enough to survive had fled in another direction. These 3 fellows probably felt that the stronger emperors were holding Yi Xian back, so they had ample time to escape. There was no need for them to split up and escape. Also, the 3 of them were slightly weaker, so if they stayed together they could at least fight together if they were caught. Hence, the 3 of them stayed together and escaped in the same direction. Yi Xian immediately teleported again and chased in that direction. What made him speechless was that he had originally thought that these 3 fellows were good friends who shared weal and woe together. However, the scene in front of him made him roll his eyes immediately. Of the 3 emperors, the weakest one, a mere 2nd stage emperor, was actually trailing behind by himself, while the other 2 mid-stage emperors were more than 3 billion miles ahead. The one trailing behind wasn't fast enough, so he was obviously being used as a scapegoat by the 2 in front. No wonder he looked so angry. Rumble. Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. His figure flashed as he approached, directly raising his fist and smashing it into a bloody mist. He opened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach, sending it into the Shinnon cauldron in his body, and began to condense blood essence. Immediately after, he teleported again twice in a row. In the blink of an eye, he closed in a few billion miles. The last two mid-stage emperors were less than 1 billion miles away. Friend, no, senior, we are willing to surrender. As long as you can spare our lives, we'll do whatever you want. As despair surged into their hearts, the two middle-stage rulers immediately stopped and begged Yi Xian for mercy. The moment the ferocious ape appeared, they knew they could not escape. In such a short period of time, even the two big shots and the two late-stage rulers had been killed. With their cultivation bases in the middle stage, what hope did they have? If that was not the case, a dignified emperor would not be begging for mercy so desperately. My apologies. You all are willing to surrender, but I am unwilling to accept. Roar. The raging astral ape threw its head back and roared, then suddenly punched out. Boom. Boom. A terrifying power swept out and directly blasted the two middle-stage rulers into blood mists. Following that, they were sucked into the starry sky violent ape's mouth and sent into the Shinong cauldron to be refined with blood essence. At this point, all 8 feral emperors of the forbidden land of the rising sun had fallen. However, for Yi Xian, everything was far from over. Turning around and spreading his divine sense, he found that the entire forbidden land of the rising sun was filled with the figures of the feral beasts of the forbidden land. Some of them had already escaped the edge of the forbidden land, but most were still within the forbidden land of the rising sun's territory. After all, Yi Xian did not take long to kill the 8 feral emperors. Furthermore, the forbidden land of the rising sun was so vast, and the feral beasts of the other forbidden lands were only kings at best. It would take some time for them to escape this area. The forbidden land of the rising sun's 8 rulers are all dead. Anyone who dares to escape will be beheaded without mercy. Soon as Yi Xian fully activated the true yuan in his body, a voice of divine sense shrouded the entire forbidden land of the rising sun. Every feral beast heard it and felt an immeasurably terrifying emperor's aura pressing down on them. Most of the feral beasts were so frightened that they immediately stopped and crawled in the void, trembling. However, there was also a small number of people who fled even faster. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the ferocious ape's figure instantly disappeared. He teleported again and again, reaping the lives of a large number of fleeing feral beasts in different areas each time. However, each time it was just a simple punch. After half an hour, the entire forbidden land of the rising sun was completely silent. Not a single feral beast dared to escape. Since you're not running, this master of the stars will not kill you. Return to the stars and await orders. If anyone dares to come out of the stars, I'll kill you immediately. Whoosh. Swish, swish, swish. Hearing these words, all the ferocious beasts of the forbidden grounds felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They did not stay any longer and turned around to charge towards the planets where their nests were located. In the blink of an eye, the space in the huge forbidden land of sunrise was actually empty. None of the ferocious beasts could be seen. Whoosh. In the next instant, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the farmer god cauldron. Then, with a flash of his figure, he directly arrived at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. With another flip of his hand, 8 Emperor Blood Essence pearls the size of an infant's fist appeared in his right palm. These 8 Emperor Blood Essence pearls would form the foundation for Yi Xian's refinement of the level 24 pill, along with a large number of other top-grade precious materials and treasured bodies of primordial beings. The basic materials. Of course, in addition to these 2 basic materials, according to the formula of the level 24 elixir that Yi Xian had deduced, he would also add about 10 drops of all evil origin liquid and some top-grade resources that he had found in the primordial void. With the 8 Emperor Blood Essence pearls and various other top-grade resources, he was more than 80% confident that he could refine 3 level 24 pills at once. Even the possibility of 4 pills appearing was more than 50%. As for 5 pills, the chances were much lower. Only about 30%. Out of caution, Yi Xian once again analyzed the level 24 pill formula that he had deduced and carefully reviewed twice. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he waved his hand and prepared all the resources and top-grade precious materials required for the formula. Everything was ready. Then he closed his eyes, Farmer God Cauldron, in the inner space at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out continuously. Streaks of dim light shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the Central Territory volcano and directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. They suddenly paused and hovered there. It was Yi Xian refining the level 24 pill for this. All the top-grade materials and cultivation resources prepared for the level 24 pill. 8 drops of Emperor Blood Essence pearls. 10 drops of all evil origin liquid, and all kinds of top-grade precious materials and treasures that were so rare that it made one's hair stand on end. Whoosh! In the next instant, below all the resources, in the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano, a majestic farmer god's 7-colored flame whistled up and instantly condensed into a 7-colored cauldron that was about 10 feet wide. It was small and simple and exuded an extraordinary aura. Chapter 4374. A level 24 pill was enough to make an Emperor level 9 peak immortal become an Emperor level undying in an instant. Such a resource was unimaginable to all the races and powers in the 3 main space planes. Just the level 20 elixir that could make an undying old monster and the level 23 elixir that could make an Emperor level undying was enough to drive them crazy. Not to mention the level 24 elixir that could make an Emperor level undying. In addition, amongst the various top-notch resources that he had prepared to refine the level 24 treasure pill, just the 8 Emperor Immortal level Fierce Beast blood essences were extremely difficult to obtain. As a result, Yi Xian was especially serious this time. He was wholeheartedly controlling everything. He made a series of alchemy hand seals, which turned into mysterious runes that floated from the mouth of the Shinong cauldron and fell into the energy cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. It could be said that there was absolutely no room for error in this refinement. Unknowingly, time slowly passed by. Hong! Suddenly, a huge roar came from above the flame pool at the center of the central region. The cauldron condensed from the pure Shinong 7-colored flames instantly dissipated, and a stream of 7-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool below. What remained above the flame pool were 5 round beads the size of nascent soul fists. Although they were the same size as the vicious beast blood essence from before, they were completely different. The blood essence was blood red and gave off a dense blood chi energy. As for these 5 beads, although they were also the size of nascent soul fists, they gave off a rainbow light and had an incomparably dreamy appearance. The layer of light emitted an ancient and heavy aura. A level 24 pill. Just 1 pill was enough to allow an Emperor level 9 pinnacle to break through to Emperor level 24 within a short period of time after swallowing it. There are actually 5 pills? In the instant that the cauldron was refined, Yi Xian's voice sounded out from the mouth of the Shinong cauldron above the volcano in the central region, revealing a strong sense of surprise and joy. According to his previous calculations, this cauldron of level 24 pills would finally be released. The probability of 5 pills in the cauldron was only 30%. He didn't expect to encounter something with such a small probability. His luck was off the charts. Of course, this might be because of the 2 top-grade Emperor's blood essences, or it might be because Yi Xian had added some of the special resources he'd obtained from the primordial chaos void. However, none of this was important anymore. What was important was that the level 24 treasure pill had finally been successfully refined. As such, for Yi Xian, breaking through to become a true emperor in the future was already a foregone conclusion. There was no way he could escape. As long as he could reach the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm under normal circumstances, he would be able to step into the Emperor realm in a short period of time after consuming a level 24 pill. After playing with them for a while, Yi Xian waved his hand and put away the 5 precious level 24 pills. With a flip of his hand, he took out a large amount of blood essences of Marquis and Emperor level blood essences. They were all killed at the last moment in the Forbidden Land of Rising after killing the 8 Emperor level beasts. There were originally more than 50 Emperor level beasts and more than 500 Marquis level beasts in the Forbidden Land of Rising. When the 8 Emperor level beasts were being hunted down, about 10 Emperor level beasts and nearly 100 Marquis level beasts escaped. The rest of them continued to escape after Yi Xian issued a warning, so they were killed by Yi Xian one after another. Now there were still 12 Emperor level beasts and more than 100 Marquis level beasts in the Forbidden Land of Rising. They were all hiding in the stars, not daring to show their faces again. The rest of the Emperor level beasts and Marquis level beasts' blood essences became Yi Xian's after they were killed. There were a total of 28 Emperor level beasts and more than 300 Marquis level beasts. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian threw the 10 regal blood essences into the cauldron and began to refine them. Not long after, 7 level 23 treasure pills came out of the cauldron. This meant that in the future he would have 7 more Emperor's trusted subordinates. Then 200 Emperor level beasts blood essences and a large amount of other top-grade resources were sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region by Yi Xian. After a while, 126 level 22 pills were produced. This batch of level 22 pills would be able to create more than 100 Emperor level beasts. As for the remaining 18 Emperor level beasts and more than 100 Marquis level beasts, Yi Xian planned to consume them directly and combine them with other top-grade cultivation resources to start another breakthrough. Right now, these beasts' blood essences, 100 cubic meters of purple gold pills, and other top-grade cultivation resources were all taken out and placed in front of him. After calming down, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. All the beast's blood essences instantly formed a bead and entered his mouth, turning into a hot stream that spread out. Then, the 100 cubic meters of purple gold pills and other resources were all compressed into a small ball by him using the domain of the Shenong cauldron. In the blink of an eye they entered his mouth. These beasts' blood essences were all formed from the flesh and blood of the powerful forbidden beasts of the Marquis and King realm. Moreover, they had been condensed by the Shenong seven-colored flames, so their effects could be said to be incomparably tyrannical. Swallowing so many at the same time, even with Yi Xian's cultivation strength and physical body strength, it was hard to resist. However, he was caught off guard and could not bear it. He felt an incomparably hot energy spreading throughout his body. However, the 100 cubic meters of purple gold pills he swallowed were refined using the netherworld furnace milk and the innate yin-chilling spirit liquid instead of the spirit spring. As its medicinal strength spread out, Yi Xian's body instantly had a clear stream of energy neutralizing this. The scorching aura of the beast's blood essences allowed him to catch his breath. Hua! Walala! It was also in the next instant that, in an instant, the sound of chains rattling like a tide came from within his body. This time, 2 shackles of the human body's potential appeared at the same time. This caused him to be rather stunned, but then he was delighted, because this meant that the effects of the resources he had just swallowed were extremely boundless, enough to shake the 2 shackles in Yi Xian's body. What he needed to do next was to completely tear apart these 2 shackles in the process of refining the medicinal strength. Then, his cultivation strength would once again welcome a double breakthrough without any suspense. Very soon the expected intense piercing pain came as expected. If he had only swallowed 100 cubic meters of top-grade purple gold pills, because he had used the netherworld furnace milk and a large amount of innate yin-chilling spirit liquid instead of the spirit spring water. Chapter 4375. However, Yi Xian had long gotten used to the pain of tearing apart the shackles within his body. At this moment, under this kind of pain that ordinary people would not be able to endure, his mind was not shaken in the slightest. He always maintained a clear mind, and at all times, he was not urging the majestic river of energy that had fused into his body, flowing continuously through his limbs and bones. It circulated continuously without any pause. Until the end, Yi Xian even forgot about the existence of time. His entire state of mind was completely immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, when he felt the piercing pain within his body disappear completely, Yi Xian's consciousness returned and he opened his eyes. Both eyes. Almost in the next instant, the familiar system beep sounded in his mind again twice in a row. Ding! Congratulations to host, the ancient cave void technique has broken through. Current level, Emperor level 5. Ding! Congratulations to host, the blood energy level of your physical body has broken through. Current level, Emperor level 5. After the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation level had reached Emperor level 3. If he unleashed the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape transformations to the 7th transformation, he would instantly reach pinnacle level 2 Emperor level. And now, with the arrival of another breakthrough in a short period of time, and 2 consecutive breakthroughs at that, the current Yi Xian, after entering the 7th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his peak combat strength had once again skyrocketed, reaching the 4th level of the immortal Emperor realm. What a terrifying battle prowess, 4th order Emperor realm, on top of the 7th transformation's 60,000 Li body's boundless blood and chi energy, my true battle prowess surpasses a 5th order Emperor realm. Even if it's a peak mid-6th order Emperor realm, I won't lose. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian muttered softly, revealing an incomparable excitement. This way, as long as I don't meet a late-stage Emperor-level Emperor, I have nothing to fear. However, this is still not enough. Within the primordial void, there are more than 10 forbidden lands and star regions around the Milky Way star field. Even the weakest of the tycoons, there are universe knights who have surpassed the Emperor level. In the state of the 7th change, if one's power is not at the universe knight level, there is no guarantee at all that he will be able to walk around. If that's the case, I still need to make a few more breakthroughs. It's just that this time, it's actually 2 consecutive breakthroughs. If nothing unexpected happens, it'll be incomparably difficult if a new round of breakthroughs starts immediately. At the very least, I need to wait for a period of time and engage in a few big battles. I need to fully integrate the increase in combat strength from this breakthrough and stabilize my mental state before I can make the breakthrough. Luckily, there are some middle-sized and large-sized forbidden areas in the void. I can continue to hunt ferocious beasts above the marquee level. I can collect the essence of the ferocious beasts and temper myself. At this point Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a flash, he left the mouth of the Shinong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand he put the cauldron into his body. With a flash, he went directly to the central star area of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Before leaving this place there were still some things that needed to be done. Roar. Listen up, come here immediately. This Star Lord has something to say. After arriving at the central star area, Yi Xian raised his head and roared angrily. His voice spread out and instantly covered the entire vast forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he sent out another voice. All the ferocious beasts below the marquee level can gather in the void space outside their respective nest stars. Marquee and Emperor level, all of you should rush to the central star area as soon as possible. If you're deliberately dragging it out, then kill them. Shio. Shio shio shio. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a large number of ferocious beasts rushed out of the atmosphere of the various life stars in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. No one could withstand the wrath of a titled emperor, and no one dared to play petty tricks at this time. No matter how much they hid and hid, it was useless against the terrifying spirit of a titled emperor. Soon, countless ferocious beasts appeared in the void space outside the atmosphere of all the life stars. It was a sea of ferocious beasts. Yi Xian's spirit swept out and immediately summarized the data in his mind. There was no need to calculate the number of ferocious beasts below the undying level. There were too many of them. And there were more than 2,000 undying level ferocious beasts. Besides that, the remaining 12 emperors and more than 100 marquises in the forbidden land of Rising Sun had also arrived at the central star area in the shortest time possible according to Yi Xian's request. They stopped at a distance of millions of miles away and crawled in the void space. They were trembling in fear. Previously, facing Yi Xian's pursuit, the two emperors could only stop and kneel in the void space to beg for mercy, let alone these marquises and emperors. Before a powerful mid-stage martial emperor, their little bit of strength was simply not even comparable to an ant. At this moment, the entire forbidden land of Rising was deathly silent. Countless fierce beasts from the forbidden land trembled in their hearts. As for the violent ape, which was hundreds of millions of feet tall and was like a star, it stood proudly in the core area of the central star region as its powerful divine sense spread out. Yi Xian's spirit swept through all the life stars in the forbidden land of Rising Sun several times. Shio. Shio shio shio. As the ferocious ape raised his hand, a large number of cultivation resources in the life stars immediately turned into rays of light and shot toward him. They were all top-grade items of all kinds. Especially in the nests of the 8 emperors, most of the rays of light rushed out. The current Yi Xian, even in his normal state, had already reached the mid-stage emperors. He was not interested in ordinary resources at all. This time he raised his hand and took away all the top-grade resources that he was interested in. He was too lazy to take the ordinary resources. According to the ratio, Yi Xian only took away 1% of the cultivation resources in the entire forbidden land of Rising Sunday. 2 was enough. Of course, all of them were essences. The reason why Yi Xian kept those resources that he did not care about instead of taking them away and supplying them to his army in the future was that he wanted to subdue the forbidden land of Rising Sun and take it under his command. As such, he naturally could not be too extreme. These surviving ferocious beasts in the forbidden land also needed resources to cultivate and improve their cultivation. The reason why Yi Xian suddenly made this decision was also after much consideration. On one hand, the Starry Sky nomadic army indeed needed to expand its military strength. On the other hand, it was because the small star vortex that entered the primordial void was in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday inside. Yi Xian needed a force that belonged to him to guard this place firmly. However, he had just launched a monstrous massacre here. The 8 emperors of the forbidden land of Rising Sun were all killed by him alone. Although these guys looked honest, it was only because of fear. To say that they were loyal to Yi Xian, because that was absolutely impossible. Chapter 4376. All of you, are you willing to submit or die? As the 12 conferred kings and hundreds of conferred marquises in the forbidden land of the Rising Sun followed Yi Xian's request to the Central Star region in the shortest time possible, they stopped when they were millions of miles away and prostrated themselves in the void, trembling in fear. The voice of the savage ape's divine sense once again rang out, enveloping the entire forbidden land of the Rising Sun. There was no need to consider this question, nor was there any suspense. If they wanted to die, the 12 conferred kings and hundreds of conferred marquises in front of them, as well as the countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden land prostrating in the void around them, would have long risen up and resisted. They would not have waited until now. However, since the savage ape had already asked, the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land in the void around them did not have the right to respond. Even so, the 12 conferred kings and hundreds of conferred marquises who were just 100 million miles away from Yi Xian immediately trembled and responded in a panic. "We are willing to submit. Greetings, Demon Lord." Roar. These fellows did not even dare to call Yi Xian a savage ape now. Perhaps it was because his demonic might was too overwhelming and his attacks were too ruthless, but one of the ferocious beast kings actually gave Yi Xian the title of Demon Lord. From a certain point of view, from a certain perspective, it was quite appropriate. Not only did the high-level commanders and kings of the more than 100 forbidden area beasts respond, but they were also like Yi Xian, using their divine sense to transmit their words. Although their cultivation was still unable to envelop the entire vast forbidden area of Rising Sun with their strength, it was not a problem for the ferocious beasts of the forbidden land prostrating in the void of the Central Star region to hear it. In fact, this was the effect that Yi Xian wanted. The dignified conferred marquis and king had already expressed their submission in front of their subordinates, so it was basically impossible for them to immediately turn back. If they really did that, there would not be many ferocious beasts of the forbidden land following them. However, if that was all, Yi Xian obviously could not be at ease. Although he needed a huge army of ferocious beasts to protect the forbidden land of the Rising Sun, he could not stay here. Therefore, he had to let the 12 conferred marquis and hundreds of conferred marquis in front of him. Conferred marquis, all of them were willing to submit. Deterrence alone obviously was not enough. As soon as Yi Xian left, these ferocious beasts would immediately took Yi Xian left in the forbidden land of the forbidden land of the Rising Sun had yet to be taken away and fled. In order to make these 100 or so ferocious beasts willingly submit, stay in the forbidden land of the Rising Sun, and lead the countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the Rising Sun on behalf of Yi Xian. After the slap, it was obvious that he had to give them a sweet date or something. Moreover, it had to be big enough and tempting enough. Yi Xian had already planned this in his heart. At this moment, seeing that the 100 or so ferocious beasts' upper echelons all responded in unison and were willing to submit, the giant star violent ape swept its gaze across them and pointed at them. You. All of you. Step out, come to this planet's master. There were 6 ferocious beasts' upper echelons that he pointed at, 3 conferred kings, and 3 conferred marquises. The cultivation of these 6 ferocious beasts' upper echelons had all reached the current great perfection of the 9th stage. As long as they broke through, they would immediately advance by a large realm, from conferred marquis to king, and from conferred king to emperor. However, at this level, breaking through a large realm had become extremely difficult. In the end, only 1 or 2 out of 10 could successfully break through. The rest would either fail in breaking through or meet with an accident and die on the spot. Or because they were unable to break through and lost the possibility of increasing their cultivation strength, they could only exhaust their lifespan and die unwillingly. Even if the lucky ones could successfully break through, in terms of time, it would take a long time. It was fine if they were conferred marquis, but if they were lucky, it would only take them a few decades or 100 years. But when they reached the great perfection of the 9th stage, even if they could break through, it would take them a long time. At the very least, it would take them hundreds or thousands of years. Of course, these ferocious beasts' lifespans were also very long due to their vigorous vitality. A few decades or 100 years was nothing. They would pass by very quickly as they cultivated. However, if there was a chance to quickly break through a large realm and success was guaranteed, no one would be able to resist such a temptation, no matter who it was. This was also the reason why Yi Xian was extremely confident and decided to accept the countless ferocious beasts in the entire Rising Sun Forbidden Land to protect this vast void. At this moment, as his words were spread, the 6 conferred marquis and conferred kings, who were currently at the great perfection of the 9th stage, looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. However, in the end, they did not dare to disobey Yi Xian's order. Following that, they slowly shot forward for a distance. However, in the end, they did not dare to truly approach Yi Xian. Instead, they stopped in the void a million miles away. At such a close distance to an emperor undying, and one that was as large as 100 million feet, with a violent temperament, and an existence that had displayed its devil power just now, the 6 ferocious beasts' upper echelons trembled even more violently. They crawled on the ground, trembling non-stop. He couldn't stop trembling at all. Shio. Shio. Seeing that these 6 fellows had some guts to actually come close to him, although they were still a million li away, thinking about how they were only conferred marquis and conferred king level cultivators, facing a powerful conferred emperor, their guts were indeed impressive. Was not bad. Thinking of this, Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Without any hesitation, the violent ape slightly waved its arm that was like a giant pillar that could support the heavens. In an instant, 6 rays of light shot out and stopped in front of the 6 fierce beasts. They were 3 level 22 pills and 3 level 23 pills. The 3 level 22 pills were given to the 3 conferred marquis to help them break through to emperor level. The other 3 level 23 pills were given to the 3 conferred kings to help them break through to emperor level. The level 22 pills were fine, as Yi Xian still had 136 of them. After giving out these 3, he still had 133 left. However, he only had 8 level 23 pills. Suddenly giving out 3 of them, even Yi Xian couldn't help but feel some pain. He felt some pain in his heart. However, to make the countless ferocious beasts within the Rising Sun Forbidden Land submit willingly and protect this place while Yi Xian was away, and to ensure that the star whirlpool leading to the primordial space was safe and sound, this price to Yi Xian was worth it. Chapter 4377. Swallow the elixirs in front of you and break through immediately. Seeing the 6 beasts' excited expressions and their breathing becoming rapid, Yi Xian knew that they had guessed something. He immediately sent out his divine consciousness voice again, and it still enveloped the entire Rising Sun Forbidden Land. He had planned to let all the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun know what was going on. After paying such a price, it would be too depressing if they could not maximize the benefits. Although the entire Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was vast and boundless, there were many fierce beasts of the Forbidden Land in the East, South, West and North Star fields. They couldn't see what was happening in the Central Star field at all, and their divine sense couldn't extend. It was such a long distance. However, after hearing the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense, they at least knew what was happening in the Central Star region. When Yi Xian left, when the details regarding it were spread through the forbidden area of the Central Star region by the fierce beasts, they were affected by the cultivation strength of the surrounding 4 great star regions. When the weaker beasts in the Forbidden Land heard it, they would not doubt it and would believe it on the spot. At this moment, as Yi Xian's words fell, the 6 beasts' upper echelons did not hesitate and immediately swallowed the elixirs suspended in the void in front of them. No matter how weak their cultivation was, they were still marquis and kings. If they could not even see the effect of the elixir in front of them, they would have lived in vain. In fact, before Yi Xian spoke, the 6 beasts' upper echelons could not hold back. The temptation was too great. If it were not for the fact that the person in front of them was a Thear-cranked existence with terrifying cultivation strength and ruthless methods, they would have been afraid. They would have swallowed it without permission. At this moment, as the 6 elixirs entered their stomachs one after another, the 6 beasts' upper echelons immediately began to refine in the void. All of this was seen by the hundreds of beasts' upper echelons not far away and the countless beasts in the Central Star Domain's Forbidden Land. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a day and night had passed. As the elixirs in their stomachs were gradually refined, the cultivation aura emitted by the 6 beasts' upper echelons became stronger and stronger. Finally, a marquis immortal broke through. The realm bottleneck succeeded. Roar. At this moment, this official level Undying couldn't hide his joy. The moment he broke through, he let out a shocking roar. Simultaneously, a powerful emperor-level energy spread out from his body. Seeing this scene, the hundreds of ferocious beasts in the void not far away all widened their eyes. They had already seen the clues before, and their hearts were already incomparably envious. However, there were still some doubts because this kind of thing was simply unheard of before. Since when did breaking through in the lower realm become so simple? However now, as this official level Undying broke through to Emperor level, all their doubts were gone. The upper echelons of the beasts all had looks of greed in their eyes. Countless beasts in the forbidden lands around the Central Star area were envious. They were so jealous that their saliva almost dripped out of their mouths. Screech, roar. In the next instant 2 more cheers resounded. This time it was 2 emperors who broke through. And now from the energy they emitted they were Emperor-level Undyings. Rumble. Boom. As the 2 newly ascended feral emperors roared in delight, a dense black cloud of retribution abruptly appeared in the void above the 6 feral leaders. After reaching immortality, every major breakthrough must be followed by a black cloud of retribution. After experiencing the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the arrival of this wave of lightning tribulation was within Yi Xian's expectations. As a subordinate of this Star Master, no matter who it is, when their cultivation reaches the Great Circle of the 9th stage, they will be able to obtain a treasure pill. From the Great Circle of the Universe realm to the Great Circle of the Immortal Emperor realm, there are all kinds of treasure pills. At this point, the space-raging ape waved his hand. In an instant, countless rays of light shot out from his hand and hovered in the void before him. They separated into a few canopies and lined up in order. Over 3,000 level 20 pills. Over 500 level 21 pills. Over 100 level 22 pills. 5 level 23 pills. Even the level 24 pills required to break through to Emperor level were the same, a total of 5 of them. 5 different levels of treasured pills spread across the void, emitting different auras. The countless beasts in the forbidden areas in the central starfield could clearly feel it. At this moment, the entire central starfield fell into a dead silence. All the beasts in the forbidden areas had bloodshot eyes, and their breathing quickened. This batch of treasured pills was too tempting. It could even help an Emperor level 9 to break through to the Emperor level. There were even treasured pills for the Emperor level. As such, even the 2 tycoons of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, who were the 2 half-step emperors, couldn't help but be tempted. Of course, the countless beasts in the forbidden area of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land would never know that this batch of treasured pills, especially the 5 top-grade treasured pills that could help one break through to the Emperor level, was actually made from the bodies of the 8 emperors in the forbidden area of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Condensed from blood and chi, Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. With a wave of his hand, Bao Yuan caused all the treasured pills to disappear as he kept them back into his undying world. At this moment, Yi Xian's voice sounded out once again. However, this Star Master only provides precious pills of various levels for breaking through to the next realm. As for whether or not he can withstand the lightning tribulation after breaking through, that is something that cannot be taken care of. Speaking until here, Bao Yuan suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, an invisible Emperor-level force spread out and wrapped around the 3 beasts that had just broken through and sent them to the edge of the central starfield. In the next instant, as the 3 ferocious beasts were separated, the dense tribulation clouds that had gathered above the heads of the 6 ferocious beasts also split into 3. In the blink of an eye, the 3 ferocious beasts' upper echelons left at an extremely fast speed. Roar! Almost at the same time, the remaining 3 high-ranking ferocious beasts opened their eyes and roared in joy. With the arrival of their breakthrough, the tribulation clouds that had just disappeared above their heads reappeared in an instant, condensing together and enveloping a large area of the void. This time there was no need for Yi Xian to make a move. The 3 fellows who had just broken through had already turned around and shot off in different directions before their roars of joy had even faded away. Not long after, their figures abruptly stopped in an empty area. Then they all raised their heads and roared angrily, welcoming their respective impending lightning tribulations. In a short period of time, the 6 beasts that had swallowed the treasured pills, whether it was the Marquis realm or the King realm, all successfully broke through without exception and welcomed the final lightning tribulation test of advancing to the next realm. Chapter 4378. Boom. Rumble. In the forbidden land of Rising Sun, at the edge of the central star region, earth-shattering roars came from not 1 but 6 places. This was the scene of the 6 ferocious beasts who had just broken through to a higher realm. At this moment, the vast forbidden land of Rising Sun and the 5 major star regions were silent. Because the void covered by these 6 calamity clouds was too vast, even the countless ferocious beasts in the 4 major star regions around the central star region could be seen from afar. At this moment, all of them were looking into the distance with incomparable looks on their faces. Envy was written all over their faces. Not long after, in just the time it took to eat a meal, the rumbling sound of thunder gradually subsided and finally disappeared completely. The foundation of these 6 ferocious beasts was not bad, as all of them had withstood the test of the thunder calamity. Although they were injured, it would not take long for them to recover after a short period of seclusion. Putting aside the 3 ferocious beast commanders who had broken through from Marquis level to Emperor level, the other 3 ferocious beast commanders who had broken through from Emperor level to Emperor level were of great significance to Yi Xian. On the one hand, he would have 3 more emperors under his command because of this. This time, after such a great benefit and tasting the sweetness, these 3 ferocious beast emperors would absolutely not be disloyal to Yi Xian. There was absolutely no doubt about this. On the other hand, with these 3 newly promoted ferocious beast emperors, the overall strength of the entire forbidden land of Rising Sun had finally recovered a little. In terms of high-level combat strength, there were a total of 8 emperors here previously, and all of them were killed by Yi Xian. Although there were only 3 left now and they were only newly promoted emperors, in this vast void fragment of the universe, there was no longer a relatively close area around it. There were no similar large-scale forbidden star regions. The only large-scale remnant star region of the same level was extremely far away and could not pose a threat to this place at all. Therefore, with these 3 newly promoted emperors overseeing the forbidden land of rising sun, Yi Xian could completely rest assured and leave at any time. Greetings, my lord. As the thunder calamity dissipated, these 6 kings and emperors immediately returned from the edge of the central star region to the front of Yi Xian. In the void a million miles away, they knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, sending out their divine senses to pay respects to Yi Xian. Compared to before, the words of these 6 fellows were clearly filled with sincerity. The harvest this time was so great, and this kind of sweetness could continue in the future. As long as they performed well, they would even be able to obtain the Emperor Bestowment Pill in the future. Emperor Yi. What could be more tempting than this? It could be said that even if Yi Xian wanted to chase them away now, they would not leave. In the future, the 3 of you will be the commanders of the forbidden land of rising. With a wave of his hand, the 6 kneeling kings and emperors were lifted up by Yi Xian. Then, with a flash of his body, he was released from the 7th transformation of the devil ape, and his body returned to the starry sky berserk ape that was 30 meters tall. None of the ferocious beasts present dared to make a move against him. Then Yi Xian turned to look at the 3 ferocious beasts. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay here for long. However, I will come here occasionally. Your mission is to lead all the ferocious beasts in the entire forbidden area to help me protect this land. Rise Forbidden Area. In the future, whether it is you or other ferocious beasts, those below the universe grade will have to rely on themselves to cultivate. Those above the universe grade who have reached the great circle of the 9th stage can apply to me for a treasure pill that corresponds to their level. The first distribution will be made when I return. During this period, those who have broken through to the great circle of the 9th stage can apply by themselves and wait for my return. After saying that, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore. His body swayed and floated into the distance, disappearing at the end of the line of sight in the blink of an eye. Farewell, Demon Master. At this moment, countless ferocious beasts in the entire Rise Forbidden Area prostrated themselves in the void and sent him off in unison. Yi Xian's last words made them feel completely reassured. Those ferocious beasts whose cultivation had reached the great circle of the 9th stage of the immortal realm and the 9th stage of the universe grade of the 9th stage of the 9th stage were all overjoyed. This was because the next time the Demon Master returned, they would each receive a treasure pill. Breaking through the bottleneck of their cultivation and entering the next level was already a foregone conclusion. Half a year later, in a cosmic void hundreds of billions of miles away from the Rise Forbidden Area, on the surface of an abandoned planet, a space-raging ape that was about 30 meters tall and had a cultivation base of the 6th stage of the Emperor grade could be seen. This space-raging ape was Yi Xian. In the past half a year after leaving the Rise Forbidden Area, Yi Xian had been wandering around in the starry sky, searching for middle-level and large-scale forbidden areas of the starry sky to hunt. He could be said to be single-handedly wreaking havoc in the vast void. In the past half a year, he had obtained 6 pieces of regal blood essence. However, Yi Xian did not refine any more level 24 pills. Although he could refine 6 pieces of regal blood essence, he could not guarantee that the number of level 24 pills would be maximized. Therefore Yi Xian made up his mind. He would only refine a few more pieces of regal blood essence after collecting them. In addition to the regal blood essence, he had also obtained 23 pieces of regal blood essence and more than 100 pieces of marquis blood essence. Among them he kept 13 pieces of regal blood essence and planned to refine another batch of level 23 pills in the future. As for the remaining 10 pieces of regal blood essence and more than 100 pieces of marquis blood essence, Yi Xian planned to consume them himself to break through again. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out the ferocious beast blood essence and a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources. In the blink of an eye, he compressed them into a small ball with the power of the Shenong cauldron in his body. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed them, turning them into a majestic river of energy. Then it gushed out. The clanking sounds of shackles soon rang out continuously from within his body. Clang. After an unknown period of time, a loud metallic clanging sound rang out. The shackles that appeared in Yi Xian's body this time broke in response. Almost in the next instant, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind once again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the void ancient formula. Current realm, level 6 Emperor Immortal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the blood chi body. Current realm, level 6 Emperor Immortal. After the previous breakthrough, if he performed the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation demonic ape bloodline, he would instantly reach the peak battle strength of level 4 Emperor Immortal. Chapter 4379. Roar. After ending his seclusion, Yi Xian raised his head and roared. His voice shook the universe hundreds of millions of miles away. A powerful emperor's domineering aura swept across the universe. Now, he had activated the devil ape bloodline in his body and transformed into a 30-meter-tall star-raging ape. The aura he exuded was that of a level 7 emperor, which was the late stage of the emperor level. Even if he did not use the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape transformations, his current level of cultivation was enough for him to move unhindered in the void fragment of the untainted land. This was because even in a large-scale forbidden area like the Rising Sun Forbidden Land or a large-scale remnant star field, only emperors were in charge. As for emperors, they were the strongest in the top-grade forbidden area. There was no top-grade forbidden area in the star field around this star field. However, even though Yi Xian had experienced 2 consecutive breakthroughs and his cultivation had skyrocketed, he wasn't satisfied. His goal was to raise his strength to a level 2 emperor level in this vast star field. That way, once he activated the devil ape bloodline in his body, he would instantly become a level 3 emperor. Then, he would use the 9 transformation devil ape bloodline ability to the 7th transformation, and he would instantly become a level 1 universe knight. Only then would he have the confidence and qualifications to roam the chaos void. Currently, he was only a level 6 emperor level cultivator in his normal state. He still had 5 levels to break through to become a level 2 emperor. However, he obviously couldn't do it again right now. After all, he had just completed 2 consecutive breakthroughs. He needed to stabilize his state of mind and strengthen his state of mind. Yi Xian decided to use a series of battles to his heart's content to achieve all of this. Raising his head and roaring, his figure blurred as he shot off into the distance, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Flying at full speed with his 7th Order Emperor Realm cultivation, 2 planets appeared in the distance after 2 months. This was a medium-sized forbidden space, and there were 2 peak 9th Order Emperor Realm sovereigns guarding this forbidden space. They were the so-called half-step emperors. For Yi Xian, even if the 2 of them were tied together, they would not be able to withstand a single punch from him. He was just passing by this place. A medium-sized forbidden area was no longer his goal. However, he could not miss out on the 2 regal blood essences. What's more, there were still 14 officials in this medium-sized restricted space area. Roar. Yi Xian threw his head back and roared. This time, he didn't even use the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape transformations. Instead, he maintained his 30-meter-tall figure and rushed toward the medium-sized forbidden area in front of him. This shocking roar shook the entire forbidden land. Countless beasts in the forbidden land trembled. They did not even have the thought to struggle. Yi Xian didn't even bother with these beasts. He didn't even care about the normal undying beast. His goal was only the 2 conferred kings and the 14 conferred lords. Until now, the blood essence condensed from the blood and chi of an ordinary undying body was almost negligible to Yi Xian's cultivation. Only the blood essence of a conferred marquis was still worth seeing. And, if nothing unexpected happened when he reached the emperor level, even the blood essence of an emperor level would have the same effect. Hence, any emperor level existence would definitely have an endless supply of treasures and medicines. Just by piling them up. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. Almost at the same time as his roar resounded, the forbidden land ahead seemed to have responded to his roar. Tens of sharp sonic booms resounded. The 2 conferred kings and the 14 conferred marquises immediately started to flee. This time, it was not only a ferocious beast ruler that came to kill them, but it was also a ruler in the late stage. They did not have any chance to resist at all. Even if they used their extreme speed to escape at this moment, their chances of survival were very slim. They were purely fighting with all their might. Rumble. Rumble rumble rumble. Yi Xian waved his fists, attacking continuously from afar. Waves of formless majestic power whizzed out, and the stars along the way were not affected at all. However, the tens of figures that were fleeing in different directions exploded without any suspense. They turned into a bloody mist, which was then sucked into Yi Xian's mouth and sent into the Shen Nong cauldron, where he refined them into 2 emperors and 14 officials. At this point, apart from the 6th Arc-ranked beasts' blood essences, Jianghu still had 15 king-ranked beasts' blood essences and 14 marquis-ranked beasts' blood essences. This amount was still too little. It was not enough for one breakthrough. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately turned and shot towards the right. Just like that, in the next half a year, Yi Xian encountered a few more forbidden lands. Each time it was the same as the first time. He directly killed the strongest emperors and officials, extracted their blood essence and refined them into feral beast blood essences and floated away, far away. During this time he even encountered a feral beast emperor that had just broken through to Emperor Realm in a forbidden lands. It was also easily killed. After half a year, Yi Xian had 7 emperor-level blood essences, 36 king-level blood essences, and 167 marquis-level blood essences. This was enough for him to break through again. In addition, half a year had passed, and the realm and state of mind that he had broken through before had been consolidated. Swish! In a flash, Yi Xian came to a more remote space in the universe. He was ready to take out the Shen-Nong cauldron and break through again. At this time, a familiar throbbing came from his body. It was the movement of the Yen Luo. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and his hand movements changed instantly. He originally wanted to take out the Shen-Nong cauldron, but now he took out the Yen Luo. Swish! With a faint sound, Bao Luo whizzed out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth that was 100 feet in size. It moved slowly in the space in front of Yi Xian, revealing an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. Almost at the same time Bao Luo was taken out, the voice of Fairy Wuxia, who had fallen into a deep sleep after the reconstruction of the treasure body, sounded. It was gentle and pleasant, and it made one's bones feel lighter. Master, Wuxia has woken up. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. My strength has recovered to Emperor Realm Peak 9th stage, which is half a step away from Emperor Realm. In addition, other than Wuxia, the other 6 sisters have also woken up. Who would have thought that after so many years, the 7 great beauties of the desolate era would reunite today? Hiss! All of them have woken up? Chapter 4380. The 7 gorgeous cultivators in the Yenluo were Hanba, Ho-Chin, Lady of Desolation, Fairy of 9 Heavens, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Fairy Wuxia. In the distant primordial era, these 7 female cultivators were once extremely beautiful. They were known as the 7 great beauties of the primordial era and were famous for a time. Later, in the great battle of the Desolation era, the 7 gorgeous cultivators all fell. However, each of them had a wisp of consciousness origin sealed in the Yenluo. Countless years later, this treasure was obtained by Yi Xian. During that time they experienced various dangers and obstacles. Today the 7 gorgeous cultivators of desolation who were once famous in the Desolation era were finally reunited. Furthermore, they had all condensed their bloodline true bodies of this life, because they had successfully lived a second life. As for cultivation strength, not only had Fairy Wuxia become a half-step emperor, but even Hanba, Ho-Chin, and the other 5 cultivators had also reached the peak of Emperor level 9 after their last slumber. Although the 6 of them weren't like Fairy Wuxia when they reconstructed their current treasure bodies, they didn't find their original bodies from their previous lives that were almost completely unharmed. However, they had awakened earlier, and Yi Xian had also continuously invested a large amount of top-notch cultivation resources. It was almost an unlimited supply. Moreover, they were all powerful beings of the Desolation era in their previous lives. In this life, they had only reconstructed their true bodies and recovered their cultivation. They were not like Yi Xian who had to cultivate step by step from the beginning. Therefore, with the accumulation of a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources, after a few slumbers, their cultivation strength had recovered so quickly. Now they had all reached the half-step emperor level. It was very normal. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, 7 figures rushed out of the Yenluo and lined up in the void in front of Yi Xian. These were the 7 gorgeous cultivators of Desolation era. No matter which one it was, they were all existences with top-grade appearances and figures. What was even more amazing was that the 7 gorgeous cultivators all had different temperaments. At this moment, at a glance, it was as if it was not enough to grow a pair of eyes. The feeling. Yi Xian could be considered a person who had seen the world, but at this moment he still could not control himself. His heartbeat immediately accelerated, and even his breathing became hurried. His nose seemed to be faintly itchy and blood seemed to flow out at any time. He quickly controlled it with care. Yes. Greetings, Master. Their figures suddenly appeared. The 7 peerlessly beautiful cultivators of the Great Desolate Era smiled and bowed towards Yi Xian at the same time, softly calling out to their master. This time Yi Xian really couldn't hold it in any longer. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, almost biting it off. His fluttering mind finally calmed down a little. But although his mind was temporarily calm, he didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of him. Suddenly he felt a sense of helplessness. Just like this, Yi Xian was surrounded by the 7 beautiful cultivators. After a long while he finally got used to it. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. When the 7 beautiful cultivators reunited, they naturally couldn't help but laugh. Yi Xian was sandwiched in the middle and one could imagine the pain. However, he didn't have any temper at all because their cultivation bases were all above his. Any one of them was a half-step emperor. Yi Xian was now in the state of activating the devil ape bloodline in his body. He was only a 7th order emperor, so he was no match for them. After some discussion, the 7 beauties unanimously decided that they would not enter the Yen Luo for a short period of time. They would stay outside and get a good breath of fresh air. In fact, now that they had reconstructed their precious bodies and had flesh and blood, there was no need for them to return to the Yen Luo. However, after all, the Yen Luo had been their home for so many years, and they couldn't bear to part with it for the time being. At this moment, Yi Xian was dumbfounded when he heard that these 7 girls were actually going to stay by his side and not go back. It was not very convenient for him to have 7 girls by his side. Even if they were stronger than him in terms of cultivation, he did not need to worry about their safety. However, with 7 gorgeous cultivators by his side, it was not an ordinary thing to attract attention. What's more, Yi Xian was now planning to go to another large forbidden area in this vast star field. It was the abandoned star field that faced the rising star field across the endless void from the forbidden land of Rising Star. His purpose in going to the abandoned star field was not to obtain the blood essence of the ominous beasts, because the strongest in the abandoned star field were the remnants of the Desolation era, not the ominous beasts at all. Yi Xian's purpose in going there was to obtain a more complete and higher-grade secret method to refine the blood essence medicine from this large abandoned star field. Back then, the Mulberry Tree Star region was only a life star inhabited by the survivors of the primordial era. It wasn't even close to reaching the scale of a small remnant star region. However, the secret technique that Yi Xian obtained to refine the flesh and blood medicine was also obtained by him. Yi Feiqian. It could be said that the reason why Yi Xian could attain the strength of an emperor immortal so quickly was closely related to this. The Mulberry Tree Star Field, which could not even be considered a small abandoned star field, already had such a miraculous secret method to refine the blood essence medicine passed down by the remnants of the Desolation era. Then, it was easy to imagine how tempting the secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine in the hands of the powerful survivors of the Desolation era who lived in a remnant star domain that had reached the level of a large force would be. However, this matter could not be carried out directly by force like how he had wiped out the ominous beast's forbidden lands. This was because the core information and the secret method must be in the hands of the strongest person in this abandoned star field. This was a large abandoned star field, and the strongest person was an emperor immortal. Under the 7th transformation of the devil ape, Yi Xian's cultivation could reach the 5th order of the emperor immortal realm. However, even at the 5th order of the emperor immortal realm, he could easily kill an emperor immortal. However, if the other party wanted to self-detonate and erase his memory, he could not guarantee that he could stop all this with his emperor immortal strength. Unless he had the strength of a universe knight. However, Yi Xian obviously did not have such strength now. Therefore, Yi Xian could not use force to obtain the more complete and higher-grade blood essence medicine from the Desolation era by force. He could only enter the abandoned star field in a low-key manner and investigate the situation thoroughly. Then he would plan and take action. Under such circumstances, it was absolutely impossible to have 7 half-step emperors by his side, and all of them were top-grade beauties. He was afraid that he would immediately attract the attention of thousands of people as soon as he entered the star field. At that time, once people became suspicious, it would be difficult to carry out any subsequent action. Chapter 4381. The 9 Dragons Luan carriage was obtained by Yi Xian from the treasury of the Yin Demon clan in the Second Universe. At that time, Yi Xian changed his name to Ancestor Huan Ting. He had the Yin Demon body and claimed to be the direct descendant of the Yin Demon clan's ancestor. He had been sleeping for countless years and was sealed in the present world. At that time, the person in charge of the Yin Demon clan was the clan elder Yin Qi. He completely believed in Yi Xian's identity and took out a primordial treasure-level carriage from the treasury of the clan and offered it to the ancestor. The 9 Dragons Luan carriage was simple and unadorned. It was made of bronze and emitted a strong primordial aura. It could be said to be extremely stunning. 9 green dragons in energy form pulled the carriage. The carriage was 1,000 feet long and looked like a moving palace. When this treasure was put away, it was only the size of a palm. Once it was activated, it was 1,000 feet long. The bronze shaft and the 9 green dragons pulling the carriage were simply shocking. Those who didn't know would think that a real primordial supreme expert had descended to the mortal world. It was. However, it didn't have any offensive ability, but its speed and defense were extraordinary. The great evaluation of this primordial treasure was completely because it was extremely luxurious. In short, this 9 dragons lawn carriage was definitely a divine artifact, but its practicality could be completely ignored. Back then, the Een Demon Clan's clan leader, Een Emperor, had obtained this lawn for many years, but he had never dared to sit on it and travel once. This was because he was afraid of being beaten to death. Even a grand universe almighty figure was like this, so one could well imagine how luxurious and hateful it was. However, this treasure was just right for Ancestor Huan Ting's extremely high-profile temperament. Of course, it was also very compatible with his identity. Therefore, this treasure was taken out by Yin Qi and given to Yi Xian. In the following period of time, he also sat on the 9 dragons azure lawn carriage with the identity of Patriarch Huan Ting. A group of Een Demon Clan beautiful cultivators served him, and a large number of Een Demon Clan members followed around the lawn carriage. Everyone. Moreover, the clan elder Yin Qi and the others personally opened the way, calling him Ancestor Huan Ting and his life as long as the heavens, and deceiving people in the major star regions of the second universe. At that time, it had caused a sensation in the 3 great planes of the universe. Later on, when it was revealed that the so-called pleasure fiend patriarch was actually young Master Linghu, the Een demons had lost all face. Because of this, the clan leader, Een Emperor, lost his mind, and chased after young Master Linghu all over the world. Elder Yin Qi and the others didn't even dare to return to their own race. They wandered in space and eventually became space pirates. Of course, Yi Xian would never know that not only did Yin Qi and his clansmen of the Een Demon Clan, who later became space pirates, enter the void fragment of this primeval world, even the former leader of the Een Demon Clan, Een Emperor, did the same. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot. He felt that since he couldn't keep a low profile, then he should keep a high profile as much as possible. Anyway, his purpose was only to obtain the complete secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine passed down in the large remnant star field. And when it came to showing off, what could be better than the 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot? However, although the 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot was a primordial treasure, it was considered extraordinary and was at the same level as the Yen Luo. When Yi Xian's cultivation was still weak, he used it to show off in the 3 great planes of the universe, and the effect was not bad. However, when it came to a large remnant star field with an emperor-level undying guarding it, it was obviously not enough. Although the grade of this primordial treasure was still enough to make emperors look askance, it was hard to say how shocked they would be. If he wanted to achieve the excellent effect that he used to show off and cheat in the second plane of the universe, this 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot had to be refined again. The 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot was a primordial treasure. If it were in the past, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to refine it at all. But now it was different. On one hand, Yi Xian's own cultivation base had already reached the 6th level of the Immortal Emperor stage. If he were to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability to the 7th transformation, his cultivation base would directly rise to the 1st level of the Immortal Emperor stage. On the other hand, the Shenong unusual flame in the Shenong cauldron had already evolved to the 7-colored flame level. It was not too difficult to refine a primordial treasure again. The current Shenong cauldron could even refine those practical primordial treasures that were more inclined towards defense or attack, let alone the 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot, which was just a flashy primordial treasure. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately became excited. This was a very normal thing. Since he entered the void fragment of the primordial world, he was either in seclusion or on expeditions. He had almost no time to rest. This time, if he were to refine the 9 dragons green lawn chariot once more, he would be able to use a certain identity in his head to bring 7 half-step Thear-cranked martial artists of the primordial era into that large-scale remnant star region. From a certain point of view, this process was actually a kind of relaxation after a long period of tension. It would be strange if he did not feel excited about such an interesting thing. He did as he thought. With a flip of his hand, a palm-sized bronze phoenix chariot appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was the 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot. Seeing his action, the 7 beauties who were whispering to each other at the side all turned their heads to look at him. At the same time, the sounds of women chattering could be heard. The eyes of the 7 beautiful cultivators were all shining with golden light as they gathered around with interested expressions on their faces. What a beautiful bronze phoenix chariot. It's actually a primordial treasure. This is already extremely extraordinary. In the primordial era, the top treasures were only primordial treasures. Primordial treasures are second only to this. However, although this chariot doesn't seem to have any defensive or offensive abilities, it's really too gorgeous. It's simply tailor-made for us. That's right. With our looks and figures, it's obviously inconvenient for us to walk in the outside world. With this chariot, we can avoid this problem. Thank you, Master. You're really too considerate. You're simply the sister's personal cotton-padded jacket. As the chatter sounded, Yi Xian's gaze swept over the seven beauties' beautiful figures as if it was a conditioned reflex. He especially took a few more glances at the towering peaks. At the same time, the words personal cotton-padded jacket quietly appeared in his mind. In the next instant, Yi Xian's entire face turned green without reservation. He hurriedly kept the palm-sized 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix chariot in his hand. Then, as if to hide something, he hurriedly said, "Sisters, can you stop fooling around? This Master of the Stars is taking out this magic treasure to refine it." Chapter 4382. I've decided to take out 9 primordial demonic dragon treasured bodies and refine them into it. I'll make it a real demonic dragon chariot. Yi Xian immediately made his decision when he was surrounded by a group of girls who showed great interest in the 9 dragons blue phoenix chariot in his hand. But in truth, when he said these words, he didn't have much confidence in himself. He did have 9 primordial demonic dragon treasured bodies. Apart from the demonic dragon treasured bodies, he also had many other primordial creatures' treasured bodies. Not only were there primordial creatures' treasured bodies, but there were also primordial supreme creatures' treasured bodies. Of course, most of them were primordial creatures' treasured bodies and those below. However, back then Yi Xian had tried to use the remains of a powerful being from the primordial era to refine the treasure liquid and directly roast it. But before he could do anything, the corpse lantern tattoo on his left chest immediately burned and gave him a warning. Yi Xian could casually use the remains of quasi-desolate ancient beings and lower desolate ancient beings, and the headless infant corpse wouldn't interfere. However, the remains of desolate ancient beings and desolate ancient sovereigns were not part of this list. This was because in the primordial war, although these primordial creatures' treasured bodies and primordial supreme creatures had fallen, the Tower of Antiquity inheritance had floated across the battlefield and collected a wisp of their remnant souls. In the future, when Yi Xian's cultivation had reached a certain level, he might be able to resurrect these primordial creatures' treasured bodies and primordial supreme creatures with the wisp of remnant souls collected in the Tower of Antiquity inheritance. Even if he couldn't directly resurrect them with the remains of his previous life, these primordial creatures' treasured bodies and primordial supreme creatures' treasured bodies in his previous life would obviously be easier to recreate in this life. Once resurrected, the starting point of their cultivation would be higher. For example, Fairy Zixia was one such example. Therefore, Yi Xian had only used the primordial creatures' treasured bodies below primordial creatures' treasured bodies. He had never used the primordial creatures' treasured bodies and primordial supreme creatures' treasured bodies. All the corpses of the primordial creatures of these 2 levels were properly stored in the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the Shinong Cauldron domain. Because of this, Yi Xian's heart was beating like a drum when he said that he would use the remains of the 9 primordial supreme demon dragons. He was afraid that as soon as he finished speaking, the corpse lantern tattoo on his left chest would immediately heat up and reject him. But perhaps it was because he was only using the remains of the 9 primordial supreme demon dragons to refine the demon dragon imperial chariot instead of using them to refine medicinal liquid or roast them, so it wouldn't cause any damage to them. Yi Xian had spoken for a long time, but there was still no reaction from the zombie lantern tattoo on his left chest. It was as if the headless corpse did not object to this matter. Swish! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out the Shinong Cauldron and nodded to the 7 beautiful cultivators beside him. Then he stepped into the mouth of the Shinong Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored mist, and sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed. At the same time, in the space inside the Shinong Cauldron, at the bottom of the central domain volcano. Swish! Swish swish swish. A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded one after another. Streaks of light shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the volcano in the central domain and directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. Suddenly they paused and hovered. It was the demon dragon imperial chariot that Yi Xian had refined for this purpose. All kinds of refining materials and the remains of the 9 primordial supreme demon dragons were prepared. These 9 primordial supreme demon dragons were as black as ink, and each of them was more than 1,000,000 feet tall. Their bodies exuded a strong murderous aura. Even though they had fallen for countless years, they were still shocking and shocking. Then from above the mouth of the Shinong cauldron, a streak of light shot out. It was the 9 dragons green phoenix imperial chariot that Yi Xian had thrown out. Whoosh! In the next moment, below all the materials in the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain, a majestic Shinong 7-colored flame roared up and instantly condensed into a 7-colored cauldron with a radius of 10 feet. It was small and simple, exuding an extraordinary aura. With the formation of this small flame cauldron purely condensed from the Shinong 7-colored flame, all kinds of materials, the 9 dragons green phoenix imperial chariot, and the remains of the 9 primordial supreme demon dragons all flew up automatically under the power of the Shinong cauldron. They shrank and entered the small flame cauldron with a radius of only 10 feet. Henceforth, the refining of the demon dragon imperial chariot officially began. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. This time, Yi Xian was a little nervous about refining the demon dragon imperial chariot. On one hand, it was because he used the Shinong cauldron's 7-colored flame to roast meat, refine flesh medicine, and various kinds of precious pills. Although it was a common thing to do, it was the first time that he used it to refine weapons. What's more, the 9 dragons green phoenix imperial chariot was originally a primordial supreme treasure. This time, Yi Xian wanted to enhance its power and directly refine it to the level of a primordial supreme treasure. The difficulty of this could be imagined. What's more, this time he directly used the remains of 9 demon dragons of the primordial supreme treasure level. This was absolutely unprecedented. With all of this added together, even Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Boom! After an unknown period of time, suddenly, a huge roar sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano. The cauldron formed by the pure Shinong 7-colored flame immediately disappeared. A stream of 7-colored flame rushed back to the flame pool below like a river. What was left above the flame pool was a palm-sized demon dragon imperial chariot treasure. All of the top-grade materials and the remains of the 9 demon dragons that had been thrown into the cauldron had disappeared. Without a doubt, the refining this time was a success. All of the materials had completely merged together and turned into this magic treasure that appeared at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano. It was somewhat similar to the original 9 dragons green phoenix imperial chariot, but was completely different. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face immediately showed a look of surprise. Before he could react, the familiar system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The demon dragon imperial chariot has been discovered. Grade, primordial supreme treasure. Quality, perfect and flawless. Do you want to refine it immediately? Primordial supreme treasure. Furthermore, it was in perfect condition. This time the refinement was a complete success. Whoosh! In excitement, Yi Xian flew out of the Shinong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and waved his hand to keep the cauldron into his body. Then, with a flip of his hand, the demon dragon imperial chariot that had just been successfully refined appeared in his right hand. Chapter 4383. Whoosh! After sizing it up in his hand, Yi Xian waved his hand. The demonic dragon chariot in his palm instantly turned into a black-purple light and shot forward. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a 1,000-foot-long chariot. Luan Drive Chariot. The entire Luan Drive chariot was purple gold and emitted a metallic luster. Every inch of it had a purple-gold halo rising like a dense fog. It was engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was covered with mysterious runes. It exuded an incomparably simple aura. The chariot's 1,000-foot-long area was divided into 2 parts. The back half had a dome like a secret chamber. It used space technology and there was a universe inside. The space was very large. The front half did not have a dome or 4 walls, but it was covered by a layer of fog. The front half was covered by a layer of purple gold fog. One could sit in the front half and enjoy the scenery, but even in this front half, there were actually many modes. When necessary, one could adjust to the visible mode, and the fog would instantly become translucent, as if there was a layer of purple gauze in between. When not necessary, with a thought, the curtain-like purple fog would become dense in an instant. Everything inside could not be seen. This was only the Luan Drive chariot. Outside the chariot there were other extensions. These extensions were 7,000-foot-long black demonic dragons. One circled behind the chariot, and there was another one on the left and right sides. In front of the chariot there were 6 black dragons pulling the chariot. There were a total of 9 black dragons, and all of them were real and not energy shadows. Moreover, the aura emitted by these 9 black dragons was of the primordial era. If necessary, with a thought, Yi Xian could control any few of the demonic dragons to rush into the distance and launch an attack. Of course, if this was the case, the cultivation strength of these 9 black dragons would definitely not reach the primordial era's almighty realm. Their aura was of the primordial era's almighty realm, but their true combat strength was limited by Yi Xian's own cultivation strength. The stronger he was, the better the 9 demonic dragons would be when they rushed out to kill the enemy. After all, they were not real living demonic dragons, but puppets that were refined to pull the chariot. But even if they couldn't win, it would be impossible for the enemy to destroy the 9 demonic dragons' treasured bodies. Of course, whether it was the 9 demonic dragons or the one chariot pulled by the demonic dragons, they were only around 1,000 zhang in size because Yi Xian had deliberately suppressed them. If he wanted to, both the chariot and the demonic dragons could reach 100,000 zhang in size. But now that Yi Xian had returned to his human form and the 7 primeval cultivators were even more so, a carriage with a radius of 1,000 feet was more than enough. Wow, so beautiful, so mighty. From now on, we sisters will move to this demon dragon's imperial carriage. No one can drive us away. Regardless of whether I play it or not, Master won't allow it. Seeing the demonic dragon in front of them, the eyes of the 7 beautiful cultivators lit up and they cheered. As if they had agreed beforehand, they all leaped up and jumped onto the phoenix chariot. First, they wandered around the front half of the purple fog curtain. Some of them leaned against the short table in the center, which was filled with all kinds of spirit wine and spirit fruits, and sat on the ground to test whether the floor covered in ferocious beast fur was soft and comfortable. Some of them wandered around. They looked at the scenery. In the end, after a while, the 7 girls all leaped into the carriage with 4 walls and a dome and disappeared. Although this part of the carriage with 4 walls and a dome was only 50 zhang in circumference, in fact, the space inside was more than 10,000 miles. There were mountains and rivers, connected palaces, and groups of auspicious beasts and monsters. It was obvious that these 7 maidservants would not be able to finish strolling around in a day or two. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian shook his head and bitterly smiled. However, there was something else that attracted the attention of the 7 girls, causing him to heave a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and he directly flew into the treasured carriage. As he thought about it, then the 9 demonic dragons stretched their necks and roared at the same time. The 3 dragons on the left, right, and back didn't move. They coiled up and acted as guards. The 6 demonic dragons in front soared at the same time and pulled the chariot, turning into a purple-black light and shooting away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared at the end of the distant void. Then they disappeared, whoosh. With a wave of his hand, the elephantine sable was summoned out of the Shenong cauldron by Yi Xian. It directly landed on the ground covered in ferocious beast fur in the front half of the chariot. This time, when leaving the base camp in the primordial void, Yi Xian didn't bring the 8 great guardian deities, the 3-clawed flood dragon and old monster Yingji with him. Only the elephantine sable was an exception. After all, this old fellow had the bloodline of the treasure-seeking mouse in his body. He was born with a strong divine sense towards all kinds of top-grade treasures and resources. Who knew if he would have an unexpected harvest by bringing him along? As soon as his figure appeared, the elephantine sable immediately let out a cry of surprise. He looked around with a curious expression on his face. This is the demonic dragon chariot. This Star Lord has just refined the 9 dragons chariot I obtained from the Yin demon tribe and added the remains of 9 primordial demonic dragons to it. Yi Xian smiled faintly as if he was talking about a trivial matter. He explained, therefore it is now a primordial supreme treasure. Moreover, it has both offense and defense. In the future, this demonic dragon chariot will be the Star Lord's chariot when traveling. A primordial supreme treasure? The remains of a primordial demonic dragon? And 9 of them. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the elephantine sable was greatly shocked. His expression changed abruptly, and he even let out a gasp of cold air from his mouth. Whether it was the fact that Yi Xian could now refine primordial supreme treasures or the fact that he casually threw out the remains of 9 primordial demonic dragons just to refine a chariot, this was a huge investment. The elephantine sable was extremely shocked. However, when he thought about Linghu Young Master's reputation as the 3 absolutes of medicine, craftsmanship, and array, he understood. How strong was Yi Xian back then? He wasn't even a universe god, yet he was already so monstrous. Now that he was an emperor, his methods were even more monstrous. It was only natural. You've broken through in your cultivation? You're already an emperor level 1? While the elephant fox sable was still in shock, Yi Xian had already noticed his cultivation aura. The last time they met, this old fellow's cultivation was only at the late stage of the titled Marquis realm. He never thought that he would actually break through to the great realm in such a short period of time. Domain, and now he was an emperor level undying. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian had already given him a bestowment pill. As such, as long as he reached the peak of the 9th stage of the conferred Marquis realm, breaking through to the conferred King realm was already a foregone conclusion. There was almost no suspense. Chapter 4384. Whoosh. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot toward the elephant fox ferret. After the ray of light sank into his forehead, Yi Xian continued, "These are the coordinates of the large remnant star field as well as the control authority. This star master will go in and cultivate in seclusion to make a breakthrough. In the future you will be in charge of the demonic dragon imperial carriage. Take control." After that, Yi Xian nodded to the elephant fox ferret, turned around and entered the back half of the carriage. Whoosh, the sound of air breaking rang out. Although Yi Xian seemed to be just stepping into the carriage, in fact he was teleported into a vast space. The sky was very blue and there were mountains and rivers under the ground. There were also groups of beasts flying in the sky. At the peak of a giant mountain in the distance, there was a continuous stretch of palaces. Faintly, the laughter of women could be heard. Presumably, the 7 beautiful cultivators who had entered before him were having fun over there. Could it be? Yi Xian suddenly remembered that behind the palace, there was a warm spring. Hearing the faint laughter coming from the peak, it was clear that it was coming from the back of the palace. As a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, he almost couldn't control himself and was about to rush in that direction. However, thinking that these 7 girls' cultivation strength was higher than his, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He didn't want to be beaten up before he could take advantage of them. Master sounds good, but this star master doesn't seem to have a sense of belonging to this title. After muttering a few words, Yi Xian shook his head with a wry smile, turned around and blasted in another direction. After a while he came to a valley behind another giant mountain. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Shinong cauldron, maintained its size of about 10,000 feet, and steadily landed on the ground. Then Yi Xian's figure flickered, and he directly came to the mouth of the Shinong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. For this breakthrough, the cultivation resources he prepared, in addition to the purple and gold-top blood-colored medicine, were the blood essences of the fierce beasts obtained in the previous battles. He didn't use the 7 blood essences. Of the 36 regal blood essences, he had taken 16 and kept the remaining 20. Apart from that, there were all 137 marquis blood essences. In the end, there were also the various top-rate resources he obtained in the primordial void. All of this was summoned with a wave of his hand and suspended in front of him. Then he controlled the power of the Shinong cauldron to compress it into a ball and swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, it completely melted and turned into a large flow of energy with a blazing aura. It rapidly surged and flowed in Yi Xian's limbs and bones. Walala! Almost in the next instant, the sound of chains filling the sky and covering the earth resounded in Yi Xian's body. This time, he had consumed so many ferocious beasts' blood essences, but there was only one shackle that appeared in his body. This caused Yi Xian to feel helpless because this meant that as his cultivation grew stronger and stronger, every time he broke through in the future, even if it was only a small level, the amount of cultivation resources he would need would be extremely shocking. Therefore, in order to continue to grow and to grow quickly, Yi Xian had no choice but to keep fighting and plundering large amounts of cultivation resources. Because not only did he need them, but his friends and subordinates also needed them. The environment of the universe had always been like this. The weak were prey to the strong, and only by becoming strong could one survive. Otherwise, one would only become food for the growth of others. These thoughts suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but now was obviously not the time to think about all this, because he was now in the midst of breaking through. Shaking his head and dispelling these distracting thoughts from his mind, Yi Xian immediately focused and began to activate the great river of energy in his meridians. He began to circulate the great circulatory cycle again and again to accumulate the power to break through the shackles. Yi Xian was already familiar with all this, so there was no delay. Time slowly passed. During this period of time, Yi Xian had been completely focused on activating the great river of energy within his body. Within the 100 meridians within his body, he began to circulate the great heavenly cycle time and time again. In the end, there was no suspense. When all the energy was refined, just one impact was all it took to break the shackles. And when this extremely thick shackles finally broke completely, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, level 7 Emperor Immortal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's chi and blood. Current realm, level 7 Emperor Immortal. With this breakthrough, Yi Xian's battle strength increased again. And the increase was not small, because level 7 meant that he was a late-stage emperor. Before this, his original body strength was only at level 6 emperor. Once he activated the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach level 7 emperor level. If he used the 9 demon ape transformation again and reached level 7, his battle strength would immediately reach level 5 emperor level. However, with this breakthrough in his cultivation and the activation of the demonic ape bloodline in his body, Yi Xian would instantly enter the 8th level of the immortal emperor stage. If he used the bloodline of the 9 demon ape transformation to level 7, his peak battle strength would reach level 6 emperor level, which was already the pinnacle of the mid-stage emperor level. In fact, including the terrifying chi and blood in the body of the ancient demon ape, Yi Xian would not be afraid even if he met a late-stage emperor level 7 or 8 emperor level 7 or 8 emperor level. Yes. It could be said that the current him was only a peak level 9 emperor level half-step universe knight who could pose a threat to him, Xiao. After ending his seclusion, Yi Xian stood up and rushed out of the 9-colored fog of the Shin-Nong cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron in his undying world. He checked the time and found that 3 days had passed. It seemed that this breakthrough was not easy, and it would be the same for the subsequent breakthroughs. Now that he was a late-stage emperor, it would be harder and harder for him to improve his strength. Thinking of this, Yi Xian faintly sighed and rushed out of the valley. He originally wanted to rush towards the continuous rise and fall of the palace, but before he could get close, he discovered that it was completely silent. Previously, he suspected that he was soaking in the spirit spring here. The 7 beauties were obviously not there anymore. Extending his spirit sense, Yi Xian quickly realized that the 7 beauties were nowhere to be found in the entire space of the carriage. Obviously, the 7 girls had wandered around for a few days and felt bored, so they left the inner space of the carriage and went outside. Chapter 4385. Xiao. With a flash of his body, Yi Xian's body came out of the space within the carriage and appeared at the side of the front yard of the carriage. Almost at the same time his figure suddenly appeared, the miserable howl of the elephant-fox sable sounded from not far in front of him. Those who heard it shed tears, causing Yi Xian, who didn't even have the time to understand the situation, to shiver in fear. "Madam, I won't dare to do it again. I promise this time I won't run away again, I won't play any tricks, and I won't let the demonic dragons attack the madams. Madams, just treat me like a fart and let me go." Following these pleas, Yi Xian's expression froze, and he subconsciously turned his head and looked towards the source of the sound. The scene that entered his eyes instantly made him suck in a breath of cold air, and his body subconsciously trembled again. Poor Elephant Fox Martin, an old bag of bones, was surrounded by 7 girls, being molested. Molestation was actually just the first thought that came to Yi Xian's mind when he saw this scene. In fact, whether it was Elephant Fox Martin or the 7 girls, they probably didn't feel that way. The old ferret definitely felt that he was being trampled on, and the 7 girls most likely felt that he was punishing the elephant fox ferret. After all, from his pleading words just now, this fellow didn't seem to be very obedient in these 3 days. He even tried to escape, trying to use the authority that Yi Xian gave him to control the 9 demonic dragons to attack the 7 girls. But obviously he failed in the end. These 7 girls were all half-emperor level, and Elephant Fox Martin was only an emperor level 1. In front of them there was no way he could escape at all. No matter how far he ran, he would still be caught in the end. As for these 9 demonic dragons, although they were temporarily controlled by Elephant Fox Martin, and their precious bodies were so strong that even universe knights couldn't destroy them. However, the aura emitted from their bodies was that of a great being from the primordial era, but when it was truly displayed, however, its combat power was limited by the level of cultivation of the controller. The elephant fox mink was only an emperor level 1. These 9 demonic dragons were like a giant club that couldn't be broken no matter how hard he hit them. The strength they displayed wasn't enough to shake the 7 half-emperor girls. It was no wonder that he was begging for mercy so bitterly. He was already so old, yet he still kept calling her grandaunt. It was really hard on this old fellow. In fact, this was not the worst part. What really made Yi Xian shudder was the scene in front of him. Ever since he started following Yi Xian around, this old fellow had been tactful. Perhaps it was because he wanted to leave a good impression, but he had never transformed into his human form. Usually he would show his true form as a fox and ferret. Its body was that of a furry marten. It had a long elephant trunk on its head and a thick fox tail on its back. Moreover, because it was often lying in the right shoulder socket of the violent star ape as a pet, the old fellow's true form was basically maintained at the size of a foot. It was only a foot twice the size of a bachang. Now, the one surrounded by the 7 maidservants was an extremely strange yet adorable and petite little thing. The 7 girls were obviously very interested in him. Originally, they might have really wanted to treat him as a pet. However, perhaps it was because this old fellow had committed many misdeeds in the past 3 days. Now all the fine hair on his body had been plucked off. His entire body was covered in fur. A bald squirrel with a long elephant trunk. This was why Yi Xian had the idea that the old fellow was being molested. With all his fur plucked off, the old fellow's entire body was exposed. If this wasn't molestation, then what was? Boss, help? Just as Yi Xian was looking at all this with a strange expression, the elephantine that was surrounded by the 7 girls finally saw his figure. The old fellow's body trembled, and his eyes were instantly filled with tears. He howled at the top of his lungs, "Boss, you just left for half a day and 7 demonesses suddenly appeared on the carriage. They insisted on taking this marten away from you, saying that it was for them. I swore that I would rather die than be taken as a pet. I originally wanted to escape, but I didn't expect to be caught again and again. Then this old marten wanted to control these 9 demonic dragons to capture them. Who knew? Boss, these 9 demonic dragons of yours are simply good-looking but useless. Their aura is that of a primordial almighty, but in this marten's hands, they are actually only at the level of emperor, about the same cultivation level as this old marten. Because they are completely useless. Poor old marten, my fur. After a few more attempts, not a single strand of hair is left. All of it has been plucked off." As he cried, a monstrous resentment gushed out from the elephantine's body. It seemed that this old fellow had really been tortured and bullied in these 3 short days. Yi Xian shook his head with a wry smile, and immediately introduced the 2 parties. At this point, the elephantine suddenly realized that these 7 girls with terrifying cultivation levels were actually the boss's maids. Just like him, they were also subordinates. However, although they were all subordinates, the 7 of them were much stronger than the boss before he used the 9 changes of the demonic ape bloodline ability. Naturally, he couldn't afford to offend them. Moreover, these 7 girls were all so good-looking that the boss probably couldn't bear to punish them. In fact, even if he punished them, the boss alone might not be able to beat the 7 of them. The previous grievances he had suffered would have been for nothing. Thinking of this, the elephantine sighed bitterly. With a sway of its body, its thick fur grew out again. With a leap, it landed on Yi Xian's shoulder. Seeing this, the 7 girls all rushed to Yi Xian's side and surrounded him. They chattered incessantly, "So this guy is actually the master's pet. If we had known this, we wouldn't have forced it to be our pet. Isn't the master's pet the same as our pet? Luckily we didn't kill it on the spot. Otherwise I'm afraid we would be punished by the master. Boss, there are many planets with life ahead. What a strong aura of life." Just as Yi Xian was getting dizzy from the 7 girls' quarrel, the elephantine on his shoulder suddenly exclaimed softly and pointed ahead. The next moment, Yi Xian and the 7 girls all turned around and extended their divine senses to look into the distance. Chapter 4386. Xiao. In the void, a black and purple light flashed past. Its speed was extremely fast, faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered this medium-sized forbidden space. Then it stopped abruptly. 1,000 feet long purple gold wand carriage was hovering high in the void. The aura of this purple gold wand chariot was incomparably simple and unadorned. Moreover, there were 9 powerful black demonic dragons Lai Yuan, and the cultivation aura emanating from their bodies were all at the desolate antiquity realm. At the front of the purple gold wand rested 8 silhouettes. The one at the front was Yi Xian, and on his shoulder was the foot-sized 3-tailed fox. Behind him, Shizhu, Hanba and the rest of the 7 were lined up in a row, their faces filled with interest. Almost as soon as the demon dragon turned into a black and purple light and came to a stop in the void, the roars of fierce beasts rang out all around this medium-sized forbidden space. Countless silhouettes rushed out from the atmosphere of the life stars, desperately fleeing in all directions. Yi Xian's divine sense extended and instantly enveloped the entire space forbidden area. He wasn't interested in the existences below the official level at all. His aura locked onto the 11 official level and 4 emperor level. Immediately after, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. A purple rune light instantly entered the bodies of 2 of the 6 demon dragons in front of him. Howl! Howl! The 2 demonic dragons immediately stretched out their necks and let out a long roar. Their roar seemed to carry some kind of mysterious demonic power. While it enveloped the entire spacious forbidden space, it actually caused the countless ferocious beasts that were fleeing in all directions to tremble and lie down on the ground. They didn't dare move at all. Even the 11 marquises and 4 kings were the same. With just a howl, the demon dragons were unleashed. In the next instant, the 2 demon dragons flashed and left the formation, charging towards the 4 emperors. Peng peng peng. Without any hesitation, the 2 demon dragons flashed and reached the 4 prone emperors in the blink of an eye. With a swipe of their claws, they turned the 4 emperors into blood mist. After which, they turned and charged at the other 11 officials. What happened next had no suspense at all. These 11 official level undyings were all killed within a few breaths of time, becoming a bloody mist. After doing all this, the 2 demonic dragons didn't pay any attention to the other beasts in the forbidden area. They turned around and instantly turned into black lightning and returned to the group of beasts. As for Yi Xian, he waved his hand at this moment and swept the 15 blood mists into his body. He sent them into the Shinong cauldron and refined 4 king blood essences and 11 marquis blood essences in the blink of an eye. Shio. After which, with a thought from Yi Xian, Lai Yuan's 6 demon dragons flew out at the same time. The demon dragon once again transformed into a purple lightning beam, moving faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the end of space, never to be seen again. Similar scenes played out frequently in the following 3 months. During these 3 months, the demon dragon would occasionally encounter small and medium-sized forbidden zones in the cosmic void ahead of them. With Yi Xian's current strength, he originally didn't have much interest in this kind of medium or small forbidden area. However, in order to break through his cultivation and push his strength to the 2nd level of the Immortal Emperor as soon as possible, he couldn't let go of any of them. Marquis Blood Essence and Regal Blood Essence. However, that was only limited to marquis titles. Ordinary immortal rank ferocious beasts of forbidden grounds were of little use to him now. There was not much meaning in killing them. Every time a large or small forbidden land appeared in front of them, Yi Xian would control the demon dragon to attack and kill the officials and refine them into blood essences. Then he would continue on his way. In the past 3 months, the demon dragon had traversed an extremely long distance in the void and encountered 7 or 8 small and medium-sized forbidden areas. The number of blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached 42 and 108 respectively. The reason why there were more than 40 Emperor blood essences was because the 20 Emperor blood essences that were reserved for refining the Emperor pill were also included. 22 Emperor level blood essences and 108 official level blood essences. If he added the all-evil origin liquid, the purple gold top-grade flesh medicine, and the various rare cultivation resources Yi Xian obtained from the Hongmeng Void, it was basically enough to support his strength. For the sake of strength, he had to complete another breakthrough. However, after some consideration, Yi Xian didn't decide to break through immediately. This was because according to his calculations, there was about 2 more months before they would arrive at the large remnant star field. During this 2-month journey, there were still 4 medium-sized forbidden starry skies zones. If there were no accidents, Yi Xian would obtain many blood essences of ferocious beasts at the king and marquis level in these 4 medium-sized forbidden lands. In this way, after consuming all the blood essences of ferocious beasts in one go, he was more than 70% sure that he could usher in the double break again. Now, in his ordinary human form, his strength was already at rank 7 Emperor level. If he ushered in the double break again, his strength would rise to the peak of rank 9 Emperor level. In other words, he was a half-step Emperor level like the 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Corpse Ancestor and Drought Demon. If he wanted to enter the large remnant star field to bluff and cheat, the most basic requirement was to be at least a half-step Emperor level. If it weren't for the fact that time was tight, Yi Xian would have wanted to break through to the true Emperor level before entering. With this thought in mind, Mo Long continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 days had passed. During these 50 days, Yi Xian and his team encountered 3 more medium-sized forbidden lands and obtained many blood essences of ferocious beasts. After another 20 days or so of travel, they would arrive at the edge of the large remnant star field. Before entering that place, Yi Xian's group would encounter the last medium-sized forbidden area in the starry sky. It would be around 7 days away from them on the star path. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye as they moved forward at extreme speed. In the cosmic void at the end of their line of sight, one life star after another came into view. They had finally arrived at the last forbidden land along the way to the large remnant star field. Yi Xian immediately extended his spirit sense and shrouded the entire medium-sized forbidden land in an instant. The aura of 4 ferocious beast kings and 12 marquis-level ferocious beast commanders appeared clearly in his senses. 4 kings and 12 marquis? It seems that the harvest this time is not small. Chapter 4387. Immediately after, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. A purple rune light instantly entered the bodies of 2 of the 6 demon dragons in front of him. Ing. The 2 demonic dragons immediately stretched out their necks and roared. Their roars seemed to carry some kind of mysterious demonic power. While enveloping the entire vast medium-sized forbidden space, it also made the countless fierce beasts in the forbidden space who were trying to flee in all directions in the void tremble and lie down on the ground. They didn't dare to move at all. The next scene was very familiar. The 2 demonic dragons took a breath, and in a short time, the 4 emperors and 12 marquis undyings were all turned into blood mist. When the demonic dragons returned, Yi Xian waved his hand and took back all the blood mist. He sent it into the farmer god cauldron and refined it into blood essence. After that, the demonic dragon turned into a ray of purple-black light and shot forward again. At this time, Yi Xian turned around and looked at the 7 beautiful cultivators and the elephant fox Martin behind him. He said, "We will arrive at our destination in about 10 days. However, before that I will enter the space of the carriage and break through again. If I don't come out before entering the edge of the large remnant star field, then you should stop temporarily and hide in the space. Don't enter without permission." After he finished speaking, he saw the 7 beautiful cultivators and the elephant fox sable nod their heads in understanding. Only then did Yi Xian relax. His figure flashed as he directly entered the space within the demon dragon's carriage. He still arrived at the valley from before and summoned the Shenong cauldron with a wave of his hand. Now he had 188 marquis blood essences and 58 emperor blood essences. He decided to use all of them. As for the other 7 emperor blood essences, he didn't use them. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out the blood essences and a large amount of top-tier training resources. He compressed them with the farmer god cauldron's domain. They turned into a small ball and he swallowed them into his stomach. They turned into a majestic river of energy and surged forward. Soon after, the clattering sound of shackles rang out continuously from within his body. This time, because he had swallowed a large amount of top-tier training resources, the shackles in his body appeared just as Yi Xian had expected. There were 2 of them. This made Yi Xian very happy. If there were no accidents, he would experience 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Very quickly, the cultivation resource that he had just swallowed transformed into a majestic river of energy within his body. Under the guidance of Yi Xian's divine sense, it quickly surged and churned within his limbs and bones like a hot knife through butter. The pain was needless to say, but Yi Xian was already used to it. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Zheng. Zheng. After an unknown period of time, 2 loud sounds of metal clashing rang out. This time, the 2 shackles that appeared within Yi Xian's body were both broken. Almost in the next instant, the familiar system beep sounded in his mind again. 2 beeps in a row. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, peak of the 9th rank emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, peak of the 9th rank emperor. Peak of the 9th rank emperor. After his breakthrough, if he used the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation demonic ape bloodline, he would instantly reach the 6th level of the monarch immortal realm. And now, with the arrival of another breakthrough in a short period of time, the current Yi Xian, who had entered the 7th transformation of the 9 devil ape transformations, had once again risen to the 8th stage of the emperor immortal realm. His battle strength had once again risen by a large amount. Even if he had only activated the 9 demonic ape transformations without performing the 9 demonic ape transformations, his cultivation base would reach the 1st rank emperor. He would have the terrifying battle strength to cross 1 rank in an instant. Emperor level undying level 9 pinnacle. I finally reached the pinnacle of this level. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with an incomparably excited light. Immediately after, he subconsciously extended his hand and flipped his palm. In an instant, a purple gold treasure pill appeared in his palm. It was a level 24 pill that could help a peak of the 9th rank emperor break through to the emperor level in a short time. Back then, Yi Xian had refined 5 of these pills in a single furnace. This time he took out one of the best quality pills and used it to consume it himself. With this, he broke through to the emperor realm in one fell swoop. After everything was ready, Yi Xian didn't waste any time and threw the level 24 pill into his mouth. Then he took out another batch of cultivation resources and compressed them into a ball with the power of the Shin Gnome Cauldron. He swallowed them as well. This level 24 pill and the cultivation resource that was compressed into a ball instantly melted, forming a majestic river of energy that appeared within Yi Xian's meridians. Everything that followed was still the same. Following the activation and guidance of Yi Xian's divine sense, the incomparably blazing river of energy instantly followed the profundities of the ancient Dongshu method and quickly circulated throughout Yi Xian's limbs and bones, forming it time and time again. It was a great cycle. This time, although there was only one shackle in his body, it was extremely thick, representing the breakthrough of a rank. After completing countless cycles of circulation, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest after the river of energy was completely refined. He immediately activated the true essence river in his meridians and fiercely collided with the incomparably thick shackles. Clang! There was no suspense. After the sound of metal clashing, the shackle broke. The next moment, the familiar system notification sounded in his head again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next rank of the ancient K-Void tactics. Current level: Emperor level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next level of your physical body. Current level: Emperor level 1. Finally, he had become an emperor. Not long ago, when Yi Xian had performed the 7th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape bloodline technique, he would have reached the pinnacle battle power of a level 8 emperor. And now, with the arrival of another breakthrough in a short period of time, the current Yi Xian, who had entered the 7th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, once again rose to the peak of the 9th stage of the immortal emperor realm. Even if he only activated the 9 Devil Ape bloodline and didn't perform the 9 Devil Ape transformation, his cultivation level would still reach the level 2 emperor level. In other words, Yi Xian, even in his normal human form, was at the level of an emperor at the weakest. As long as he wanted to, he could reach the pinnacle of the emperor level after entering the 7th transformation of the Devil Dragon bloodline. Plus, with the terrifying blood energy in the body of the Devil Ape, he could even fight against a Universe Knight. Chapter 4388. The Emperor Shen starfield was the only large-scale remnant starfield in the vast void that spanned hundreds of trillions of miles. It faced the rising sun forbidden land on the other side of this vast void, and both belonged to the two most powerful forces in this region. The rising sun forbidden land had long been destroyed, but the news had yet to spread to the Emperor Shen starfield. Therefore it was still very peaceful. The entire Emperor Shen starfield spanned hundreds of billions of miles. There were countless planets, but most of them were abandoned. There were more than 3,000 planets with life. There were remnants of the primordial era and ferocious beasts living on these 3,000 planets. There were more than 1,000 planets with life that belonged to the ferocious beasts. The remaining 2,000 planets were all inhabited by remnants of the primordial era. The reason why there were more than 1,000 planets inhabited by the ferocious beasts was because the primordial remnant who ruled the Shenhuang starfield also needed the resources of the ferocious beasts. Moreover, there was a high demand because the remnants of the primordial era needed to refine flesh medicine for their cultivation. The flesh of these ferocious beasts was the main ingredient for refining the flesh medicine. In other words, the ferocious beasts that lived in the 1,000 over ferocious beast stars in Emperor Shen's starfield were akin to being reared by the remnants of the primordial era in Emperor Shen's starfield. It was not that they did not think of escaping, but that was obviously impossible. Although there were powerful ferocious beasts at the level of Marquis, King, and even Emperor in these 1,000 planets, compared to the remnants of the primordial era who ruled this starfield, they were weaker. Their strength was not just a little bit weaker, it could be said that they could not escape at all. There were countless remnants of the primordial era in the entire Emperor Shen starfield. They were divided into tribes, and the ruling class was the Emperor Shen clan's elders, which was formed by the clan leader of each tribe. There were a total of over 200 king-ranked elders and 16 emperor-ranked elders in the Shen royal family's elder courtyard. Among them, there were 4 peak-stage emperor-ranked elders who were half-step into the Arch realm. It could be said that even when compared to the rising sun forbidden land, the Emperor Shen starfield was obviously much stronger. If that was not the case, the forbidden land could be found everywhere in this starry sky, but the remnant starfield was only a few in the vast void. The Emperor Shen starfield could not be compared at all. It could survive. Yi Xian's guess was right. Within the Shen Emperor Star region, there were indeed ancient secret alchemy techniques that originated from the Great Desolate Era. Moreover, they were extremely complete inheritances. Compared to them, the secret alchemy techniques of the Mulberry Tree Star region could only be considered superficial. In the northwest corner of the Emperor Shen starfield, there was a cosmic void of about 1 billion miles in radius. It was empty and there was not even a single star. It was like a huge black hole. However, there was no invisible suction force unique to black holes. This area was considered a forbidden zone in the Xian Emperor starfield. Any remnant experts were not allowed to enter easily, of the ancient primordial era of the starfield. Of primordial starfield of the starfield, was of primordial of the Emperor starfield. To the of pre-off of the prides, the of, to the of it. However, to the survivors of the primordial age in the Emperor Shen starfield, this mysterious black hole that was like a gigantic black hole was something they couldn't do without. Every year, there would be a large number of primordial era survivors of the immortal realm and above gathering around this area to hunt. The targets of this annual hunt were not the primordial starfield beasts. In fact, there were no primordial starfield beasts in this black hole-like area. There were not even any star fragments. It was like a world of nothingness. The target of the ancient primordial era survivors of the Emperor Shen starfield in this empty cosmic void was actually a kind of flame. It was a kind of heavenly flame that was erratic and unpredictable like a ghost. They called it the primordial void flame. The purpose of hunting this primordial void flame was to refine top-grade blood and flesh medicine. The primordial era secret alchemy method that was passed down in the Emperor Shen starfield was very complete. It was very different from what the ancient primordial era survivors of the Sangji starfield had mastered. Using this complete secret alchemy method to refine blood and flesh medicine would produce effects far beyond what the ancient primordial era survivors of the Sangji starfield could imagine. However, at the same time, this complete secret alchemy method had various requirements and restrictions. It was very harsh. Apart from the materials used to refine the blood and flesh medicine, such as the flesh of primordial beasts and various top-grade precious materials and treasures, which had to be mixed according to the secret alchemy method, the flame used to refine the blood and flesh medicine also had strict requirements. Although ordinary earth core fire and star flame could be used to refine the blood and flesh medicine, the effect would be greatly reduced. It could be said that there were more gains than losses. And this mysterious undying void flame, which was as elusive as a ghost, was the best flame to use to refine the flesh and blood medicine. The primordial void flame was also divided into grades. The worst was pitch black while the best was completely transparent. It could not be seen with the naked eye. Only the divine sense could sense its existence. However, this kind of primordial void flame, which was completely transparent and invisible to the naked eye, was also the most difficult to capture. For countless years, the Emperor Shen starfield had never captured a primordial void flame of this grade, even if it was just a small flame. Historically, the ancient survivors of the Emperor Shen starfield had captured the best quality primordial void flame in this 1 billion mile wide empty void. It was a double crow primordial void flame, which had a radius of 1,000 feet. It was regarded as a supreme treasure and was divided into 4. The half-step Emperor-level experts were divided among them. The double crow primordial void flame referred to the color grade of the primordial void flame. From colorless and transparent to pure pitch black, there were a total of 9 grades. Under the colorless and transparent grade, the single crow primordial void flame was the lightest grade. A little darker grade was the double crow primordial void flame and so on. The 9 crow primordial void flame was a grade that was only slightly better than pure pitch black grade. In other words, the primordial void flame was divided into 11 grades, from single crow to 9 crow. In addition, the best quality was colorless and transparent, and the worst quality was pure pitch black grade. Right now, it was the annual hunting season for the primordial void flame. Generally speaking, the best hunting season was a month long. Because in this 1 month, the primordial void flame in this 1 billion mile wide empty void was the most active. It was easier to search for it. Chapter 4389. The undying void flame was extremely powerful. It drifted erratically and its whereabouts were mysterious like a ghost. No one knew why the void imperishable flame was born in the mysterious void in the Emperor Shen starfield that spanned over 1 billion miles. In the past, there were high-level survivors who entered the interior of this void. On the one hand, they wanted to explore the mystery of the birth of the undying void flame. On the other hand, they wanted to capture the undying void flame. But over the years, all the survivors who entered the interior of this mysterious void had fallen. Among them, there was even a half-step emperor at the 9th level great perfection. The strange thing was that these undying void flames were only active in this mysterious black hole-like void, and would not rush out of the black hole. Therefore, when the survivors of the Emperor Shen starfield wanted to capture the undying void flame, they all waited at the edge of the black hole, quietly waiting for a certain undying void flame active in the depths of the black hole to come closer. Then they would use their magical means to instantly capture it. If one accidentally crossed the boundary during this process and entered the inner region of the mysterious black hole, then the clusters of indestructible void flames that were originally very leisurely in this mysterious black hole void, like a fish swimming in a pool, would instantly disappear. They showed a ferocious face and became extremely violent. In the blink of an eye they would shoot over and cover the whole body. Even a half-step emperor would find it difficult to resist their power. They would be burned into nothingness in an instant, and their body and soul would be destroyed. This kind of hunting method relied heavily on luck. If one was lucky, as soon as one approached the edge of the black hole void, a cluster of undying void flame would immediately rush to a nearby area. And if one was unlucky enough, perhaps when the active period of 1 month ended every year, a cluster of undying void flame would not approach. In this case one could only sigh and feel depressed. For a long time, the remnants of the Emperor Shen star domain had been paying close attention to this mysterious black hole void. Moreover, everything that happened during the active period of the indestructible void flame, which lasted 1 month every year, would be recorded and archived. Over time, along the entire border of this mysterious black hole void, which region had the highest frequency of undying void flame and which region had the lowest frequency had long been deduced. The tens of thousands of normal undyings could only wait in the areas with the lowest frequency of undying void flames. The 2000 official level undyings, however, were assigned to a hunting area, and it was obviously a little better. As for the region where the 200 Emperor undyings were assigned to, the frequency of undying void flame was already very high. And along the entire border of the mysterious black hole void space, the region with the highest frequency of undying void flame belonged to the 16 Emperor undyings of the Emperor Shen Emperor Forbidden Land. This borderline was extremely vast, spanning hundreds of millions of miles. Every time they captured the undying void flames, the 16 Emperors of the Emperor Shen starfield would scatter around this area, guarding the borderline of the mysterious black hole, quietly waiting for something to happen. This year's hunting season had already arrived and it had been 3 days. For an entire 3 days, the 16 Emperors from the Shen Emperor starfield had indeed appeared at the border of the black hole. The small ones were only the size of a fist, while the large ones were over 300 m in area. They had all been successfully captured by them. Nothing. However, the highest quality undying flames that were captured was only the 6 Crow undying flames, and this was already below average. The 16 Emperors were extremely dissatisfied with this. This was because the quality of the undying void flame was directly related to the medicinal efficacy of the refined flesh medicine. They were all Emperor-level undyings. Naturally, they couldn't concoct normal flesh pills. Just the materials they gathered from the beasts and the various treasures were worth a lot. If the quality of the undying void flame was too low, resulting in the quality of the next year's medicine being too low, that would be too much of a waste. In order to solve this problem, the 16 Emperors of Emperor Shen starfield had gathered together and stood in the universe void outside of the mysterious black hole's boundary. The weird thing was, there were actually 17 silhouettes in the air. Other than the 16 Emperors, there was one Emperor. If Yi Shen was here, he would definitely be shocked to see this first-level titled king. This was because this person was the former patriarch of the second universe's Yin Demon clan, the Yin Emperor who had once chased after young Master Linghu everywhere in the 3 great universes. In fact, Yin Emperor had entered this fragment even before Yi Shen. The first batch of great beings to enter was Yin Qi and his tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen. Yin Emperor was right behind them. They entered. After entering the vast crack in the void, Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen met up. They let go of their differences and worked together as one to explore what was ahead. During this period of time they had experienced many things. Finally, they came to this void fragment of the universe and were met by an undying Emperor from Emperor Shen's starfield. He brought Yin Emperor and the others, including their starry sky battleships, to Emperor Shen. Forbidden Land. In the beginning, Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen weren't treated well in the Shen Emperor starfield. Although they weren't locked up, the higher-ups of the Shen Emperor starfield didn't take them seriously. They were only curious about the space battleship they brought and the so-called 3 universes of the current era, so they needed to pass through the tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen. Their clansmen just wanted to understand. However, later on, an emperor accidentally discovered the constitution of the Yin Demon clansmen. They could transform their aura to be exactly the same as the undying void flame. Even an emperor couldn't tell the difference. Since then, Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen's statuses in the Shen Emperor starfield rose. This was because no matter if it was the survivors or the ferocious beasts, they couldn't enter the mysterious black hole void where the undying void flame was born. Once they entered, they would be recognized as invaders by the undying void flame and attacked in groups. However, the Yin demon clansmen could transform their auras. Once they entered, not only would the undying void flame not attack them, but they would also treat them as their own kind. This way, as long as the great beings of the Yin demon clan who entered the mysterious black hole void used some techniques, they would be able to lure clusters of undying void flame from the depths of the mysterious black hole void to the edge of the black hole void. Chapter 4390. Ever since they became the honored guests of the Emperor Shen starfield, the Yin Emperor and the tens of thousands of Yin demons didn't need to do anything. They just needed to enjoy the top-grade flesh medicine provided by the Emperor Shen starfield and cultivate on their own. Only during the month when the undying void flame was the most active would Yin Emperor and the rest of them be busier. They didn't have much time to rest. In order to make their cultivation stronger so that they could enter deeper into the mysterious black hole and obtain the higher-grade undying void flame, the Shen royal family elder was not stingy and provided the tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen with flesh and blood. The great medicine was of the highest quality, and there was no limit to the supply. Hence, the cultivation level of these tens of thousands of clansmen increased so quickly. Now they were basically all at the sector lord level and above. More than half of them were at the universe level, a quarter of them were at the undying level, and there were a few dozen marquee level undyings. The leader, Yin Emperor, had even broken through to the first level Emperor level. Right now, apart from the patriarch Yin Emperor and Yin Qi who was already a marquee, all the other several tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen had entered the mysterious black hole in front of them. They had changed their auras into the same as the undying void flame. They were the same. They spread out in all directions and tried their best to go deeper. They used all sorts of methods to attract the undying void flames that mistook them for their own kind and slowly approached the black hole. In the past 3 days, because of the tens of thousands of Yin demons using themselves as bait, they attracted many undying void flames to the edge of the black hole. Hence, the 16 emperors were able to reap great rewards. However, among the Yin demons who entered the black hole, the strongest were only Yin Qi and the other marquee level undyings. They couldn't go too deep and didn't even enter the 1 billion mile area. The mysterious black hole was deep in the center. Hence, the quality of the undying void flames they lured out to the edge of the black hole wasn't as good as they expected. In the past 3 days, the best quality was the 6 crow void flames. Therefore, after gathering together, the 16 emperors of the profound Emperor Starfield looked at each other and exchanged glances. Then all of them turned their heads and looked at Yin Emperor at the side. One after another they spoke. "Brother Yin, it's been 3 days. Even though we've captured many undying void flames, the quality is truly a pity. Yes, you know that we are all emperors. The flesh medicine we refine is of the highest quality. The price of the materials is shocking and it's hard to gather. If the quality of the undying void flame is poor, resulting in the quality of the flesh medicine that is refined to be barely satisfactory, not only will it be a waste of top-grade refining materials, but it will also affect the progress of the next year's cultivation. This matter can't be dragged on any longer. Yin Qi and the others are only marquee-level undyings. Brother Yin, you're an emperor, you can go deeper. The deeper we go, the better the quality. Fellow Taoist, please make your move. We will wait and see." At the end, the 16 emperors all cupped their fists towards Yin Emperor with smiles on their faces, seeming extremely polite. They were all emperors, yet they had to treat an emperor like that. They weren't too happy about it, but over the years they had gotten used to it. They needed the higher quality undying void flames, and they couldn't personally enter the mysterious black hole. Hence they had to rely on Yin Emperor. "Relax everyone, this is my responsibility, I naturally won't shirk." Even though Yin Emperor was clear about his value in the eyes of the 16 emperors, he also knew that there was a limit to everything. He couldn't become arrogant because of their favor, or else he would be in trouble. Hence, when he saw the 16 emperors gathered and politely asking him to personally enter the depths of the mysterious black hole and obtain the higher quality undying void flames, Yin Emperor was secretly pleased, but he didn't show it on his face. He didn't show it. Instead, he showed the same humility and politeness as he too cupped his fists and bowed. He then turned and rushed towards the black hole. At this time, one of the 16 emperors suddenly exclaimed involuntarily. He raised his hand and pointed towards the black hole. "Look, what's that? Looks like a single crow undying flame." Hearing this, the other 15 emperors and Yin Emperor were all stunned. They subconsciously turned to look in the direction that the Emperor was pointing at. Their expressions changed and cries of surprise could be heard. See, it really is the single crow undying flame. And the quantity isn't small, there's actually a 300 wide one. We're rich, we're really rich this time. One has to know, over countless years, the best quality undying void flames we've ever gotten was only at the double crow level. Even though we've seen the single crow undying flame many times in the depths of the black hole, we've never seen such a huge one. If we can get this single crow undying flame and split it amongst the 16 of us, it'll be enough for us to use for the next year. The flesh medicine we'll be able to refine will definitely be of unprecedented quality. Friend will be depending on you this time. A 300 wide single crow undying flame, if we can succeed this time, we'll go back and celebrate for you. The entire Xian Emperor Starfield will have a huge feast for 3 days. As they finished, the gazes of the 16 emperors all gathered on Emperor's body. This was because even though there were many Emperor-level experts present, none of them were of any use. Whether or not they could smoothly capture this enormous number of single crow undying flames still depended on whether or not Emperor could lure it from the depths of the black hole to the black hole nearby. To the edge of the black hole, Everyone don't worry. Since this Peng Shan Wu's undying flame has appeared, I will definitely lure it to the edge of the black hole in front of us. To me this is just a small matter. Seeing how anxious the 16 emperors were, Emperor felt even more pleased. He raised his head and laughed loudly. After that, he cupped his hands once more and shot towards the mysterious black hole in front of him. When his figure approached the edge of the black hole and was about to enter, the aura in Emperor's body completely changed. In the blink of an eye, it was exactly the same as the undying void flame in the black hole in front of him. Chapter 4391. With Emperor's speed as an emperor, he quickly entered the depths of the mysterious black hole. In front of him, the single crow undying flame was about 700 to 800 million kilometers away from the edge of the mysterious black hole. It was about 100 million kilometers away. A distance of 700 to 800 million kilometers was within the effective range of attack for emperors, especially the 4 half-step emperors who were at the peak of the 9th stage. A half-step emperor could kill an enemy within a billion kilometers with a single punch. However, the void undying flame was very difficult to deal with. Even a half-step emperor would have less than a 10% chance of successfully capturing it from a distance of 700 to 800 million kilometers. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, even if the 4 half-step emperors attacked at the same time and worked together to capture it, they had to lure the single crow undying flame to within 100 million kilometers of the mysterious black hole. In other words, after Emperor got close to the single crow undying flame, not only did he have to attract its attention, but he also had to lure it to a distance of 700 million kilometers. This was definitely not a simple task. If it were anyone else such as Qi who was at the titled Marquis level, they wouldn't be able to do it. After a short while, Emperor was only a million kilometers away from the single crow undying flame. At this distance, even he didn't dare to advance any further. Although he had the bloodline talent of the Demon clan, which allowed him to transform into any form, be it a ferocious beast, a human or an energy life form, no matter how similar his transformation was, it was just a transformation. It wasn't the real void undying flame. If he really came into contact with the void undying flame, he would still die. A million kilometers was the result of Emperor's calculations. If he were to advance any further, the formless heat emitted by the single crow undying flame would give him an extremely heavy burden. On the other hand, if the single crow undying flame was too excited and suddenly rushed over to get closer to him, Emperor might not even have the chance to escape. The void undying flame had the ability to freely travel through the void. This was one of the reasons why it was said to be unpredictable. The speed of an ordinary 7 crow or 8 crow undying flame was already very terrifying, let alone a single crow undying flame. Whether it was its unpredictable ability to travel through the void or the heat it emitted, it was definitely not something that the ordinary undying void flame could compare to. Even if Emperor had the cultivation of Immortal King Realm, he still had to maintain a safe distance of 1,000,000 miles, even if the other party was just a small canopy with a radius of 300 yards. At that moment, after reaching a distance of 1,000,000 li, Emperor's figure came to an abrupt stop in the void. He didn't immediately take action, but instead carefully observed the situation to make sure that the incomparably precious single crow undying flames wasn't damaged. Only after it detected any abnormalities did it heave a sigh of relief. Then Yin Emperor activated the Yin Demon clan's innate secret technique and deliberately released a strand of aura that didn't belong to the Undying Void Flame in the direction of the Pingshan Crow Undying Flame. It was just an extremely faint strand and it was very fast. After that, he immediately cut off the connection between himself and this strand of aura. The territorial awareness of the Undying Void Flame was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. In this mysterious black hole, any strand of aura that didn't belong to the Undying Void Flame would immediately be attacked. If this wisp of aura had been a little stronger, all the void imperishable flame in the surrounding area would have instantly shot over and enveloped him, incinerating him into ashes and vanishing into thin air. Previously, there was a half-step titled Emperor from the Shen Emperor Starfield who recklessly entered because of his powerful cultivation. In the end, he suffered such a great calamity and had his body and soul destroyed. At that moment, the strand of aura that Yin Emperor deliberately leaked out was very weak, and it was locked in the direction of the Pingshan Crow Undying Flame. Therefore, the Undying Void Flame in the surrounding areas couldn't sense it at all and wouldn't be affected. The distance was too close. However, this was something that Yin Emperor had already deliberately observed and avoided before he took action. Just as he had expected, after capturing this extremely weak foreign aura, the single crow imperishable flame, which was originally motionless in the void, immediately moved closer by hundreds of thousands of kilometers as if it had teleported. An incomparably scorching aura covered the sky and earth as Yin Emperor retreated in shock. He quickly retreated several 100,000 kilometers and opened up the distance between them once again. In that instant, this strand of undying void flame was lured several 100,000 kilometers closer by him. However, compared to the distance of more than 700 million kilometers, this distance was clearly nothing. However, in order to ensure safety, Yin Emperor could only lure the other party bit by bit towards the edge of the mysterious black hole, one step at a time. Moving slowly like this. It could be said that this matter not only required a high degree of concentration and couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness or sloppiness, but it was also very tiring work. From this, it could be seen that Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen didn't have it easy in the Shen Emperor Starfield. Every year, during the month when the Undying Void Flame was the most active, all the Yin Demons were as tired as dogs. Their lives were in danger at all times. This was because if there was a time when they purposely leaked a slightly stronger strand of aura, it might attract the attention of more Undying Void Flames. At that time, if they were to swarm over, they would be incinerated into ashes on the spot, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Time passed slowly. Yin Emperor did the same thing. Every time he lured the Pingshan Crow Undying Flame from several 100,000 kilometers away, step by step, bringing it towards the edge of the mysterious black hole. As long as it was within 100 million kilometers of the edge of the black hole, the four half-step titled emperors who had been waiting for a long time would join forces and attack at the same time. This way, the success rate of capturing this high-quality Pingshan Crow Undying Flame that had a radius of 300 meters would be increased to 80%. More than 80%. Unknowingly, the original distance of 7 to 800 million kilometers was shortened to 300 million kilometers under Yin Emperor's unremitting efforts. Yin Emperor's mission could be considered to be half completed, and it was incomparably smooth. During this period, no accidents happened. Seeing this scene several 100 million kilometers away, the 16 emperors waiting at the edge of the mysterious black hole all revealed expressions of joy. Everyone was incomparably excited, and even their breathing was slightly hurried. From their point of view, this Pingshan Crow Undying Flame had no chance of escaping. In less than half a day's time, it would be within 100 million kilometers of the black hole. At that time, as long as they attacked, they would immediately be able to capture it. This was the Pingshan Crow Undying Flame, and it was a huge one with a radius of 300 meters. With the 16 emperors sharing it, it would be enough to refine flesh medicine for the next year. With such a top-grade flame, the flesh medicine they would refine in the next year would definitely be of extremely high quality. Using it for training would have extraordinary effects. How could they not be excited? Chapter 4392. Swish. A piercing sound rang out as a purple light streaked across the void at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the border of the Emperor Shen Starfield and entered the Emperor Shen Starfield. In the void, planets with life could be seen everywhere. However, the purple light did not stop as it continued to shoot towards the depths of the Emperor Shen Starfield. This purple light was the demonic dragon Imperial Chariot. However, it was not controlled by the elephant fox Martin but by Yi Xian. Yi Xian had not activated the devil ape bloodline in his body and was in his human form. However, he did not show his original appearance. Instead, he had changed his appearance slightly. However, he looked about the same age and still had an imposing aura. Even if he had not activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body, he still had the terrifying cultivation of a First-Order Emperor. In this Emperor Shen starfield, he was definitely an invincible existence. After all, this was only a large remnant star field, and the strongest person there was only half a step away from being titled Great Emperor. True titled Great Emperors could only be found in the top forbidden areas or star fields of the remnant star fields. Under the control of the Emperor Shen starfield, the demonic dragon imperial chariot's speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than lightning. At this moment, it was streaking across the cosmic void of the Emperor Shen starfield. Along the way, the remnant people on the planets could not see clearly at all. What was that purple light that was whizzing through the void outside? As soon as they entered the Emperor Shen starfield, Yi Shen had already extended his divine sense and enveloped the entire starfield. However, no one noticed this. On one hand, Yi Shen deliberately controlled his divine sense. On the other hand, it was because his divine sense was too strong. If an Emperor Shen deliberately controlled his divine sense, even a half-step Emperor Shen would not be able to sense it. He used his divine sense to investigate. Because of this, although Yi Shen had just entered the Emperor Shen starfield when he was controlling the demonic dragon imperial chariot, the general situation of the entire Emperor Shen starfield was already reflected in his mind. Although he didn't dare to say that he could see every single detail, he could still sense the obvious movement of the mysterious black hole void in the northwest corner of the Shen Emperor starfield with a radius of 1 billion miles. At that moment, under his control, the demonic dragon imperial steed was flying toward the mysterious black hole in the western region at an extremely fast speed. The Shinnong heavenly fire in the Shinnong cauldron had already evolved to the level of the Shinnong seven-colored flame. Although its power was incomparably powerful, it was no longer the same as when Yi Shen had just ignited the Shinnong seven-colored flame with his heart fire. However, the truth was that the Shinnong seven-colored flames had yet to reach its peak. The Shinnong heavenly fire in the Shinnong cauldron was at its peak, the Shinnong nine-colored flame. In other words, the current seven-colored flame still needed to undergo two major transformations and evolutions before it could display its greatest power. In other words, as long as there was a heavenly flame that could be devoured, then the current Shinnong seven-colored flame could evolve two more times. Of course, this sort of thing depended on one's luck. After all, a heavenly flame of high quality that was capable of pushing the farmer god heavenly flame to undergo a transformation and evolution was rare. Right now, such an opportunity had clearly arrived. Under the probing of his divine consciousness, Yi Shen had a hunch as soon as he entered the Shenhuang galaxy. The strange flame in the mysterious black hole could most likely cause the Shinnong seven-colored flame to evolve again. He was now an Emperor-level expert and his divine instinct was very powerful. Since he had such a hunch, then there would not be too big of a mistake. However, as the distance was too far, the devouring system in his body did not give any notification. This was also the reason why Yi Shen immediately activated the demonic dragon imperial steed and shot toward the mysterious black hole at an extremely fast speed. He could see that there were many old acquaintances of the Yin demon clan in the mysterious black hole, trapping the mysterious flame. If this flame was really effective on the farmer god heavenly flame, Yi Shen obviously would not allow this to happen. The farmer god heavenly flame had already evolved to the 7th level. If it wanted to evolve again, it would need to devour an extremely large amount of high-quality flame energy. After the devouring system identified the flame and confirmed that it was effective, Yi Shen would immediately take action and snatch all the mysterious flames. Very soon, the demonic dragon imperial steed finally entered the area that was only 10 billion miles away from the mysterious black hole. At this moment, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Shen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the indestructible void flame. It can promote the transformation and evolution of the farmer god heavenly flame. Do you want to capture it immediately? Indestructible void flame? Yi Shen's eyes lit up instantly. He had never heard of this flame before, but it was obviously extraordinary. Just by hearing its name he could confirm this point. Without any hesitation, Yi Shen immediately retrieved all the information about the indestructible void flame from the database of the devouring system in his body and quickly browsed through it. This information was not available before, but with the discovery of this new resource by the devouring system, the database of the system was also updated. In a short period of time, Yi Shen thoroughly understood all the characteristics of the indestructible void flame. Without any hesitation, He waved his hand and directly drew out a seven-colored flame from the farmer god heavenly cauldron in his body. It was like a surging river but also like a startled river. The rainbow pierced through the sky and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became a seven-colored flame bridge that was tens of thousands of feet wide and crossed the void. Whoosh! The demonic dragon imperial steed rushed forward and directly rushed into the seven-colored flame bridge that was shooting out, and was enveloped by it. This was Yi Xian. If it were anyone else, even if it was an emperor expert, they would immediately be burned to ashes the moment they came into contact with the farmer god heavenly flame. Whoosh! The seven-colored flame bridge that was tens of thousands of feet wide and tens of thousands of miles long wrapped around the demonic dragon imperial steed that was only 100 feet long. It was like a rainbow that pierced through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it directly crossed the edge of the mysterious black hole and entered the black hole. All of this happened too quickly. Not only were the upper echelons of the survivors of the Shenhuang starfield guarding the edge of the black hole waiting for the indestructible void flame to approach, but they were also unable to react in time. Even the tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen inside the mysterious void were unable to react in time. Everyone only saw a sudden blur in front of their eyes. Immediately after, a 10,000-mile-long rainbow bridge appeared inside the mysterious black hole. The rainbow bridge was completely formed by flames and appeared incomparably dazzling. At this time, at the edge of the mysterious black hole, the one with the highest quality and highest grade was the single crow indestructible flame that Yin Emperor was luring over. Therefore, under the control of Yi Xian's mind, the seven-colored flame bridge that was tens of thousands of miles long rushed into the mysterious void at this moment. It was clearly aimed at the single crow indestructible flame. Chapter 4393. The flame bridge traversed the sky and rushed into the mysterious black hole. In the blink of an eye, it completely devoured the 300 zhang wide high-quality single crow undying flames that Yin Emperor was trying to lure. All of this happened too quickly. Yin Emperor only saw a blur in front of his eyes before the single crow undying flames that he had locked onto all this time disappeared. In its place was a 10,000 li long rainbow flame bridge that appeared a million li away from him. In the middle of the flame bridge, there was clearly a purple phoenix carriage. In front of the carriage, there were clearly 7 or 8 silhouettes that were faintly discernible. Caught off guard, Yin Emperor was still a little startled at first. He didn't understand what had happened, but soon as a light flashed in his mind, he instantly realized that he had been intercepted. He had painstakingly lured the single crow undying flames from 7 to 800 million li away with great difficulty to a position 200 million li away from the edge of the black hole. But now everything had gone down the drain. As soon as the other party arrived and casually made a move, the fruits of his laborious efforts were completely wiped out and plundered away. As this thought flashed in his mind, Yin Emperor felt his blood rush to his head. He didn't even think about the other party's origins and how they could enter the mysterious black hole so casually. Right now, he was only thinking that the other party had shamelessly intercepted him midway and snatched away the single crow undying flames that he had lured for so long. As his blood rushed to his head, Yin Emperor's anger flared up. His expression immediately turned sinister as he stomped his feet and roared in the void, "Bandit! Bandit! Bastard! Xiao! Xiao Xiao Xiao!" Almost at the same time that he let out an angry roar, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the void suddenly rang out around the black hole. When he turned around to look, he saw that the void undying flames of different quality and quantity were crazily shooting toward him from all directions. The void undying flames' territorial awareness was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. In this mysterious black hole, any wisp of aura that didn't belong to the void undying flames would immediately be attacked. If this wisp of aura had been a little stronger, all the void imperishable flame in the surrounding area would have shot over in an instant. It would have covered the entire sky, enveloped him, and incinerated him into flying ash, vanishing into thin air. Although the Shenong heavenly flame was also a heavenly flame of heaven and earth, it was still an invader to the undying void flame. A rainbow flame bridge that was tens of thousands of feet wide and tens of thousands of miles long rushed into the mysterious black hole void and hung high in the void. To all the void imperishable flames in this area, it was no different from a bright lamp in the dark night. It was too eye-catching and too clear. At this moment, all the void imperishable flames within 100 million miles of the void had sensed the aura of the seven-colored flame bridge. They instantly went berserk, and with a destructive aura, they shot toward the seven-colored flame bridge from all directions. This scene was all too familiar to the remnant experts of the Emperor Shen Star domain, and they were no stranger to it. Previously, There was a half-step titled emperor from the Emperor Shen star domain who recklessly entered because of his powerful cultivation. In the end, he suffered such a great calamity and his body and soul were destroyed. However, Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and tens of thousands of clansmen of the Yin Demon clan had never entered this place before. Before their arrival, the remnant experts of the Emperor Shen star domain would occasionally throw some sealed space beasts into this mysterious black hole void in order to capture the void imperishable flames. This way they would attract the beasts further away. The void imperishable flames would move closer to the edge. However, since the arrival of Yin Emperor and the others, this method of sacrificing a large number of space beasts had been completely put to an end. At this moment, when they suddenly saw such a shocking scene, all the void imperishable flames within 100 million miles of the void imperishable flames shot toward the seven-colored flame bridge as if they had gone crazy. All the clansmen of the Yin Demon clan, including Yin Emperor, were stunned for a moment. Their expressions changed greatly. Tens of thousands of figures cried out in alarm and retreated in horror. All of them retreated toward the edge of the black hole void. They were frightened to death. Until now, the 16 emperors of the Emperor Shen star domain who were guarding the edge of the black hole void were still in a daze. All of them were dumbfounded by the sudden scene that happened before their eyes. They were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses for a long time. The next moment, in the region 200 to 300 million miles of the mysterious black hole void in front of them, where the seven-colored flame bridge was, a series of earth-shattering rumbles resounded like a tide. Hong. Hong. Boom boom boom. There were simply too many undying void flames shooting over from all directions. Within 100 million kilometers, all the undying void flames, regardless of their size or quality, did not stop at all after sensing the aura of the rainbow flame bridge, and all of them rumbled towards it without hesitation. They came. With a world-destroying aura, they rushed into the seven-colored flame bridge one after another without any hesitation. Instantly, a series of earth-shattering rumbles resounded endlessly like a tide. However, all of the imperishable flames of void that came into contact with the rainbow flame bridge, including the single crow imperishable flame that was the highest grade and most shockingly hot at the beginning, were all devoured. They seemed to be coming with great momentum, and the moment they hit the seven-colored flame bridge, they did indeed let out earth-shattering rumbles. The power was shocking and it was frightening, however this didn't mean anything. Compared to the Shenong seven-colored flames that formed this dazzling flame bridge, not to mention the low-quality variegated undying void flame, even the best quality, colorless and transparent undying void flame was far from a match. It could be said that the two were almost completely different. On one level, all the void imperishable flames would be swallowed up the moment they came into contact with the seven-colored flame bridge, becoming fuel for the Shenong seven-colored flame to evolve into an eight-colored flame. Long, long, long. Long, as the rumbles and explosions continued in this area, the tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen led by Yin Emperor had basically all retreated outside the mysterious black hole. Within 100 million miles of the bridge, all the void imperishable flames were attracted by the seven-colored flame bridge's aura. No one bothered with the Yin Demon clansmen at all. They used their fastest speed and naturally retreated in a very short time. However, because it happened in a hurry and they were too flustered when they retreated, there were still some Yin Demon clansmen who were hit by the void imperishable flames when they were retreating, instantly turning them into semi-transparent flames. The void imperishable flames were instantly burned into ashes. Chapter 4394. What? The undying void flame is no match for it? Such a powerful attack is actually unable to shake this seven-colored flame bridge in the slightest? This is impossible. Within a radius of 100 million miles, all the eternal void flames have shot over. The amount is so huge that it is shocking. It is only a seven-colored flame bridge that is 10,000 miles long. How can it be so condensed? The situation is not good. All the undying void flames are not coming out after rushing into the flame bridge. It seems like they've been swallowed? Top-tier exotic flame. The seven-colored flame bridge is definitely a top-tier exotic flame, and its grade is even higher than the undying void flame. Otherwise it wouldn't be able to swallow it. See? Who's the attacker? It's unheard of to have such a top-tier exotic flame. Within the flame bridge, there seems to be a phoenix carriage and I can vaguely see a figure on it. They're hiding inside and their auras are undetectable. Damn it. Who are they? How dare they come to my Shen Emperor starfield and plunder? They deserve to be killed. Hong. Hong long long. In front of them, within the mysterious black hole, the 10,000-foot wide, 10,000-mile-long seven-colored flame bridge was suspended in the air. All the undying void flames within 100 million miles were like moths flying into a flame, crashing into the seven-colored flame bridge. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, shaking the void within a radius of billions of miles. Countless survivors of the Emperor Shen galaxy were dumbfounded as they turned to look at the source of the explosion. Around this mysterious black hole, a large number of survivors who were above the immortal realm and were hunting for the undying void flame gasped and cried out in alarm after a short moment of shock. Such a scene lasted for 2 hours. During this time, the 16 emperors of Shen Emperor Starfield, who had become extremely ferocious due to anxiety and shock, even wanted to rush into the mysterious black hole several times. They wanted to stop what was happening in front of them, however, in the end they suppressed the impulse in their hearts. By now, everyone had already seen through the clues. The level of the seven-colored flames that formed this flame bridge was definitely higher than the undying void flame. Even though these 16 emperors were strong, if they entered the mysterious black hole, they wouldn't even be able to defend against the void undying flames, much less the seven-colored bridge that was much stronger than it. However, although they did not dare to enter without permission, they did not wait anxiously outside the mysterious black hole. Among them, several emperors had already given the order to gather all the remaining soldiers in the entire Shen Emperor Starfield. Regardless of how they would deal with this rainbow flame bridge later on, as well as hiding within the bridge, they would not even emit any aura of cultivation. The culprit behind the law induction. Right now, the first thing to do was to surround the entire black hole. As soon as the seven-colored flame bridge rushed out of the black hole, they would immediately attack. There were countless experts in the entire Emperor Shen Starfield. Among them, there were dozens of battle armies formed by the remnants. The experts in each battle army were the best of the best. Right now, the dozens of soldiers were mobilized at the same time. The total number of soldiers exceeded 10 billion, and there were 16 emperors in charge. From their point of view, it was just to deal with an unknown rainbow flame bridge and the culprit behind the scenes. It was more than enough. At this moment, these 16 emperors who were giving orders had never thought that the culprit behind the seven-colored flame bridge was actually an emperor-level being. From what they knew, this was simply impossible. On one hand, it was because they had never heard of an emperor-level being in the surrounding endless void space. On the other hand, if the culprit was an emperor-level being, he would have the power to sweep through the entire Shen Emperor forbidden ground. Why would he need to hide within the seven-colored flame bridge and not show himself? In their opinion, the reason why this shameless mastermind dared to charge into the Shenhuang Starfield and wantonly steal the undying void flame from the mysterious black hole in front of him was because he was the mastermind behind all this. He was only relying on the seven-colored flame bridge. The 16 emperors of the Shen Emperor Starfield had long discussed this through their undying consciousness. As long as he rushed out of the black hole, they would all attack at the same time and set up a void formation to stop him. In this way, as long as they killed him, they would be able to make up for the loss of the undying void flame. Moreover, the Emperor Slayer Star region would also obtain this rainbow flame bridge that was far more powerful than the undying void flame. This was simply a good thing, like a pie falling from the sky. Jifeifu? Rumble. Hao. Li. Following the orders of the 16 emperors, the entire vast Shen Emperor Starfield was in an uproar. It was like a sleeping beast that was suddenly awakened. As far as the eye could see, there were many battleships charging out of the atmosphere from the planets with life. They formed an army in the void and headed towards the western region of Emperor Shen, where the mysterious black hole was located, gathering there. These battleships were of all kinds and they were all ancient. Obviously, they had inherited the crafting techniques of the prehistoric era. Although they were ancient, they were not inferior to the current space fortresses and space fortresses. At this moment, among the battleships that were gathering towards the mysterious black hole from all directions, there were even dozens of huge objects that were as big as stars. Some of the battleships even followed the ancient traditions. In front of the battleships, there were actually huge space beasts pulling the strings and moving forward at extreme speed. In just a short hour, at the edge of the mysterious black hole in the western part of the Shen Emperor Starfield, a large amount of strong beings and ancient battleships had gathered. Some of the battleships that were closer to the black hole were the first to arrive. They immediately formed a seal around the mysterious black hole. In the void further away, countless experts of the remnant people and all kinds of battleships were still gathering and rumbling. Such a scene had not been seen in the Shenhuang star domain for countless years. All the experts could not even remember when was the last time they had seen such a scene. At this time, there was no longer any indestructible void flame around the seven-colored flame bridge in the mysterious black hole void. In just 2 hours, all the indestructible void flames within 100 million miles of the void whizzed over in an overwhelming manner, bringing with them destruction. The terrifying momentum was actually like a moth flying into a flame. They had all been completely swallowed by the seven-colored flame bridge. The continuous explosions gradually stopped. The seven-colored flame bridge in the black hole was still the same as before. After swallowing so many undying void flames, its shape did not change at all. Chapter 4395. Shio. A sharp piercing sound rang out. In front of everyone's eyes, after rushing into the mysterious black hole in front of them, it had been suspended in the void about 200 to 300 million miles away from the edge. It remained motionless no matter how many undying void flames attacked it. Without any reaction, the seven-colored flame bridge suddenly moved. However, it didn't turn around and rush out of the black hole. Instead, it rushed deeper into the center of the black hole. The maximum range of the undying void flames in this black hole seemed to be only 100 million miles. Previously, when the seven-colored flame bridge was suspended in the black hole, all the undying void flames within 100 million miles had taken the initiative to fly over like moths to a flame. When they rushed over, they were swallowed by the seven-colored flame bridge amidst the continuous rumbling sounds. And now, as the rainbow flame bridge shot into the depths of the black hole void, it instantly attracted the void imperishable flame in the surrounding areas. All of them carried a destructive force as they whizzed toward the rainbow flame bridge without hesitation. Go, Hong. Hong long long. From this moment on, in the void of the black hole in front of them, the sound of explosions that had just stopped resounded once again in an overwhelming manner. This scene shocked the countless survivors outside the black hole. Even the 16 emperors subconsciously opened their eyes wide. Then they seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "Look, this damned bridge of flames is actually going further in. More undying void flames have been activated and are surging towards it. Damn it, damn it! Who is this guy hiding in the flame bridge? He's too greedy and he's too greedy." All the undying void flames in the entire 100 million mile area have been taken by him, and he's still not satisfied. It's clear that he wants to take away all the undying void flames in this black hole. Stop him, we must stop him. Otherwise, once all the undying void flames are taken away, some unforeseen changes may occur in this black hole. If no new undying void flames are born in the future, won't it be the end of our line? Our chance of survival? Something big is going to happen. Inside the black hole, the seven-colored flame bridge was protecting the front yard of the Mo Dragon Imperial Palace. Yi Xian was standing at the edge of the front yard with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the 7 gorgeous cultivators were lined up in a row, and the elephant fox Martin was lying on Yi Xian's right shoulder with his neck shrunk. Although he knew that the Shinong unusual flame wouldn't hurt Yi Xian at all, because the Shinong cauldron had been completely refined by Yi Xian, and the Shinong unusual flame in the cauldron was ignited by Yi Xian's heart flame when it was still a one-colored flame. However, at this moment, the Mo Dragon Imperial Palace was completely covered by the seven-colored flame bridge, which made him feel extremely uneasy. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. "Look at how useless you are." As if he felt the fear in his heart, Yi Xian turned his head slightly and glared at him. And then he looked ahead again. At this time, the seven-colored flame bridge had left the previous area and changed its position to another void. In the void outside the flame bridge, within a radius of 100 million miles, countless strands of indestructible void flame were madly charging toward this side. In the outside world, the rumbling sounds were earth-shattering, but inside the flame bridge, no strange sounds could be heard at all. Those rumbling sounds had long been blocked outside by the power of the Shinong cauldron field controlled by Yi Xian. Although he had not moved his body, he had been paying attention to the changes in the Shinong flame pool at the center of the plain at the bottom of the volcano in the Shinong cauldron field. The seven-colored flame bridge that appeared in the black hole like a rainbow across the sky was actually just a bait to lure the indestructible void flame to attack. Previously, Yi Xian had retrieved all the information about the indestructible void flame from the database of the devouring system in his body and quickly browsed through it. He had a complete understanding of the characteristics of this kind of heavenly flame. Therefore, he waved his hand and summoned this seven-colored flame bridge across the void. In fact, all of the indestructible void flames that roared, rushed into the seven-colored flame bridge, and then disappeared, were immediately sucked into the flat at the bottom of the volcano by the Shinong cauldron's powerful field after entering the seven-colored flame bridge. In the Shinong flame pool at the center of the original. Although the 10,000-mile flame bridge in the black hole did not seem to have changed from beginning to end, the Shinong flame pool at the center of the plain at the bottom of the volcano was completely different. When the first batch of undying void flame was sent into the flame pool, the originally tranquil flame bridge immediately surged with turbulent waves. Endless seven-colored flames rose into the air and almost filled the entire vast plains at the bottom of the volcano. These Shenong strange flames originally only had 7 colors, but as more and more eternal void flames were sent into the flame pool through the 7-colored flame bridge, there was clearly one more color that was almost transparent among the original 7 colors of the Shenong strange flames. It was a transparent color. However, this almost transparent color was still extremely unstable. It appeared and disappeared from time to time, like an ethereal phantom flickering among the 7 colors. Yi Xian's divine sense had always been closely watching the changes in the Shenong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. At this moment, when he saw that a large amount of indestructible void flame that was swallowed by the flame bridge began to be sent into the flame pool again, the flickering, illusory transparent color among the original 7 colors in the flame pool finally began to gradually solidify. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. The heart that had been in his throat was also quietly relieved at this moment. It seems that the effect of this kind of indestructible void flame is quite good. In just over 2 hours, it actually made a new, almost transparent color appear in the Shenong 7-colored flame. However, the evolution from the 7-colored flame to the 8-colored flame is incomparable to any of the previous evolutions because the 8-colored flame is only one step away from the 9-colored flame, which is the peak form of the Shenong heavenly flame. In order to successfully take this step, it will need to devour a large number of undying void flames, and if nothing goes wrong, all of the undying void flames in this black hole will most likely not be able to escape this calamity. This is clearly a case of extinction. The rhythm of emptiness. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. He subconsciously frowned, shook his head and sighed. This matter is indeed a little unkind, but now that everything has begun, if we give up now, I'm afraid that it will have some unknown effect on the subsequent evolution of the Shenong strange flame. Chapter 4396. Boom. Rumble. A huge roar sounded again. In the mysterious black hole in front of him, the 7-colored flame bridge that was tens of thousands of feet wide and tens of thousands of miles long was suspended in the air. As it whistled, it changed position again. In an instant, all the void imperishable flames within 100 million miles of the void, after sensing the aura of the 7-colored flame bridge, all rushed towards it like moths to a flame. There were too many of them and they were shooting at him from all directions. This scene was filled with madness. Within a radius of 100 million miles, all the undying void flames in the void, regardless of size, quality, or size, did not stop at all when they sensed the aura of the invaders. Carrying with them a world-destroying aura, they rumbled over. In the blink of an eye, they all rushed into the 7-colored flame bridge one after another, causing an earth-shattering explosion, roaring endlessly like a tide. In just a few dozen breaths, all the void imperishable flames that came into contact with the 7-colored flame bridge, including the highest grade and most shockingly hot single crow imperishable flame, were mercilessly swallowed by the flame bridge without exception. These roaring, rushing into the 7-colored flame bridge and then disappearing, after entering the flame bridge, were directly sent into the Shenong flame pool in the center of the volcanic plain by the powerful domain power of the Shenong cauldron after entering the flame bridge. Inside the pool of flames, raging waves surged. Endless 7-colored flames rose endlessly, filling the entire vast plain at the bottom of the volcano. In the original 7-colored Shenong heavenly flame, the additional almost transparent color was extremely unstable before. It appeared and disappeared from time to time, like an ethereal phantom flickering in the 7 colors. But now it was getting more and more obvious. Condensed. Gradually, it stopped flickering and disappearing as if it was merging with the Shenong 7-colored flame, but it was still relatively weak at the moment, and compared to the other 7 colors of the Shenong flame, it was extremely inconspicuous. After swallowing all the void imperishable flames in this area, the 7-colored flame bridge did not stop at all, and immediately rushed to another area. Every time it changed its position, all the indestructible void flame within a radius of 100 million miles would be completely wiped out in just a few dozen breaths. And this mysterious black hole that gave birth to the undying void flame only had a circumference of a few 100,000 kilometers. Similar scenes continued. Every time, the rainbow flame bridge would only stay for a few dozen breaths of time after changing its position. Just like that, after dozens of great void teleportations, almost all the indestructible void flame in the mysterious black hole had been swallowed up. What was left was less than 10% of the original. At this time, the Shinong unusual flame in the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the Shinong cauldron domain was very, very close to evolving into a complete 8-colored flame. Compared to the other 7 colors, the additional dreamlike translucent luster was extremely weak. The last 10%. As long as we devour the remaining undying void flames, the Shinong 8-colored flame will definitely complete its evolution. After a series of deductions, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in the air all this time, finally settled down. Without any hesitation, the 7-colored flame bridge enveloped by the demonic dragon shot through the air like a rainbow, heading toward the last corner of the mysterious black hole that had yet to be set foot in. It was also at this moment that ripples that were like scales suddenly appeared at the center of the black hole. But in reality there was clearly nothing there, and it was completely empty. When this scene fell into the eyes of a large number of experts trapped outside the black hole void, all of them were stunned. Then no one knew what they thought of, but some of them suddenly roared with excitement as if they were crazy. Transparent imperishable flame. In the center of the black hole, there is a top-level transparent imperishable flame. That's right, there is absolutely nothing in that area but the void ripples like scales. If it is not the throbbing of the transparent imperishable flame, what else can it be? The area where the ripples appear is so vast, at least tens of thousands of miles. Doesn't that mean that this transparent and pure top-level undying void flame is actually tens of thousands of miles wide? A 10,000-mile-long undying void flame, and it's a transparent color that has never appeared before. It's simply heaven-defying. This transparent undying flame is definitely the source of all undying void flames. It's the mother flame. Take action. Take action immediately. We must not let the rainbow flame bridge devour this mother flame, otherwise, our Shen Emperor Star area will never be able to get any undying void flame in the future, even if it is the 9 ravens of the lowest quality. Whoosh! As the exclamations around the mysterious black hole sounded one after another, the rainbow flame bridge, which was like a long rainbow whistling through the void, also landed steadily above the tens of thousands of miles wide transparent imperishable flame at the same time. In the next instant, the loud rumbling that had just stopped surged again like a tide. All the imperishable void flames in this last area, including the colorless and transparent flame that was suspected to be the mother flame, completely fell into a frenzy in the blink of an eye. The rainbow flame bridge was like a whale sucking in water, and all the undying void flames in the surrounding hundreds of millions of miles were completely devoured in less than 20 breaths of time. Even the undying void flame suspected to be the mother flame was no exception. In the blink of an eye, not a single undying void flame could be seen in the mysterious black hole that spanned hundreds of millions of miles. It was completely wiped out. Seeing this scene, the 16 emperors on the western side of the black hole were so furious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Without hesitation, they raised their heads and roared furiously. With a flash of their bodies, they rushed into the black hole and rumbled towards the rainbow flame bridge's location. At the same time, inside the Shinong cauldron in the Shinong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, the Shinong 7-colored flame that was rising up had just finished its transformation. That dreamy transparent color had completely stabilized and flourished. There was no difference between its 7 colors anymore. The Shinong 7-colored flame had finally evolved into the Shinong 8-colored flame. Xiao. In the outside world, in the black hole, as the evolution of the Shinong 8-colored flame was completed, the rainbow flame bridge that spanned tens of thousands of miles instantly shrank and disappeared under Yi Xian's thought. It was kept in the Shinong cauldron and thrown into the Shinong cauldron. It was thrown into the undying void flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. At this moment, following the disappearance of the rainbow flame bridge, the demonic dragon chariot, which had been shrouded by the flame bridge all this time, was completely exposed at this moment. In front, left, right, and back of the imperial carriage, the terrifying aura of the primordial era from the 9 demon dragons spread out instantly and covered the entire vast Shen Emperor starfield in the blink of an eye. What? This aura? Chapter 4397. In the distance, a few billion miles away in the universe space, the 16 emperors who were shooting over with killing intent all had a change of expression. Their bodies stopped as though they had planned it beforehand, and after that, they all exclaimed in shock. What? This aura? Demonic dragon. It's obviously an ancient demonic dragon. My god, this is a powerful being from the primordial era, and there are actually 9 of them? And their status is obviously just Lai Yuan's slave beast. Such extravagance is simply shocking. To be able to trap Suoleiyuan with 9 terrifying primordial demon dragons, just how terrifying is the origin of the person in the purple wand carriage? As the 16 emperors cried out in shock, the entire vast Shen Emperor starfield fell into silence. Among the 16 emperors, there were 4 emperors who were half-step emperors at the peak of the 9th level. They all exclaimed subconsciously and had already used their spirit sense. Hence, no matter how vast the Emperor Shen starfield was, their exclamations were enough to cover it. All the great beings and space beasts were stunned when they heard the exclamations. Their breathing stopped as though they were struck by lightning, and they were completely petrified, a powerful being from the primordial era. To them, this was simply an unimaginably terrifying existence. But now not only did 9 of them appear at once, but they were also just slave beasts to pull the carriage. This had long exceeded their understanding. Even the 16 emperors who were more than 1 billion miles away from the demonic dragon were completely stunned. At this moment, the demonic dragon moved under everyone's gazes. Roar? Although the 3 demonic dragons on the left, right, and back of the demonic dragon didn't move, the 6 demonic dragons in front of the demonic dragon roared at the same time. Then they leaped forward, and in the blink of an eye, the demonic dragon was more than 1 billion miles away from the demonic dragon. In the universe void less than 100 million miles away from the 16 emperors. Seeing this scene, the countless survivors in the massive battleships that were besieged by the mysterious black hole gasped in astonishment. The 16 emperors who were instantly approached by the demonic dragon were so scared that their faces turned pale. It wasn't that they didn't want to turn around and run away, but they couldn't control their bodies at all. Their legs were numb and they couldn't feel anything at all. After all, they were only emperors, and it was natural for them to react this way when facing 9 powerful beings from the primordial era. And this was because the terrifying pressure emanating from the 9 demonic dragons wasn't deliberately directed at them. Otherwise, even emperors would have to lie down on the spot. Bastards! Why don't you restrain your auras? If you scare the friends in this starfield, I'll destroy you. Just as the 16 emperors were frightened, a man's voice came from the demonic dragon that stopped abruptly in the space 100 million miles away. It sounded very young, but it was very domineering. Not only did he reprimand the 9 demonic dragons, but he also casually said that he would destroy them. What was even stranger was that as the young man's voice spread out, all of the demonic dragons, not only the 6 in front of the Luan Yuan, including the 3 on the left, right, and back of the Luan carriage, trembled and dispersed from their bodies. What came was the terrifying aura of the primordial era, which was unique to the almighty experts of the primordial era. If it weren't for the fact that they could still see them with their naked eyes, everyone would suspect that these 9 demonic dragons had already left. To be able to restrain their auras to such an extent that even emperors couldn't detect them with their spiritual awareness. This technique could only be done by emperors. Yi Xian actually had no choice but to do this. Although the 9 demonic dragons' auras were at the primordial era, they were limited by Yi Xian's own cultivation level. The battle strength they could display now was only at the level of an emperor. If he didn't order them to restrain their auras and deliberately show a low-profile attitude, they might be exposed in the future. And now, with such a show, even if the 9 demonic dragons were to display strength at a certain time in the future that didn't match the strength of a primordial era being, no one would suspect anything. The moment he finished speaking, the demonic dragon's mist curtains automatically rolled up under Yi Xian's command. The scene of the courtyard with a radius of several hundred feet was instantly revealed. As though they had agreed beforehand, the pupils of the 16 emperors shrank and they all took in a deep breath. In the void in the distance, the countless survivors who saw the scene in the front yard were speechless again. Their faces were all full of disbelief. On the ground of the courtyard with a radius of only 150 feet, a handsome young man and 7 absolute beauties sat on the ground. The man was in the center, and the 7 beauties were gathered around him. Each of them had a table in front of them, on it were all sorts of spirit fruits that had never been seen before. And in front of each of the 7 beauties, there were different musical instruments, all of which were ancient treasures of the primordial era. Even the ground of the courtyard was covered with a thick layer of ferocious beast fur. The purple gold fur emitted a faint aura unique to the primordial era ferocious beasts. If there were no accidents, this purple gold fur used as a carpet was most likely taken from the remains of a primordial era supreme ferocious beast. This wasn't just a normal luxury, it was simply too extravagant. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Seeing this from such a close distance, the 16 emperors who had regained their senses due to the demon dragon retracting its aura were instantly petrified. They were all stunned. Fellow cultivators, I'm Xinyuan Feng from the Milky Way star field in the distant primordial void. I happened to pass by here and saw a strange flame. It was not bad, so I took it. It was also at this time the young man who was surrounded by 7 beautiful women in the front yard of the Phoenix chariot had already stood up, stepped in the void, and slowly walked out of the purple Phoenix chariot. Seeing that all of you have exquisite bones, I think this star field must be a good place for outstanding people. Yes, this Taoist has decided to temporarily stay here for a few days. Please forgive me if I have disturbed you in any way. After saying that, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked outside the mysterious black hole. There was a large expanse of space in the air, surrounding the entire black hole. After glancing around a few times, a look of surprise and confusion appeared on his face. He raised his hand and pointed, then finally said, "Fellow Taoists? Why is this? Could it be that you already knew that this Taoist was traveling incognito and would come here? You actually prepared such a lineup to welcome me, isn't this a bit too much?" Chapter 4398. I didn't expect that even after leaving the mother planet, I still wouldn't be able to avoid such a scene. How disturbing. After he finished speaking, a trace of displeasure appeared on Yi Xian's face. He impatiently waved his hand and said, "Disperse, disperse, immediately disperse them. This Taoist has long been tired of this kind of show. It's so hard to come out, yet I can't even have a moment of peace." As these words left his mouth, the pressure within his body that was originally completely restrained seemed to inadvertently leak out a bit. He was a level 1 immortal emperor. At this time, the 7 beautiful cultivators in the front courtyard of the Yuan carriage had already followed behind. With light lotus steps, they walked out of the front courtyard of the Yuan carriage. Their faces all carried a faint expression of fear as they bowed towards Yi Xian. "Little master, please calm down. They're just foreigners, unable to see the big picture. Please don't be angry on account of their ignorance." At the same time, the 7 beauties all emitted a half-step emperor aura at the peak of emperor level 9. All of this was clearly seen by the 16 emperors 100 million miles away, causing their pupils to shrink as they took in a deep breath. Mother planet? Little master? Traveling incognito? He was so young, yet he was already an emperor level undying. Even the 7 maidservants beside him were all half-step emperors, even though they were peerlessly beautiful? When all of this was added together, it formed a shocking thunderbolt that exploded in the minds of the 16 emperors, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. Their noses were heavy and hurried, and their minds were completely shaken. The earth was in chaos. What a shocking background. And this was only the so-called little master. Normally, a little master was a grandson's life, otherwise if it was a son's life, they would have to call him young master. From the looks of it, this so-called young master with a mysterious background was clearly relying on an existence of his grandfather's generation. His grandson was already so powerful, an emperor level, 7 half-step emperor level maids serving him, and 7 desolate ancient demon dragons traveling with him. Then this mysterious grandfather, what kind of terrifying existence was he? His strength might not even be able to defeat a universe knight. After becoming an emperor, he would become a universe knight, so how could his grandfather be only 1 level stronger than his grandson? In that case, he had to be at least a universe master or a universe supreme being, or even a primordial supreme being or a primordial supreme being. Even if he was only a universe master, that was absolutely incredible. For an emperor level undying, he was definitely an existence that they could only look up to. In this life they had never seen such a figure. To be precise, they had never even heard of it. More importantly, he came from the mother planet. The legend of the mother planet was no longer a secret in this space fragment of the desolate world. Almost all the ancient survivors and beasts above the undying level knew a little about it. After the battle that destroyed the entire untainted land in the past, the mother planet had indeed taken the bright Milky Way with it and flew away. No one knew where it had gone. Now, it seemed that the mysterious Milky Way star sector had been transferred to the legendary Hongmeng Void. And this so-called young master with a terrifying background and a frightening aura was obviously from the mother planet in the Milky Way star sector in the Hongmeng Void. For all the ancient survivors in this space fragment of the desolate world, the mother planet was the origin of their bloodline. Therefore, in a sense, this young master before them was basically in existence at the level of their bloodline ancestor. Although he was young, his seniority and bloodline were obvious, and this was an absolutely undeniable fact. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 16 emperors were all shocked, and the countless great beings and space beasts in the distance all gasped and kept quiet out of fear. At this moment, the vast and boundless Emperor Xian star region fell into a deathly silence once again. Because the words that Yi Xian, corpse ancestor, Hanba, and the rest of the 7 great gorgeous cultivators had said seemed to be casual and light, but in reality, they had used the power of their spiritual sense. The entire Xian Emperor Star sector was shrouded, and even a deaf person could hear it clearly. No one doubted any of this because no matter if it was the little young master's terrifying titled Emperor-level cultivation, or the 7 beautiful maids' strength at his side, or the 9 demonic dragons' supreme might of the desolate era's almighty expert level, all of these were facts in front of their eyes. Only Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and tens of thousands of other members of the Yin Demon clan had the same shocked look on their faces. They didn't even dare to take a deep breath. However, deep in their eyes, there was still a clear trace of suspicion. Everything that had just happened gave them a sense of déjà vu. In fact, all of the clansmen of the Yin Demon clan had the same feeling at this moment. After experiencing the humiliation caused by ancestor Huan Ting, which caused the entire Yin Demon clan to become the laughingstock of countless experts in the starry sky, all the clansmen of the Yin Demon clan subconsciously doubted this kind of thing at the first moment. It was like a conditioned reflex or more like an instinct, and the scene in front of them gave them a very familiar feeling. It was as if Linghu Young Master, who had pretended to be Huan Ting ancestor and harmed the Yin Demon clan, had suddenly appeared in front of them. After a short moment of being stunned, the 16 emperors who were closest to the demonic dragons, who were only 100 million miles away, finally came back to their senses and broke free from the unprecedented shock. The 16 of them turned to look at each other and quickly reached a consensus. Then a few of them turned to look at the countless battleships outside the black hole. Their faces darkened and they started to reprimand them on the spot. "Why are you still standing here? Don't you see that young Master Shen Yuan is already displeased? You don't see the big picture. Who asked you to come? You know that young Master Shen Yuan doesn't like this kind of extravagance, so why don't you leave? If you offend young Master Shen Yuan, can you bear the responsibility? This is ridiculous. Get lost. All of you get lost. Go back to where you came from." Hong. Long. Chapter 4399. My name is Zhao Dong. Greetings young Master Shen Yuan. My name is Qian Nan. Please calm down young Master Shen Yuan. My name is Sun Shi. I hope young Master Shen Yuan can forgive me for my earlier rudeness. My name is Li Bei, 4th in line. Young Master Shen Yuan can just call me Old Li Si. A distance of 100 million miles was nothing to an emperor-level undying. In the blink of an eye, the 16 emperors arrived in front of Yi Xian and the 7 great beauties, who were standing beside the demon dragon. Their faces were filled with fawning smiles as they cupped their fists and bowed. Amongst the 16 people, only the 4 peerless emperors who were at the peak of the 9th step spoke up. At the same time that they introduced themselves to Yi Xian, they also took this opportunity to get close to him. As for the other 12, they didn't even have the chance to greet him. They were all extremely cautious in front of Yi Xian. After all, from their point of view, this young man not only had a terrifying background, but his strength wasn't just for show either. This was an emperor-level warrior. Even though he was young, in terms of strength he was their senior. In the space environment, the stronger one had to be respected. This was a very normal thing. Disperse, I have no interest in chatting with you all. It's rare for me to come out, the world is so huge I should explore and see more. Facing the 12 incomparably polite and respectful emperors in front of him, Yi Xian seemed to be extremely excited. He indifferently glanced at the 4 half-step emperors that politely spoke to him, waved his hand and turned around to walk towards the demon dragon imperial carriage behind him. As for the other 12 emperors that hadn't even reached the half-emperor level, he didn't even bother to look at them. And looking at his posture, it was obvious he was about to turn and leave. Seeing this, the 16 emperors began to panic. The 12 emperors who didn't even look at Yi Xian felt sullen, their faces turning red. However, they were extremely anxious and didn't dare make a sound, rubbing their hands. He stared blankly at Yi Xian and the 4 pseudo-emperors, completely at a loss for what to do. Young master, there doesn't seem to be any other place in this star field that's as large as this. Just as the group of emperors were staring at each other anxiously, Corpse Ancestor Hanba of the 7 gorgeous cultivators spoke up at the right time and reminded him, and along the way, we've basically only encountered fierce beasts in forbidden grounds, all of them wearing fur and armor. There's no one to talk to, only this place. Although it's boring, at least these guys are still human. These words were simply too unpleasant to listen to, and the 16 emperors almost fainted from the shock. What did he mean by at least he was human? An emperor-level undying being insulted like that was simply infuriating. However, due to the frightening background of this young Master Shen Yuan and his titled Emperor Cultivation, although they were furious, they did not dare to make a sound. After exchanging a glance with each other, they unexpectedly followed corpse ancestor Han Kuei's words and tried to persuade Yi Xian to stay. This was clearly the rhythm of swallowing down his teeth and accepting this grievance. That's right, at least the star field is not filled with those wearing fur and armor. Even though they're annoying, they're still human. Yi Xian was expressionless. Whether it was his expression or tone, it was filled with a sense of hedonism, and his words were extremely harsh. However, the 16 emperors didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, they all nodded and agreed. From what they saw, even though Yi Xian didn't have a good impression of them, as long as they could keep this young Master Shen Yuan in Emperor Shen Starfield, they could naturally think of ways to improve their impression of him. That way the result would be no different from hugging a thick thigh. Who knows, after gaining his favor, he might even bring them out of this futureless fragment space and into the mysterious primordial mist starfield, to the Milky Way where their mother planet was. The starfield. For the sake of this goal, it was worth it to suffer some humiliation. Besides, at least Yi Xian admitted that they weren't filled with fur and armor. This was a very good start. Thinking like this, the faces of the 16 emperors instantly lit up with smiles. They hurriedly introduced the benefits of the Shen Emperor Starfield to Yi Xian, such as the various spirit herbs and spirit fruits that were unique to this place, as well as other cultivation resources. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the 4 pseudo-emperors. He raised his eyebrows and said, "What were you all doing here just now? It seems like you were trying to capture this undying void flame, right?" Shio. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the space in front of him with a radius of 1,000 feet immediately rippled like scales. Even though this space seemed to be empty, and even when one used his divine consciousness to probe, he could only feel a slight ripple in the space. However, in reality, there was an extremely scorching and special heat wave that rushed towards him. Of course, this heat wave couldn't harm the emperors at all. This was an undying void flame, and it was of the highest quality, even more so than Dan Wu's. This kind of void undying flame had long since merged with Yi Xian's divine Nong strange flame, becoming one of the divine Nong 8-colored flames. With a thought from Yi Xian, he could summon 8 colored flames with a wave of his hand, or he could only summon one of them. The transparent inextinguishable flame he had just summoned was drawn from the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in Shinong Cauldron Domain. Not to mention this small area of 300 meters, no matter how much Yi Xian extracted, it wouldn't have any effect on the 8-colored flames. This was because the void immortal flames had already completely merged with the 8-colored flames and were already able to grow endlessly. Right now, the reason why he had taken out this transparent undying flame was because he wanted to test the waters and get the complete pill-making techniques from the 16 emperors. It could be said that Yi Xian didn't care about the transparent undying flame that was 300 meters in radius that he casually took out. However, this was only for him. To the 16 emperors in front of him, the situation was obviously different. At this moment, when they saw Yi Xian casually wave his hand, the space in front of them immediately rippled like scales. The 16 undying emperors were stunned at first, but then a thought flashed through their minds. In an instant, their expressions changed as they all exclaimed, "What? This is the undying void flame? It's actually such a huge one? And it's of the highest quality. This is simply..." Chapter 4400. Valuable? Ugh. Hearing these words, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he covered his face and spat in pain. He muttered, "Isn't it just a firework? I just thought it was something new, so I decided to keep it for fun. It's not bad to roast some meat for fun. But you actually say it's valuable? What a bunch of country bumpkins who haven't seen the world." His words made everyone speechless. The faces of the 16 emperors immediately turned red, not sure if it was because of embarrassment or because they were excited to see this young Master Shen Yuan not care about it at all. After a short while, they saw that Yi Xian didn't have any intention of putting away the transparent undying flames. They looked at each other and exchanged glances again. After that, Zhao Dong carefully moved closer and asked tentatively, "Young Master Shen Yuan, you really don't want this translucent everlasting flame? Isn't it just a firework? Do you really need to be so conflicted? Take it, take it." Waving his hand, Yi Xian revealed an impatient expression and said, "Don't bother me, I've been busy for so long, I'm a bit hungry. I don't like to be disturbed when I'm enjoying my food." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian turned around and returned to the front yard of the demon dragon's carriage with a single step. After sitting down on the floor covered in soft beast fur, he picked up the wine jug on the table beside him and gulped down a mouthful. At this time, the 7 beauties and the leopard followed behind and entered the front yard of the dragon carriage, waiting around Yi Xian. "Shio. It's rare for me to find a new kind of flame today. I wonder if the taste of the roasted meat is different from before. I'll know once I try it. Muttering to himself, Yi Xin waved his hand at the same time. With a weak sound of breaking through the air, a void undying flame was instantly summoned and appeared in the air outside the front yard of his demon dragon carriage. It was over 3,000 meters long, and it was also of the best quality. It was a transparent undying flame. Seeing this, the 16 emperors exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. They could see that the ultimate goal of the master in front of them collecting the undying void flame was to roast meat to satisfy his appetite. And from what he said, he seemed to have collected many different kinds of firework to test the taste of the meat roasted with different kinds of firework. What the F***ck? The undying flame was a rare treasure to them. Normally they would only use it to make meat medicine. They didn't expect this young master to not care about it at all. With bitter expressions, Zhao Dong and the other half-step emperors no longer hesitated. With a wave of their hands, they divided the transparent undying flame that Yi Xin had taken out earlier into 16 portions, one for each of them, and carefully put it away. After that, everyone turned to look at the demon dragon imperial chariot again. With just a single glance, their expressions changed. They gasped and cried out in alarm once again. What? This beast's leg's aura? A powerful being of the quasi-primordial level, which is the level of a universe supreme? What a big deal. He actually used the leg of a universe supreme level beast to roast meat. This is simply a reckless waste of natural resources. If it can be used to refine the great flesh medicine, how heaven-defying would the quality of the great medicine after it is refined be? Monster. This young master Shenyuan is truly a monster. He can eat too much, he dares to eat too much. It was no wonder that they were so shocked. At this moment, when he turned his head to look, Yi Xin, who was in his line of sight, took out a gigantic leg of a vicious bird in the blink of an eye after summoning the transparent undying flame that covered a radius of 3,000 feet. It had a radius of several thousand feet, and it emitted a purple-gold mist. Vaguely, there seemed to be the aura of a powerful being of the quasi-primordial level slowly spreading out. This time, because Yi Xin didn't use the Shin-Nong 8-color flame, but only the transparent undying flame, the roasting speed was slightly slower. And during the roasting process, although the beast leg's color gradually turned golden, and it looked very appetizing, the aroma it emitted was completely different from the roasted meat of the Shin-Nong 8-color flame. As far as Yi Xin was concerned, the meat that was roasted with this kind of pure, transparent, undying flame was clearly far inferior to the Shin-Nong heavenly flame. However, to the 16 emperors waiting outside the dragon carriage, this was obviously not the case. When had they ever done something so wasteful? Not to mention the roasting effect of the transparent everlasting flame, the precious leg of a quasi-desolation era ferocious bird was enough to make them salivate and drool. Soon the beast leg was finished roasting. However, Yi Xin was clearly not satisfied. With a wave of his hand, he put away the transparent undying flame outside the demon dragon and threw it back into the volcano at the bottom of the Shin-Nong cauldron. As for Yi Xin, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, he directly threw the leg of the vicious bird in front of the 16 undying emperors that were anxiously waiting in the air not far away. Then, his voice came out from the demon dragon chariot, filled with disdain. I thought that this kind of transparent and colorless flame would look quite pure. How delicious could it be when it's roasted? I didn't expect it to be so bad. Just this smell alone is enough to make me lose my appetite. Fine, since you all seem to be interested. I'll reward you all with this beast leg. Hearing this, the 16 undying's faces turned red again. How could this be considered wasteful? It made their hair stand on end. A leg of a quasi-desolation level ferocious beast was roasted so tantalizingly, but in the end, it was actually disliked by the other party. This kind of foppish young master from a supreme power was indeed a super prodigal. With a sigh, the 16 emperors did not stand on ceremony and immediately divided up the huge beast leg among themselves. However, they did not enjoy it on the spot, as that would be too rude. Hence, after the ferocious bird leg was divided, the 16 emperors waved their hands one after another, and very quickly, each of them took their share and carefully put it away. After doing all this, they exchanged glances again. Only then did Zhao Dong step forward and come to the dragon carriage. He first cupped his hands to Yi Xin and then said, "Young Master Shenyuan, this kind of undying flame is not for us. It's not for roasting meat. In fact, it's a waste to roast the leg of the beast you just roasted into meat, including the one you just roasted. Why don't you use it to make meat medicine? That's the most precious resource for making medicine. Chapter 4401. If that's the case, then I'll embarrass myself. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 16 emperors looked at each other as if they were still unconvinced. After exchanging glances with each other, Zhao Dong of the 4 half-emperors walked out. He cupped his hands towards Yi Xian and said, "I've already prepared a cauldron of materials. All I need is the fire to refine it. Just now, young Master Xinyuan bestowed upon me a top-grade transparent everlasting flame of the best quality. With this flame, the quality of this cauldron of flesh medicine that I'm about to refine will reach the highest level in history." Xiao. Hung long long. After that, Zhao Dong didn't hesitate anymore. He flashed to the space not far from his right and sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a huge cauldron appeared. The cauldron was huge, at least 30,000 feet tall. It was like a huge mountain and gave off an ancient aura. It was a decent treasure cauldron. Of course, it couldn't be compared to Yi Xian's Shenong cauldron at all. As the huge cauldron flew across the sky, thunder rumbled from within. With a thought, the lid of the cauldron opened. Zhao Dong waved his hand and took out a large amount of top-grade materials and materials from ferocious beasts. They flew straight into the cauldron. Yi Xian had all of these precious materials and medicines in his possession. Just this point alone meant that the various top-grade spirit herbs and medicines that were unique to the Shen Emperor Star region were only SOSO. With Yi Xian's current cultivation level, there was probably nothing that could attract him. Yes. As for the materials from ferocious beasts, Yi Xian didn't lack them at all. At this moment, although the ferocious beast materials that Zhao Dong took out were all taken from the ferocious beasts of the immortal realm and above, they were basically all titled kings and marquises. The best of them were only titled emperors, and there were very few of them. They were all at the initial emperor level. After the materials were all in the cauldron, Zhao Dong waved his hand and closed the lid of the cauldron. With a wave of his hand, a pure and transparent undying flame with a radius of 30 feet shot out. It was the same as the one that Yi Xian threw out earlier. The transparent undying flame with a radius of 300 feet was divided into a small portion in Zhao Dong's hand. Soon, the transparent undying flame went through the cauldron wall and rushed into the cauldron. After that, Zhao Dong's hands started to change rapidly. One by one, obscure techniques danced between his fingers. As the techniques were made, streaks of light of different colors flew out from his fingertips and into the cauldron. Inside the cauldron. Obviously, what Zhao Dong was using now was the ancient alchemy method passed down by the remnant experts of the Emperor Shen Starfield. Ordinary remnant experts might only have a superficial understanding of it, but Zhao Dong was one of only 4.5 in the entire Emperor Shen Starfield. Emperor. What he had in his hands must be the most complete alchemy technique in Emperor Shen Emperor Starfield. This was also the ultimate purpose of Yi Xian coming here and going through so much trouble. If it weren't for the fact that he was only an emperor and couldn't forcibly search the soul of a quasi-emperor to ensure that he got what he wanted, Yi Xian would have already forced himself on him. But now he had no choice but to use this method to try to get the alchemy technique he needed. Now, Zhao Dong finally began to use the complete alchemy technique passed down in Emperor Shen Emperor Starfield. Yi Xian's heart moved and he immediately paid attention. But he soon gave up. Because he found that he couldn't steal the complete alchemy technique at all. At most, he could only learn 30 to 40% of it. Yi Xian was an emperor-level powerhouse. His divine sense was far stronger than Zhao Dong's, but Zhao Dong's hand speed was too fast because he was too familiar with this complete alchemy technique. But Yi Xian was different. Although his divine sense was powerful, he was completely unfamiliar with the alchemy technique passed down in Emperor Shen Emperor Starfield. Although it was not like a layman watching a show, in fact, even if he forcibly memorized it with his powerful divine sense of the emperor realm, it was impossible for him to completely catch up with Zhao Dong, whose proficiency in hand gestures was already terrifying. Helpless, Yi Xian could only give up for the time being and stop paying attention. Anyway, he only stole 30 to 40% of it, which was meaningless to him. What he wanted was the complete alchemy technique of Emperor Shen Emperor Starfield. He would definitely find a way to get it later, so now there was no need to waste so much effort. Perhaps it was because the flame Zhao Dong used to refine the flesh medicine this time was the best quality transparent and extinguishable flame he had ever obtained before. The refining process this time was extremely smooth. Everything could be described as natural and smooth. After a short day, Zhao Dong's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled out the remaining transparent inextinguishable flame, which was about 20 to 30 feet in radius, from the treasure cauldron and carefully put it away. Then, with a wave of his hand, he opened the lid of the cauldron and took out the refined flesh medicine with his divine sense. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart resounded as the cauldron was put away by Zhao Dong, and what remained in the space before him was a canopy of flesh and blood that covered an area of 3 kilometers. The quality of this flesh medicine was not bad. After all, Zhao Dong was also a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Moreover, the alchemy technique he mastered was obviously far stronger than Yi Xian's, and the materials used were also good. But even so, this cauldron of flesh medicine that had been completely refined only had a faint purplish gold color. It was similar in quality to the batch of flesh medicine Yi Xian refined in Mulberry Tree Star Field for the survivors of Mulberry Tree Star. However, compared to the pure purple gold flesh medicine he refined at the bottom of the volcano in Shinnong Dingyang region, it was obviously far inferior. On one hand, the materials were too inferior. On the other hand, Yi Xian used the Shinnong 7-colored flame back then, while the flame Zhao Dong was refining now was only a pure transparent inextinguishable flame. However, Zhao Dong was obviously extremely satisfied with this purple gold flesh medicine. His face was full of smiles. Even the eyes of the other 15 emperors glowed. They congratulated Zhao Dong. Based on their conversation, it was clear that this was the first time in the Shenhuang starfield that a medicine of this quality had been refined. What a bunch of country bumpkins. With such quality, if it were me, I would have thrown it into the gutter. I really don't know what you have to be so happy about. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. His words were not polite at all and could even be said to be harsh. Chapter 4402. Looking at each other awkwardly, the 16 emperors all frowned, unwilling to give up. Finally, they clenched their teeth and clasped their fists towards Yi Xian. Master Shen Yuan, this batch of flesh medicine is emitting a faint purple gold light. It can already be classified as a purple gold medicine. Calling it trash is a bit too much, right? From your words, it seems that Master Shen Yuan's attainments in medicine refining are above ours. If I may be so bold, I would like to ask you to refine a batch and give us some pointers. Young Master Shen Yuan, please don't refuse. It's not that I'm trying to flatter you, but your techniques, while not bad, still have some flaws. Yi Xian had been waiting for this moment. Seeing these fellows take the initiative to ask him, he was secretly delighted, but he didn't show it on his face. Still calm and collected, he waved his hand and said, "Whatever, since I have nothing to do, I'll just refine a batch for you to see." After which, his body flashed and he appeared not far away in the left space, sitting down cross-legged high up in the space. Before, Yi Xian had gathered all the medicine refining techniques he had obtained from the 12 tribes of Sangji Star, and sent an order to the swallowing system in his body, letting it analyze and deduce the results. It could be said that Yi Xian had already thoroughly studied all the medicine refining techniques of the Sangji Star tribe. These were all the medicine refining techniques passed down from over 1,000 tribes. The amount of information within was immense. If Yi Xian were to study, comprehend and learn them one by one, it would probably take him years to fully comprehend them all. All the medicine refining techniques passed down from generation to generation were incomplete. There might be some mistakes. With Yi Xian's strength at that time, he wouldn't be able to fully grasp them in such a short time. Helpless, Yi Xian handed all of them over to the devouring system in his body, allowing the system to analyze and deduce them. In the end, he summarized the most perfect and effective set of alchemy techniques. Since then, Yi Xian had grasped a special alchemy technique. It was relatively perfect and it was even easier to grasp. This medicine refining technique was the result of the system's analysis of all the remaining techniques on Sangji Star, then the system's analysis, deduction and summary. It wasn't too complicated and it was easy to grasp. The cauldron of top-grade flesh and blood medicine he was refining now was using this kind of spell. However, Yi Xian was doing all this in secret and nothing could be seen on the surface. This time, in order to shock the 16 emperors before him, Yi Xian decided to take out the remains of the 108 primordial life forms. All of them were powerful desolate ancient life forms with cultivation bases above the titled Emperor realm. Among them, close to half of them were the remains of quasi-desolate ancient supreme existences. They were extremely precious. Just the aura of the remains of such treasured bodies was incomparably strong. Apart from Yi Xian's Shinnong cauldron, he had never seen a cauldron-like treasure that could withstand it. Xiao xiao xiao. With a thought, the remains of the 108 creatures of the Desolation era were directly taken out from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. Along with them, he also took out a large number of top-grade precious materials and medicines. Even the spring water used for medicine refining was extremely extravagant, directly using a mixture of innate cold liquid and dark cauldron lotion to replace it. It was simply outrageous. Hong long long, Xiao. Just as the 16 emperors were stunned, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, and an energy-shaped cauldron condensed from the Shenong 8-colored flames quickly rose from the flame pool. He directly took it out of the Shenong cauldron and floated above the demon dragon defense, in the space before him. Immediately after, the sound of the air breaking rang out. All the materials that were originally floating in the air automatically flew into the huge cauldron formed from the Shenong 8-colored flames. In the blink of an eye, they had already melted and fused together. They were all together. All of this was clearly seen by the 16 emperors, because this cauldron wasn't solid at all. Instead, it was formed from the Shenong 8-colored flames. The cauldron was translucent and everything within could be seen clearly. Shio. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few breaths of time, all of the remains of the precious bodies and top-notch precious medicines that automatically flew into the cauldron were melted and fused together. This scene was simply inconceivable. The 16 fellows who witnessed this scene with their own eyes were stunned. This time their jaws dropped. Before they could recover from their shock, in the void where the flesh and blood medicine was being refined in front of them, a dense sound of breaking through the air once again came from it. Different colors and shapes of obscure runes fell from Yi Xian's hands like rain, covering the sky and earth, directly into the energy form of the 8-colored cauldron. The obscure runes that could be said to cover the sky and cover the earth were densely packed to the point of making one's hair stand on end. They were created by Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, using the perfect alchemy technique that he had mastered. At this moment, as they fell into the 8-colored cauldron, this cauldron of flesh medicine was completely refined. It was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The time was almost negligible. This time, Yi Xian had even used pure Shenong 8-colored flames to refine the great medicine. The lowest level of the flesh and blood materials he used was at the titled Emperor realm, and nearly half of it was at the quasi-desolate ancient realm. Now, the great medicine had been successfully refined. In an instant, there were countless auspicious phenomena of dragons and tigers leaping in the void. Roar! Roar! As these dense and obscure runes fell into the 8-colored cauldron, this cauldron of flesh medicine was completely formed. For a time, the phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, stretching their necks and roaring clearly, causing the 16 emperors who were watching not far away to tremble. The immortal emperor was so scared that his whole body trembled and he almost fell to the ground on the spot. Boom! In the next moment, a huge roar sounded. The 8-colored cauldron in the void in front of them bloomed with infinite treasure light, instantly turning into specks of 7-colored brilliance, which were collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand and thrown into the Shenong cauldron in his body. In the flame pool. At this point, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was finally completed. In his line of sight, there was only a large canopy of 8-colored top-grade flesh medicine left floating in the void in front of him. Compared to the purple-gold flesh medicine from before, its grade was much, much higher. Chapter 4403. A Supreme God Medicine. This is definitely a supreme divine medicine. Ordinary flesh and blood medicines are only golden in color, but purplish gold flesh and blood medicines can already be classified as purplish gold treasures. The furnace that I refined just now was only a faint purplish gold color, so it can only be considered an ordinary purplish gold treasure. Medicine. On the other hand, a true top-grade violet gold treasured medicine is a dense and pure violet gold color. That's already an extremely rare item in the legends. I never imagined that we would actually be able to see a supreme divine medicine of 8 colors here today. Legend has it that the highest level of divine medicine is 9 colors. Although the cauldron that young Master Shenyuan has refined has not reached 9 colors, it is extremely close. This is definitely a divine medicine that is rare even in legends. As Yi Xian's batch of flesh medicine was completed, the 16 emperors in the distance were momentarily stunned. Following which, their expressions changed greatly as they all exclaimed in shock. Facing this 8-colored divine medicine that was like a giant mountain peak, they couldn't resist its temptation at all. As they cried out in alarm, they all moved to Yi Xian's side and surrounded him. Their eyes all shone with an incomparably burning desire. Yi Xian was actually extremely satisfied with this cauldron of 8-colored divine medicine. This was definitely the best quality cauldron out of all the flesh and blood medicines he'd refined. Even though he still had quite a few purple gold medicines left, the quality couldn't compare to this. With these 8-colored divine medicines, Yi Xian's cultivation would definitely improve once again. At this moment he was a little impatient and wanted to immediately consume some of them, enter into closed-door cultivation, and test the effects of these 8-colored divine medicines. If nothing went wrong, the moment he swallowed it and entered closed-door training, he would definitely break through again. This was something that was almost certain to happen. However, now wasn't the time. He had more important things to do, which was to first think of a way to obtain the complete medicine refining techniques of the Shen Emperor Starfield. With a more complete secret alchemy technique, Yi Shen believed that if he were to refine the same flesh and blood medicine again, even if he were to invest the same amount of resources, the quality of the flesh and blood medicine would definitely be better. Even though the Shin Nong Strange Flame was only 8 colors and couldn't reach the level of 9-colored god medicine, it would definitely reach the pinnacle of 8-colored god medicine. Young Master Shen Yuan, what kind of flame was that 8-colored cauldron you used to refine the medicine? Yes, look at those 8-colored flames forming the cauldron. There's clearly one that's pure and transparent. If I'm not wrong, that should be the undying void flame, right? Could it be that the 7-colored flame bridge from before swallowed that huge pure and transparent void flame? Could it be that it evolved from a mother? With such a precious flame to refine your flesh, young Master Shen Yuan is truly enviable. No wonder you can refine such supreme god medicine. At this moment, after the initial shock, the 16 emperors from the Shen Emperor Starfield gathered around Yi Shen and began to speak one after another. Each and every one of them had burning gazes, and the expressions on their faces were just as they had said, full of envy. Shio. With a wave of his hand, Yi Shen put away the 8-colored god medicine that was as huge as a mountain peak and sent it into the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the Shin Nong Cauldron region for safekeeping. Immediately after, his face darkened and he immediately said in displeasure, "This Taoist's 8-colored divine flame has indeed just completed its transformation and evolution, and it is indeed because the 7-colored flame bridge swallowed the void mother flame just now. However, from what you're saying, you seem to think that I refined this 8-colored god medicine because of the 8-colored flame. You're obviously doubting my medicine refining skills." What he said was the truth, and Yi Shen knew it too. The 16 old fellows in front of him were all undying emperors, and their eyes were sharp. Yi Shen had just refined this batch of 8-colored divine medicine in front of them, so naturally, nothing could be hidden from their observation. Even though some of the techniques Yi Shen used were not understood by the 16 emperors, on one hand Yi Shen's hand speed was too fast, and on the other hand, the techniques were all derived from the swallowing system within Yi Shen's body. Some of the techniques were even derived from the swallowing system. However, in general they could still see that something was amiss. It could be said that in the eyes of these 16 emperors, the reason why Yi Shen was able to refine this 8-colored divine medicine that they were incomparably envious of was not only because of the extraordinary quality of the 8-colored flames he used to refine it, but also because of the materials he used to refine it. It was too high-end. About half of it was actually the remains of a quasi-desolation level life form, and the rest were emperors and above. As for Yi Shen's alchemy skills, sorry, they weren't interested in him at all. Everyone was well aware of this point, but Yi Shen didn't seem to be aware of it. He actually questioned Yi Shen in public with a displeased expression. Facing such a situation, the 16 Emperor Shen Starfield Emperors and Undyings all looked at each other. They all looked at each other, troubled. Originally, whether or not this young Master Shen Yuan was convinced didn't matter to them at all. However, the situation was different now. On one hand, they saw the terrifying background behind this young master, and wanted to grab onto him and enter the legendary Hongmeng Starfield. On the other hand, the undying void flame had already been swallowed by this young Master Shen Yuan, and they couldn't beat him. Hence, if they didn't follow this young Master Shen Yuan, it would be impossible to find a replacement for the undying void flame in the future. Because using it to refine the special flames of the top-tier flesh medicine was impossible. Not to mention he could casually extract a huge transparent imperishable flame from the 8-colored divine flames that had just completed their evolution and bestow it to them. This meant that the source of the 8-colored divine flames should have been nurtured within a certain supreme treasure of astonishing quality, and had long since been able to grow and multiply endlessly. Hence, as long as they followed this young Master Shen Yuan, not only would they be able to continuously obtain the pure transparent undying void flame from him, they would even be able to obtain the other 7 heaven and earth flames. Also, after gaining his trust, they might even be able to ask him to give them an 8-colored god flame to refine their own flesh medicine. After all, his 8-colored god flame was already growing endlessly, giving them an 8-colored god flame wouldn't harm his foundation. Thinking up to this point, the 16 emperors exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus.